And check.
Good morning and welcome into this presentation of Central State's playoff hockey. On tap for us this morning, it's the Midwest Blackbirds and the Chicago Blues, the Bantam White Tier 1. Each team won their opening playoff game last night, with the Blackbirds a 5-2 win over the Ice Dogs, and the Blues with a 2-1 victory over the Jets. For anyone who doesn't know, it's a round-robin style tournament, and it's been broken up. The top 8 teams from the regular season made it into the playoffs, and those teams were then split into groupings of 4. They'll play everyone in their group. Top team out of each group will play tomorrow in the championship game. It's the Blues in the white sweaters, and the red are the Blackbirds. I'm Brandon Januska along with my partner Eric Willowite and Chris Gonzalez on camera this morning. We have got a whole slate of playoff hockey for you throughout today, and we're looking forward to it. Hope you are as well. Thanks for waking up and tuning in with us early this morning. Just getting underway, Blackbirds and Blues, as the Blackbirds in their offensive zone. Bringing it around, it's held in by the Midwest Blackbirds, sent down deep. That's where Lucas Treasure was trying to keep it in. It was knocked around, and now the Blues will get it out towards center ice. A collision early on, and Cooper Walton brings it into the offensive zone. Has it knocked off his stick. He chases it into the near corner. 12:43 and counting left in period number 1. No score, just getting underway here this morning.
Can you hear me?
I sure can, as a shot is in the back of the net, and the Blues take the 1-0 advantage. That was Tyler Wyatt with a sniper shot into the upper corner. It's 1-0 Blues on top.
Well, always good to get out to an early lead there, Brandon, and the Blues did just that as the home team getting out to the early 1-0 lead.
The Blues were the top team in the white tier 1. They were 20-0. Won every game they had to play, 40 points total. As we get a whistle to stop play. 12:21 left in the first period. 1-0 Blues on top after that Tyler Wyatt goal.
Apologize for a little bit of delay there. We were having some audio issues, but those appear to be rectified, at least for now.
Face off from center ice. The Blues win it. Send it toward the offensive zone, but it's knocked away. Blackbirds keep it at center ice. A battle along the far boards. And it knocks around and comes to Tate Abernathy, who sends it forward right onto a Blackbird skate. And now they come into the offensive zone. Corey has it poked away from him. Bicknell tries to clear. Held in by the Blackbirds. A shot on net. Kicked away by the keeper. That's Connor Marone, the goalie for the Blues. Here in this opening game on today's slate. Again, this is the second playoff game for each of these teams. Every team has at least one game under their belt already, either Thursday or last night for these two teams. Victories in last night's games. 11:45 left in the first period. 1-0 Blues on top. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowite. Chris Gonzalez on camera here for this opening game.
For a lot of games.
Yes. 10 games total on our broadcast slate here today, but more than that throughout the day. There's 3 different rinks here in Darien, and there will be games on all 3 of them as the day goes on, as this one goes down for an icing call, and it'll come back. Iced by the Blues.
Yeah, we're up and running at 3 different locations, Brandon. We have in Romeoville, I believe that's the Pee-wees, and Aaron Schellen and team will be out there, and then Mike Napolitano is out in West Dundee. He has the Squirt prospects. So 3 different locations going on concurrently here, and on our Stream Sports Midwest Central States Playoff extravaganza, as you will.
That's right. It'll be a lot of fun, plenty of hockey throughout today, and it's to see who plays tomorrow as skating onto it quickly. This is Tyler Wyatt again. He sends it wide, rings around, and it's cleared out by the Blackbirds. Bringing it behind his own net there, that's Joseph Felicilli. 10:45 and counting, 1-0 Blues on top, opening period. Held in by the Blues and Matthew Goner. Sends it toward the middle of the ice. It gets back on the Goner's stick, and he has it poked away. Blackbirds try to clear. Goner keeps it in and then sends it deep. And correction, that was actually Wishmeyer, 74, who sent it in deep before going out for a change. Now the Blackbirds back the other way, trying to save an icing. They cannot. Whistle blows. That was Michael Swiat, who was out there trying to get to the puck in time, just unable to do so.
I think I'll have Chris pan over to the right, show Connor Marone, the goaltender. Just look at how casual he is as we get ready for the face-off to our left. But when the play was down to our left, he was just leaning against that crossbar just like that, just in casual mode. And then when play comes on, he's in ready mode.
Yeah, and that's what you want from a goaltender. You want him to be relaxed, not stressed out too much.
He definitely fits the bill of relax. I don't think I've seen a goaltender like lean on, but it's like as a matter of routine when the puck's not in his zone, he's going through his Zen and deep breathing exercises.
Well, so far, 1 shot on goal for the Blackbirds. Marone was up to the task. 2 shots for the Blues. One of them went in. It was a Tyler Wyatt goal. 1-0 Blues on top. 9:45 and counting in the first period. Battle in the far corner. The Blues come away with it in their own end. And then wiping out, trying to clear, was Jacob Barton.
Yeah, I thought there was a little tug there but no call made.
So we continue play. The Blackbirds hold it in. Brewer sends it toward the corner. The Blues intercept that pass attempt and clear it out to center ice, where the Blackbirds will try to regain the zone. They send it in, and Jacob Barton sends it right back out to center ice. Approaching the 9-minute mark here in the opening period as that one shot toward the middle. It hit off Barton and rolled toward the net, went wide.
I think Brewer thought he was going to see a red jersey there when he passed it from the near wall to the slot, but nothing but a white jersey.
And now skating in, that's Beckett Hepson. And diving attempt to try to clear was Lucas Donovan, held in by the Blackbirds. A shot never gets through, knocked down by Barton. And the Blues get it out to center ice.
I've seen in back-to-back sequences there where the Blackbirds are just kind of doing, I don't want to say no-look passes, but just kind of area passes, and they're not specifically going to red jerseys. Now it looks like we have a icing call.
With 8:33 left in the first period, 1-0 Blues on top. And icing, not necessarily the worst thing. A couple of sticks had fallen onto the ice, were dropped on the ice as a change was going on. This face off to the right of Marone, won by the Blues. They bring it out. Cooper Walton had it fall off his stick, and the Blackbirds come back the other way. Gus Panazzo had it taken away from him, held in by Lucas Treasure, before the Blues steal it right back and bring it out and into their offensive zone. Nice job, Max Bicknell, to skate through center ice and into the offensive end. Two Blues in the area near corner. A wraparound attempt. No good. Kicked away. That try from Cal Bognell. 7:50 and counting. 1-0 Blues. We have a whistle in the near corner. And a penalty upcoming.
Penalty box on this side, and that's going to be a trip.
Max Bicknell will go to the box. 2 minutes. Power play for the Blackbirds, who trail by 1. 7:49 left in period number 1.
Yeah, so we were mentioning Brandon when we got to the rink here, driving in to call some hockey. It was still dark out. It might still be dark out for all I know. The rink was even dark when we got here.
And by the time we're done here today, it'll probably be dark when we're leaving as well.
Very much. 10 games here.
See what the Blackbirds can do on the power play. A shot attempt goes just wide. That attempt coming from Gus Panazzo just kicked it a little bit wide. Battle in the corner. The Blues trying to clear their end. They will do so. Could be a 2-on-1, but catching up to it was Michael Wyatt to send it right back. Now Panazzo on the near side. Centering attempt never got through. It comes over to Cooper Walton. Make that Michael Wyatt. 52 in red, not in white, but the Blues clear back out again.
Yeah, there was another area pass. He was expecting someone at the far point, but no one home, and then the Blackbirds had to regroup.
Trying to get it toward the middle. It kicks behind the net. Two Blackbirds there, centering attempt. No red jersey in the area. And now from the corner, another one that just never got through. The Blues are everywhere when it comes to defending their end. 45 seconds and counting left on the power play. 1-0 Blues in front. Blackbirds trying to find that equalizer as they send it back into the offensive zone. Maxton Corey skates on it. He's in a battle there with William McKean. As now it comes out. Wyatt held it in. Back to Corey, who brings it back over behind the net. And Gus Panazzo. Blues take it away. Able to skate out with it was Tyler Wyatt before he had it poked away, but they get it to center ice. Just 15 seconds left in the power play. And the Blues once again with a nice poke check. Wyatt, he has some speed. He also has the game's lone goal so far today. 1-0 Blues in front as time ticks down on the power play. There it goes. It expires. Bickwell out of the box. And we're back at even strength. 5:43 and counting. 1-0 Blues in the first period. A couple of good looks for the Blackbirds on that power play, but like you were saying, Eric, just no real opportunity. No official shots on goal in that power play. A lot of the passes just weren't finding anyone.
Yeah, right now they're just not crisp with the passes just yet. That can improve, obviously, as the game goes along here. But as you mentioned, though, still getting some looks, and they had a lot of zone time on the power play. So it's a success from that standpoint. They're building some momentum.
Good look there. Goes wide on a shot attempt.
A little spin around there.
And now back the other way come the Blues. Backhanded attempt by Wyatt. A nice save. A rebound goes wide.
Yeah, Blake Beaudenay there making a big save, keeping this a 1-goal deficit for the Blackbirds. Pencil that one on your things to remember in this game. Big hit from behind.
Occurring behind the Blackbirds net. Blues hold it in at the point. Send it in on Beaudenay, who covers up. And we get a whistle. 4:29 left in the first period. 1-0 Blues. We haven't seen a lot of shots on goal.
No.
Just 3 for the Blues, just 1 for the Blackbirds. And again, it's the Blackbirds who have dominated the offensive end so far, but they find themselves trailing by 1 as another offensive face-off for the Blues. Comes to the left of Beaudenay, and it's won by the Blues. Now the Blackbirds with it, skated behind their own net, and they'll clear out to center ice. Gain in the offensive end. That one just sticked away by Connor Marone, the Blues goaltender. Battle in the near corner. Blues able to poke it out. Held in at the point. Hespin sends one toward the net, and it goes through the slot and wide. Now a battle along the far boards. 3 Blues. There was just 1 red jersey in that mix-up, and the Blues are the ones who come away with the puck. Still in the Blackbirds' offensive end, and just trying to clear it out. Eventually, Tate Abernethy's able to do so, and now skates into the offensive end. A shot into the glove of Blake Beaudenay. He holds and gets a whistle with 3:38 left in the first period.
Yeah, Blues had to fight to get that puck off the far board there. Gus Panazzo was doing a good job forechecking for the Blackbirds. Blues eventually able to get it out and then get a bit of 3-on-2 action, get a shot on Beaudenay, who makes the save.
A Tyler Wyatt goal early in the first period is the difference right now. Blues up 1-0, 3:35 and counting left in this opening frame. Blues on the attack once again. Good opportunity skating behind the net right now. Cooper Walton sends it around. A shot goes wide. May have even been a pass attempt from the point. That was Thomas Winter who has it again and sends it toward the corner. Poked away from the corner. Winter holds it in, tries to pass it toward the middle. It hit a stick, never got through. Winter again just wraps it around the boards this time, and the Blackbirds gain possession. Held in initially by the Blues. They keep it in. Kamego and then Winter. Now the Blackbirds actually do clear it out towards center ice, where we have a battle right in front of the Blackbird bench. Here's the Blackbirds who come away with it, skating into the offensive end. Possible 2-on-1. The shot goes wide. Good look, Michael Wyatt. After a beautiful pass by Lucas Treasure.
Yeah, that time Treasure found the man and put it, giving him an opportunity. Just went wide, but that was probably the best chance so far for the Blackbirds.
2:22 and counting left in the first period. 1-0 Blues. Blackbirds regroup at center ice as a couple of men go off for a change. Blues regain the puck. Trying to get a shot off was Cooper Walton. Just couldn't pull the trigger and passes it off instead as the Blackbirds now take it away. And we'll bring it in to center ice. Under 2 minutes left in the opening frame. 1-0 Blues on top. And a big collision right in front of us along the near boards. Coming away with the puck, Cooper Walton into the offensive end. And a beautiful pass attempt, and then the finish there. That's Landon Wishmeyer who finished it off. 2-0 Blues.
Yeah, that one was nice. That was like a backhanded roof shot. Getting that one up high, that's a tough play for Beaudenay. But Wishmeyer able to bury it, giving the Blues a 2-0 lead here. A late first period goal That's one of the things, like if you're the opposing team, you want to prevent that. You're looking to get the equalizer. But Wishmeyer gives the Blues a 2-0 lead late in period 1.
1:38 and counting left here in this first period. 2-0 Blues on top. Blackbirds have it at center ice. They'll try to gain the offensive end as this one goes all the way down. No icing. And the Blues will regroup, try to get it out, and now they will along a second effort by Wishmeyer, who just scored that second goal for the Blues. First one early in the period by Tyler Wyatt. Just over a minute left in this opening frame. Important game here. Again, it's a round-robin style tournament for the playoffs. Each of these teams won their opening matchup, so the winner of this one will be in front in the group play, with just one more game remaining for either of them. 45 seconds left in this opening period. Battle along the near corner. Blues on the offensive attack. Trying a centering pass. It's poked away. Got behind the net. Blues keep it in. Out to the point. Owen Camego sends one in on goal. And it's kicked aside by Beaudenay. 20 seconds left in the first period. Blues still on the attack. They lead by 2. The point man Camego sends another one in toward the middle. And it's sent behind the Blackbirds net. Now the Blackbirds try to clear. They will do so. Trying to get some momentum. Bader will run out of time as that's all for the first period. 2-0. Blues on top. Tyler Wyatt with an early goal, then Landon Wishmeyer late in the first. It's 2-0 Blues.
And we'll take a quick audio break. You're watching Central States Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
Back with you, ready to begin the second period. 2-0 Blues on top of the Blackbirds. This Bantam White Tier 1 playoff matchup.
Yeah, first period goals for the Blues from Tyler Wyatt opened up early in the first period. Then late in the first period, Landon Wishmeyer. That's your score, 2-0 Blues.
Here's an early icing call against the Blackbirds. They had a couple of looks, just one official shot on net, though, in that opening period compared to 6 shots for the Blues.
Yeah, and they had some zone time, too. So, again, just not able to get as much on the net as they'd like, but it wasn't as if they were just in their own defensive zone that whole period. That was definitely not the case. But the Blues know how to strike.
Chance to counter right here for the Blackbirds. Bringing it in, Lucas Treasure. A shot goes wide and rings around the boards.
That was a nice drop pass.
Now coming back the other way is Cooper Walton. Walton with a shot, deflects up and over the net. Blake Beaudenay got a piece of it. And the Blackbirds able to clear it out towards center ice.
And Walton got that one between the skates of Campbell and then just carried on ahead of steam.
Blues playing physical, knocking the Blackbirds off the puck. And now they have an offensive zone attempt. Cooper Walton skates into the corner with it and keeps it. It's sent out and nobody home. Goes all the way down into the Blues end. No icing, as that was a Blues player that tried to pass that one and just found nobody. So the Blues will regroup. Here's Walton bringing it in as he wipes out, trying to skate through a couple of Blackbird defenders. And the Blackbirds cleared out towards center ice. 2-0 Blues, 12:40 and counting left in the second period. A shot into the body of Connor Marone. That was Gus Panazzo with the shot attempt.
I think it's a good idea still to take that shot there. He did have a man to his right, but maybe looking for the rebound there, throw it lower, get it off the pads. That could kick off, and then there's a man waiting for the rebound. By the time he got the puck and cutting in, it was a little too tight for him to make the pass to his right.
So this face-off to the right of Connor Marone, the Blues goaltender. It's won by the Blues, sent out, and this one will trickle in on goal. So Beauharnais will wisely just cover it up as you had Tyler Wyatt coming in quick. Wyatt already with a goal. He opened the scoring early in the first. 2-0 Blues, 12:29 in the second period. Face-off to the left of Blake Beauharnais. Won initially by the Blues. Battle along the boards. Bicknell sends a pass attempt toward the goal. Never got through. And now Bicknell will hold it in again as he wipes out, trying to battle along the boards. And we get a whistle. Bicknell was taken down. I think that'll be Panazzo going into the box. It will. So now the Blues, already up by 2, will find themselves with a man advantage.
Hooking is the call on Panazzo. So the Blues with the opportunity to extend their lead to 3. An important penalty kill here for the Blackbirds.
Face-off won by the Blues. That's Wyatt behind the goal. He'll bounce it off the boards, get it over to Graham Manning, and send it back toward Wyatt. He'll just pass it along to the point. Jacob Barton back over to Wyatt in the corner. Centering pass, knocks back behind the goal.
Blues have Baldiga just camping out in front of the crease there.
It's now Maxton Corey able to skate it out of trouble and send it in deep. 1:43 and counting in this second period. 2-0 Blues on top. 1:25 remaining on the Blues power play. Second power play we've seen today. The Blackbirds had a chance in the first period. Were unable to capitalize on it. This one trickles out to the point. Barton looking over his options. Had the puck get off his stick for a moment and just sent it in deep. Jones trying to clear for the Blackbirds. It's a pass over to Brewer, who gets it out to center ice.
Oh, what do we got here?
And it looks like we have a shaken up Blackbird player, so we have a stoppage. After a hard collision, I believe that's Jones. Sam Jones for the Blackbirds, who took a shot in the near corner.
I'm trying to distinguish the whistles because we have the other rinks active on us now, and there's an opening. We're kind of on the balcony on the Campbell side, but there's an opening, and we can hear the whistles coming from the opposite rink here. So just trying to see if it's our game, their game, no game.
Yeah, so no penalty on that one, just a stoppage for the injury. 11:08 and counting in the second period. 2-0 Blues. 50 seconds left on the Gus Panazzo penalty. Blues on the power play, trying to add to their lead. Blackbirds ringing around, trying to clear their end. Held in initially by Comego. And now Donovan with a shot kicked away by Beauharnais. Blackbirds clear it out to center ice, and I think it hit a player on the Blues bench, so we get a whistle stopping play with 10:41 left in the second.
Neutral zone face-off going to take place here. We talked about these two teams coming in at the end of the regular season. Blues were the top team, 40 points on the season. Blackbirds had 20, 9-9-0. 20-0 and 2 overtime wins for the Blues, Brandon.
Yeah, it's amazing how they were able to have that success during the regular season. Again, 20-0, 20 wins.
And they have not tasted defeat this season.
Meanwhile, 9-2 for the Blackbirds. One of those a tie, one an overtime loss. As Wyatt brings it through center ice with some speed. The penalty has concluded. Both teams now at full strength with 10 minutes left in the second period. 2-0 Blues on top. Blackbirds trying to get on the board. A shot in!
Wyatt.
Wyatt found an opening, just slid it into the far post. And the Blackbirds are on the board. They cut the lead in half. It's a 2-1 game.
Yeah, that was some nice work along the boards for the Blackbirds to dig that puck out. The initial attempt went wide. It rolled off the stick, went behind, went over to the far corner. Wyatt dug it out, spun around, and not a tough angle shot there from the far circle, but probably one that Morone would probably want to have back.
First one that gets through Morone. Just 3 shots on goal for the Blackbirds. That one going in. 2 goals on 9 shots for the Blues so far. 9:40 remaining in the second period.
And just want to we'll wait till the next stoppage here.
This one behind the Blues net. Blackbirds trying to keep the momentum after that goal. Cut the lead in half. This one sent out to center ice. Blackbirds will regroup. As Jones has it along the near board, skating through center ice, and he'll send it in deep. Big collision in the far corner. Now trying to skate through some bodies was Park Geenan, unable to get through, but it ends up back on Geenan's stick and goes out to the point with Jones, who tries to center one in, hit a body and kicks to the corner. Jones again will hold it at the point and send it in deep. 8:40 and counting in the second period. 2-1 Blues on top as the Blues able to clear, send it all the way down, and that'll go for an icing.
I was going to say, in relation to these rosters, so again, we're going to be here 10 games. Each team's managers supplied Stream Sports Midwest with their rosters, some with pronunciation, some without. So if we are mispronouncing a name here or there, we apologize. We're doing our best, but we did not get pronunciations for every team. So just a heads up.
So we have a face-off to the left, to the right of Morone. It was won by the Blackbirds. And now a shot, never got through. Blues able to clear it out to center ice. Trying to skate through everyone is Baldiga, who is able to keep it on the offensive end before the Blackbirds eventually clear it all the way down.
Yeah, Baldiga's a little tough to get off the puck there.
8 minutes left in the second period. 2-1 Blues as we have another icing call.
Oh, boy. Oh. Hello?
$7:58 left in the second period. 2-1. Blues on top. Blackbirds will try to find the equalizer, an offensive end zone. Offensive end draw. But it's won by the Blues, who skate back out the other way. Cooper Walton sends it in deep. Walton pokes at it again. Now it comes to Reese Beckberger. Big hit behind the Blackbirds' goal. And now Balga sent one in and kicked away. Blackbirds try to clear, held in by the Blues. 7:25 remaining in the second as this one's out to center ice. Blues will regroup, out shooting the Blackbirds 10-4. Leading on the scoreboard by 1. It's a 2-1 game. This one will go through center ice and go all the way down.
Yeah, that one was deflected inside the zone, so no icing.
Clock ticks down to 7 minutes remaining in the second. Balgo with a good look. The shot tries to go through the legs, but able to close up the 5-hole was Beaudenay with the save.
You could see the Blackbirds defense, they had a line change going on. Baldiga was all the way over on the left side, so it was a foot race, if you will, and Baldiga won that one. But Beaudenay coming up and making a great save to deny Baldiga.
Keeps it just a 1-goal advantage for the Blues. As Wyatt now with a clean look, just the goalie to beat, and he does!
Oh, man.
Great stick handling there by Tyler Wyatt, his second goal of the game, and it's 3-1 Blues in front with 6:45 left in the second.
Well, not only that, he pickpocketed the puck right around the blue line, and then he burst through like it was shot out of a cannon, stick-handled Beaudenay out of the picture, and then just tucked that one in. That was one of the prettier goals you're going to see here in this tournament. I'm giving it the goal of the day so far, even though we have 9 more games to go.
Yeah, still early in this one.
But that's an early, the clubhouse leader, if you will.
Now Wyatt again, he's shown off the speed today. This time, Blackbird's able to take it away from him and send it forward. And big collision there as that one sticked away to the side by Connor Marone. 3-1 Blues in front, 6:20 and counting in the second period.
I think we have a delayed penalty here. Well, it's not delayed any longer.
I think it might be on Wyatt. Yeah, big hit that he applied in the offensive zone. So he'll go to the box for 2 minutes. 3-1 Blues in front. The official just explaining to Tyler Wyatt exactly where the penalty occurred and what happened. Just looked like he was saying, calm it down, tone it down just a little bit.
I think it was also, he kind of put his slap the board as he was showing Wyatt. You know, it's like when you're that close to the board, you have to be careful. Winds up getting a roughing penalty, 2 minutes.
6:05 left in the second period. Blackbirds trying to make something happen, trailing by 2 as a big collision there in the middle of the ice.
I felt that one, Brent. I'm sore just looking at that one.
And somehow both men able to stay up on their feet.
They're hockey players.
One.
Oh, here we go again.
Right.
Oh, Wishmeyer.
Wishmeyer was part of that big collision. He still has the puck, and now it's taken away. Corey goes back the other way. Corey skating through a defender, through a check, all the way behind the goal. Minute 10 and counting as it's covered up. Rather, minute 12, I should say, on the power play. 5:29 left in the second period. 3-1, Blues in front.
Yeah, just a throw by Corey onto the net there. And Marone able to cover that one up. That one more of a tough angle. That one was almost parallel with the goal line.
So we have a face-off to the left of Connor Marone. Won by the Blackbirds, a shot never gets through. Blues come away with the puck and skate it out to center ice, trying to make something happen short-handed. It's taken away by the Blackbirds, now trying to come back the other way. A possible 3-on-1 if they're quick enough. Park Geenan will just skate it around the back and let his offense regroup. And now the Blues take it away, and they'll skate back, going the other way. 3-1 Blues on top. Bicknell has it roughed away from him, and we get a whistle.
Hooking call. That's going to go against the Blackbirds, so that'll nullify. There's 32 seconds remaining on the power play.
There's 32 seconds left on the Wyatt penalty. Now Beckett Hespin in the box for 2 minutes for that hooking call.
So 32 seconds of 4-on-4 hockey. And we'll have a minute 28 power play for the Blues. It'll be an offensive zone draw for the Blues.
With 4:49 left in the second period, 3-1 Blues on top. Blues win the faceoff. Walton sends it in deep. Jones comes away with it for the Blackbirds, tries to clear. Second attempt. Schwyatt will just skate it out for the Blackbirds again. 4-on-4 right now for another 17 seconds. So that one just passed through. Nobody home for the Blackbirds. 10 seconds left on the Wyatt penalty as he gets ready to get out of the box. 3-1 Blues on top, and now an opportunity for Cooper Walton. Just the goalie to beat. He does. Goes forehand, backhand goal. And it's 4-1 Blues. That was as the penalty had just expired, so it's 4-1 now with 4:16 left in the second period.
Yeah, Walton doing it on both ends of the ice there. He had a big hit along the far boards there. It might have been a little bit late. You could have made a case for interference on Walton. That was what the Blackbirds player was sort of saying there. The puck was long gone and he was hit. But borderline there, but either way, Walton able to make a play at one end and then breaking in, and pretty much it was a similar goal to the second goal by Tyler Wyatt, faking to the left, going to the right, and tucking it inside that right post.
Yeah, you saw that it worked the first time to beat Beaudenay. Went with it again. 4-1 Blues on top. Again, that was just after the Wyatt penalty had expired, so that was a power play goal, and now another one. This one, Cam Balga. Balga with a clean look, finds the back of the net. It's now 5-1 Blues opening it up. 3:49 left. I was just saying it was a power play goal, so that got rid of the penalty.
It looks like we're going to have a goalie change.
Trying to find a way to get back in this one. Blues opening it up, 5-1. 3:49 remaining in the second period.
What's up? Yeah, it'll all be on our YouTube.
Blackbirds will try to find a response. Just one goal so far for the Blackbirds. That was Michael Wyatt earlier in this second period. Blues led by 2 after the opening frame. Outscoring the Blackbirds 3-1 here in the second. 3:28 and counting here in this second period.
So as we mentioned with that goalie change, Gavin Mesko coming in to take over the net for the Blackbirds. As Blake Beaudenay's day is done, at least for today.
Battle right in front of us in the neutral zone. It finally gets sent into the Blackbirds' end where they have it, and will clear right back out to center ice. 3 minutes left in this second period. Blues lead by 4. It goes around the boards. Wyatt applies some pressure, but the Blackbirds still able to send it out as far as the blue line, held in by the Blues. And sent back in deep. Centering pass never got through. Now turning around and shooting was Golem. That puck never got through. Back the other way come the Blackbirds. 2.5 remaining in period number 2. 5-1, and Wyatt on hat trick. Watch a shot, and he scores! A slap shot from beyond the circle. And there's the hat trick for Tyler Wyatt, and it's now 6-1 Blues on top.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That's like your first look for Gavin Mesko, and you're getting a slapper from the top of the near circle. I don't think he saw it well because he really didn't even move toward it. And Wyatt able to pick his spot and bury it.
Beat him on the stick side. 6-1 Blues on top. 2:22 and counting left in period number 2.
I think we know why they were undefeated during the regular season.
Yeah, we're starting to see it right here. Had just 3 shots in the opening period.
And it wasn't that long ago. This was a 2-1 game where the Blackbirds had cut their deficit in half with an early second period goal. But that seems like a long time ago.
As that shot kicked away, the shot from Lucas Donovan. Held in by the Blues initially, and still held in for now. Now the Blackbirds able to clear it out to center ice. Minute 35 remaining in the second period. 6-1, Blues on top, outshooting the Blackbirds 16-5. Blues picked up their first playoff win with a 2-1 victory over the Jets last night. It was 5-2 Blackbirds over the Ice Dogs in their playoff opener last night. Right now it's 6-1. Blues on top in the second period. Just over a minute left in this second period. And now a clean look. Skating in, and the shot goes wide. That's number 3 in white. Don't have a number 3 on the roster.
No.
50 seconds left in the second period. 6-1 Blues.
Anyone in the Blues viewing audience, if you could tell us who player number 3 is, we don't have that.
And skating on with it is Cooper Walton. He had it knocked away. Blackbirds trying to clear. Collision between Corey and Weschmeyer. Corey able to get it out to Wyatt, who skates through center ice and into the offensive end. Good pass. Spinorama, but it goes wide. 25 seconds left in the second. Blues trying to make another charge. It goes off the stick of Walton. Blackbirds send it back out. Now Wyatt turns it right back over. Battle in the middle of the ice. 10 seconds left. Blackbirds with a shot attempt. Never got through. That was Wyatt, who just tried to put it on net. 3 seconds left. One last pass, or shot attempt. It just trickles into the corner as time expires here in the second period. The Blues have opened it up. It's 6-1. Blues over the Blackbirds. We'll step aside. Period number 3 coming your way next on this presentation of Central State's playoff hockey. All set for period number 3. Blackbirds and Blues. It's the Blues 6, Blackbirds 1. So they'll need to find some magic here in this third period to come back in this one. Trying to pull away and come away with a victory.
Again, we talked about it, Brandon. It was Michael Wyatt who got that early second period goal for the Blackbirds, cut their deficit in half. They were sitting at 2-1. It looked like a pretty even game, but then the Blues just exploded for 4 second period goals, including a pair by Tyler Wyatt to cap off his hat trick.
Yeah, and even though it was 2-0 Blues after the first period, it seemed like the Blackbirds had a majority of the offensive ice time. But now being outshot 16-6 and outscored 6-1. Blues on top as we get this third period underway. Blackbirds trying to find some sort of answer. It's sent out towards center ice. The other two teams in this bracket, again, it's round robin style. You have 2 different brackets, 2 different groupings of 4. The other game going on between the Ice Dogs and the Jets. That's taking place right now. It's Ice Dogs 4, Jets 2. That one started about 10 minutes after this game began. 6-1 Blues here in this one. Again, there's games going on all day, even here in Darien. 3 different sheets of ice, 3 different games will be going on simultaneously throughout the day. So we have a lot of playoff action. Blackbirds send it to center ice, trying to find some sort of spark. A pass attempt goes a little bit off the mark, trying to find Brewer. Now Brewer does have it on his stick, centering pass, and it trickles away from Maxton Corey.
Yeah, that was off his offhand there. He was trying to corral it and spin around, just couldn't do it. Right play, though.
Now the Blues come back the other way. And it poked away from them. Blackbirds will try to skate it out and now pass it out towards center ice. Long pass across, and skating in with it are the Blackbirds, bringing it in deep. Sent it around the boards. Bickwell will try to clear, and it's held in. A shot knocked down. That was Treasure with the shot. Thrown up for the task. Now the Blues skate it back out. Bickwell again. Crosses the blue line. His shot is kicked aside by Mesko. 11:50 left in the third period. 6-1 Blues. So the Blackbirds will gain the offensive end. Just a spinning shot by Wyatt, covered up by Marone. Wyatt, as we mentioned, has that lone goal for the Blackbirds. On the other side, the Blues goal scorers, Cooper Walton, Landon Wishmeyer, Cam Balgna, and Tyler Wyatt with a hat trick. 3 goals already in this one. Face off to the left of Marone. Blues able to clear it out to center right. Wyatt with those 3 goals, and it poked away from him. He's shown off his speed throughout this morning's contest. His pass attempt never got through. Blackbirds hold it in the offensive end for now. Now the Blues will clear it out to center ice. 10:45 and counting in the third. 6-1 Blues. As we have an icing.
Offensive zone draw here for the Blackbirds. So 5-goal deficit, third period. That's a tough mountain to climb. But if you're the Blackbirds, kind of at least want to make some hay here and, put some pucks in the net.
Brewer and Wyatt tied up on the faceoff. And it's the Blues who eventually come away with it. Then Brewer takes it back and sends it back to the corner where Schreckenberg will clear the zone up to Donovan, who gives it to Felici. And the Blackbirds will try to counter back the other way. Turn over to the Blues. The Blues send it in deep, and then they'll go off for a change. Sent it a little too far, as it's called for an icing. With it being a 5-goal advantage, the clock will continue to run. A running clock right now, 9:40, and continues to trickle down. 6-1 Blues.
Yeah, and again, if you're the Blackbirds, this is where you'd like to reverse that here. Too much time ticking down. Get a goal here, stop the running clock, and then just chip away. You got to get one here first.
A shot attempt is knocked down by Marone. And now the Blues trying to clear. They will. Walton sends it out to center ice. And the Blackbirds take over from there. 9-10 and counting in the third. 6-1 Blues. Blackbirds struggling just to gain the offensive end. Now they do. Blues applying some heavy pressure as this one deflected into the Blues bench. And we get a whistle stopping play. Again, stopping play, but not the clock, as that will continue to run unless Blackbirds can find the back of the net and close the gap a bit.
Baldiga was kind of running around there in that last sequence, disrupting a lot of play in the neutral zone for the Blackbirds.
Battle in the far corner. Blues on the offensive end.
Blackbirds come away penalty. With it. Yep.
And with the delayed penalty, it goes out. McKean touches it, so there's the whistle.
Walton roughing.
It will. 52 in white. So the Blackbirds get themselves a power play opportunity.
And that's going to happen if you're making these hits where the player doesn't have the puck. And again, it could be borderline, he just released the puck, things like that, but that one was an easy call for the referee.
With the penalty, the clock will stop. 8:05 left in the third, 6-1. Blues on top. Third power play for the Blackbirds. 0 for 2 so far. They'll try to change that here. A shot goes wide. Shot from the point. And now it's covered up by Marone as we get a whistle.
Shots on goal, 17-10 in favor of the Blues. Blackbirds still here on the power play, looking to get the one to stop the running clock.
Minute 30 left on that power play, 7.5 left in the third. The Blues able to clear, and now a good opportunity one-on-one. That's Jacob Gorka, who has it poked away from him. Minute 10 left on the Walton penalty. Blackbirds back on the attack, trying to convert their first power play of the day, as this one is knocked in. An initial save there by Marone, but then able to clean it up was Corey. And it's 6-2, and with it being now a 4-goal game, that will stop the clock. It won't be a running clock. 6:55 left in the third. Back within 4.
So first third period goal goes the way of the Blackbirds with Corey.
See if that leads to greater things now.
They still have the time on the clock, but
yeah, it is 5-on-5.
So yeah, oh, now they took it down.
After the goal was scored on the power play. Each team with the power play goal. As the Blues send it out to center ice, Blackbirds playing with a sense of urgency. 6:20 left, trailing by 4 in the third period. And on the far end, it goes out to center ice. There's a battle there. As the puck shot up in the air, may have hit someone.
Yeah, probably offsides, or Blackbirds were already in the zone, so we'll have a neutral zone faceoff.
6:05 remaining in period number 3. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite. Chris Gonzalez manning the camera. As the Blues send it in, and it goes off the ref and centers perfectly. A shot goes up and over the net. Max Bicknell had a fortunate break. It hit off the referee, went right to him for a centering pass. The shot goes up high. Blues still have it in the offensive end. The shot goes back behind the net. 5:40 left in the third. 6-2 Blues. Now the Blackbirds will clear it out to center ice. Corey has it. Skates it in. 3-on-2. Good look. Backhanded attempt. Goes wide. That was Treasure. Marone just sticks it away. Blues send it deep, but Caden Campbell is there to send it back the other way for the Blackbirds. Corey again skates in, but has it knocked away from him. And then Jones turns it over at center ice. And the Blues send it in deep as they go off for a change. 5 minutes left in the third period. 6-2 Blues on top. Out shooting the Blackbirds 17-11.
Offsides against the Blues here. That'll be an intentional offside, so it'll go all the way over to the far side of the neutral zone, or the right side.
Four-goal game. Blackbirds with the lone third period goal so far, but still plenty of work to do. 4:45 left in the third period. This one will trickle all the way in on Marone in goal. He'll skate out of the crease and pass it to his defenseman. And back the other way come the Blues. Poke check prevents Beckberger from entering the zone. The Blues just send it in deep. Blackbirds have this puck from there and send it back. Now Donovan at center ice passes it in to Gollum. Trickles it wide to the right side. Far corner, Gollum chased after his own attempt. And it's sent around the boards, held in at the point by Owen Camego. Under 4 minutes remain in the third period. Blues by 4 as this one will go all the way down. Camego will skate after it. As the Blues with control send it out toward the point, held in by the Blackbirds. And back in deep, Camego again. Taking his time, he'll find an opening, send it out to center ice, and Beckberger, who's knocked off the puck. Panazzo comes back the other way, shot attempt wide. Trying to go near side.
Yeah, nobody to pass it to for Panazzo, at least at that point, so that's why he went for the shot as he heads off for a change.
Along the near boards, held in by the Blackbirds, sent in deep. Treasure with it, centering pass. Nobody home. Back into the corner, and the Blues try to clear. Treasure again just sends that one in on net. Marone covers up and gets the whistle. 2:59 remaining in period number 3. 6-2, Blues on top.
You've seen the play is kind of slowing down a little bit here. I'm sure the Blues don't mind that, although they would probably prefer the pucks not in their defensive zone.
Treasure and Wishmeyer on the draw. Treasure's the one who comes away with it. Skates after the puck into the corner. He dives after it. It's back behind the Blues goal. And now it's the Blues who come away with it initially. Abernathy tries to clear, held in at the point. Ledselek keeps it in. Blues another attempt. This one does go all the way through the neutral zone and all the way down for an icing. 2:28 left in the third. 6-2 Blues.
We've crossed over the 8 a.m. mark here, Brandon. 8:06.
So the sun might be out at this point, or at least starting to rise. Good morning to anyone just joining us.
That's right.
6-2 Blues on top of the Blackbirds here in our first of 10 broadcasts to do today. Plenty of hockey throughout the day. Walton skates through the neutral zone, will gain the offensive end and skated all the way in. A centering attempt, one shot blocked, the next one knocked away, and now the Blackbirds with a 2-on-1 chance. Brewer sends it over, the shot kicked away by Marone.
Nice job by Marone to track that one. He saw where the pass was going to go, and he slid over to the left post, made that save.
And now sent back, Walton has one man to beat. That's Campbell skating with him, applying good pressure as he was able to knock it away from Walton without a shot attempt. 1:35 remaining. Blackbirds trying to find the back of the net again. The pass kicks behind the goal. And cleared out by the Blues. Or once again on the attack, a shot goes wide. Held in, McKean with a slap shot. It hit a skate and trickles away, then rolls over toward the net, trying to cover it up was Mesko, but he was unable to. The puck stayed loose behind the net. Another shot goes wide. Just slap shot after slap shot for the Blues. Now the Blackbirds clear it down. This will be on target. Marone will just stop it, take his time, and then send it back out to Gorka in the neutral zone. 45 seconds remaining. 6-2 Blues on top as they'll come away with this one, barring one of the most incredible comebacks you would ever see.
Correct.
So they'll pick up the 2 points here in this round-robin style tournament. That'll put them at the top of their bracket with 4 points. Blackbirds, who won last night, have 2 points. And then the Ice Dogs and Jets are playing each other right now on a different rink. 15 seconds remain as time trickling down. 6-2, Blues on top. Blues on the attack as there's just 5 ticks left on the clock. Battle along the near boards as time expires. 6-2 is the final. It's the Blues who pick up the 2 points in this one. Connor Marone, a strong showing in goal. Tyler Wyatt provided plenty of offense, a hat trick, 3 goals for him. Goals by Cooper Walton, Landon Wishmeyer, and Cam Balga as well for the Blues. Blackbirds goal scorers, Maxton Corey and Michael Swyatt. 6-2 Blues. They pick up the points.
Yeah, that was an explosive second period there for the Blues. We mentioned 4 goals. The Blackbirds had cut it to 2-1 with an early second period goal, but the 4-goal outburst by the Blues, including a pair by Tyler Wyatt, who finished with the hat trick, kind of was the story there. No goals for the Blues in the third period, but they didn't need it. 6-2 is your final.
And next up on our docket, we'll move over to the Bantam White Tier 2. The Vipers and Pekin will play each other. That one's scheduled to start in about 20 minutes from now at 8:30. We're going to keep this stream going, though, so the first 5 games of the day, you'll be able to tune in to this exact same stream. Then we'll start up another one in the afternoon, but just keep it right here. Go ahead, take a little break. We'll step aside for a moment, and we'll have Vipers and Pekin Bantam White Tier 2 coming your way right here at 8:30. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey.
Well, welcome back here to the Darien Sportsplex in Darien, Illinois, as we get ready for our second game of the Bantam Division playoffs. Bantam White Tier 2, the Vipers and the Pekin Dragons with their second game of their playoff round robin in this tournament. Hello, everyone. This is Eric Wyatt along with my broadcast partner, Brandon Janeska. On camera, Chris Gonzalez. Brandon, we saw an explosive Blues team there in the White Tier 3 division there early on in our first game. And in this second game, we see a Vipers team that's desperately looking to get on the board here as they lost in their opener to Rockford 2-0, whereas the Dragons were a 2-1 winner yesterday over the Hawks in overtime. So Vipers definitely looking to get on the board here, and the Dragons want to keep things going.
Absolutely, and for the Vipers, it'll be interesting to see how they respond. They're the top seed coming in. They finished the regular season 32 points. They're 15-3, 1-1, one tie, one overtime loss for those 32 points. But they were the top seed, so they're not used to losing and having to come from behind. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back here today after that loss last night.
And Rockford finished the regular season 7-13-0. They were in 8th place, and yet they were able to take down the Vipers there. So, obviously playoff hockey, it's a new day. And, you have to be ready out of the gate, so the Vipers definitely want to turn things around here.
Exactly. That's what they say. All you have to do is get to the playoffs, and then anything can happen, and that's a perfect example of it. You can be the top seed coming in, but once the playoffs start, that all goes away. You have to prove it once again.
The Vipers will be in their white jerseys with black pants with their orange and black trim. In goal, let's see, I'm trying to get a number there. It looks like 97. Yeah, that is Rhett Earhart for the Vipers in goal. And for the Dragons, making his way over to the net, well, it says number 5, and that would be Maverick Burks. So Burks is your goalie to the left for the Dragons, and for the Vipers to the right, it's Rhett Earhart. We're ready to get underway here at the Campbell Rink in the Darien Sportsplex. Glad you could join us here on day one of Central State's playoff hockey coverage. We're spanning 3 different rinks. We're here in Darien. We're getting an early 2-on-1 here for the Dragons, and a shot and a save, and then the puck is loose. And then it's finally blown dead. As a shot there from the Dragons, that was from Gage Booth. Brandon able to get an early shot on Earhart, had a little trouble tracking the puck and eventually able to fall on it.
Yeah, initially it looked like it was in the glove and he was going to hold. It just popped right out at the end there. Dangerous situation, but able to cover it up.
As mentioned, we have broadcast teams in Romeoville for Pee Wee hockey, and then over in West Dundee, the Canlan and West Dundee, it's squirt hockey. So all sorts of prospect division hockey, as we're going to get an early icing call here against the Dragons. 3 locations being broadcasted from for both days. We'll be here today, Saturday. 10 games on tap here in Darien. I don't know how we draw the short straw there. We got Bantam and 10 games. Longer games, more games. But that's first world problems, Brandon. We have a face-off here inside the Dragon zone.
Exactly. Who can complain about more hockey, right?
Every game be overtime.
There we go.
And Brandon and I were talking during that first game, as there's a centering attempt out front. That one deflects. And what do we got here? Okay, they're going to say he was able to cover up. So Rhett Earhart able to cover up. Early action for Earhart. He's had to been on the money there. And he makes the save. It's going to be face up to his right. But Brandon and I is doing the announcing. We're going to try and pace ourselves here.
We talked about games going into overtime. Pekin, the Dragons have already experienced overtime in yesterday's win. That 2-1 win over the Hawks was an OT affair.
Centering attempt between the circles, no one home, so the Vipers are going to have to retreat back inside their own zone. They'll bring it up along the near boards. Sengpeel throws it to the far wall. That one's pitchforked into the zone by Michael Landon. Near corner. Unable to keep it in at the near point. Now here's Booth for the Dragons. He shoots, and that one sails over the crossbar as Red Earhart had to duck for cover. And we get a whistle. And we get a roughing penalty, it appears. Or no? Yeah, okay. I thought I saw the roughing sig. No? Yes.
Yep,
okay.
Yes, it will. That's Calvin Cadle.
It took a while for him
to the box.
Make his way over there, but you're right. Calvin Cadle gets the roughing call. Taking a while for the officials to get their operation in order. And a face-off to the right of Earhart.
Yeah, the Vipers had already gone off for a change, so they had to find Cadle on the bench and have him come out.
That's right.
And go all the way across.
Well, that's always the best strategy. Get a penalty, head to the bench, maybe they won't find you. And
exactly.
then they'll cancel the penalty. I haven't seen that work yet, but it's a good idea. Hull with the shot, and that one is saved. Check that, that's Hill. I was going to say, if his name's Hull, he's got a great hockey name right out of the gate. 4-player battle behind the wall. Now 2 more, so 6 players. That's eventually dug out by the Dragons as they work on the power play here. Rodriguez picks at that puck, leaves it in the neutral zone. Then thrown into Dragons territory. That was tipped, no icing. Out to center. Vipers look to pick it up. That's Thompson. He loses the handle, thrown back in by the Dragons. It was Hansen. Now back out to the neutral zone. Here come the losing an edge there. Just losing an edge was Dax Thompson, and then that resulted in the play going off sides, I believe.
Yeah, it looked like D'Amico Johnson also had a nice poke check there as well as he was starting to tumble.
No score, 10:40 remaining here in the opening period. 44 seconds left on the power play for the Dragons as we have a neutral zone faceoff. Now they'll play along the near wall. Sengpeel will dump it in. It's immediately thrown back out to center. Getting after that one is Jordan Cestaro. Thrown back up ice. Kept in by the Dragons. Then falling down was Cestaro. Puck is picked back up. Flip shot on net. That one's blockered aside off the shot from D'Amico Johnson. Cestaro out to the neutral zone. Johnson will throw it back in. Head for a change. Now near wall play. Good job by the Dragons to keep this puck inside Vipers territory for the moment. And then thrown back down low. And we get a whistle. And we're going to get another penalty. This one is on Reynolds.
So right after one power play ends, the other team goes right onto the power play now with a man advantage.
He might have gotten 2 penalties here. Yeah, there's 2 players in the box. So I think what happened was the initial call was a slashing, and then he was arguing, and then he made like a technical signal, but it'd be unsportsmanlike conduct. So I think Reynolds is going to serve, Mason Reynolds is going to serve some additional time there.
Actually, I think it's 2 separate players. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
So it's going to be 5-on-3. Big opportunity for the Vipers.
Yeah, that one just flipped on the board. Shot goes wide. Yeah, the other player in the box is Cooper Betson for the Dragons. He was not sure which one got the slashing, which one got the unsportsman, but either way, it is a 5-on-3 advantage for the Vipers, and now stoppage play. The referees are like, palms up. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, they tried blowing the whistle, and the players just kept going. That one hit the crossbar, and then it looked like it hit the netting as well, so it went out of play.
So we'll have a face-off to the right of Maverick Burks. That's a great, great name. Whether you're a forward or goalie, Maverick. Here's Kelly. Tipped into the zone. Dragons trying to get it out. Again, they're trying to work on a 5-on-3 disadvantage. Shot goes wide. That one was shoveled through by Sengpil, Lucas Sengpil. Now, top of the circles. Shot goes wide again over to the far wall.
Had a lot of traffic to try to get that puck through to the net. Never got there.
Between the circles again, another shot that goes wide. So Kelly goes wide. The Vipers are having some problems with their targets right now, not able to get that puck on net so far. They're getting chances, just haven't been able to keep Maverick Burks busy here because the shots keep going wide. 51 seconds remaining on the 5-on-3 advantage for the Vipers. Fox from the top of the far circle, and that one is gloved down by Maverick Burks. So that time they are able to get a shot on. A little bit of traffic, but Burks was able to see that one through and hold on for the faceoff.
Yeah, that was a great job by Burks just to track that puck all the way in. Looked like he had it the entire way, able to glove it and get the whistle. And this 5-on-3 opportunity is like a gift for the Vipers, it seemed like the Dragons had all the momentum out of the gates, but it would go back to the Dragons if the Vipers can't capitalize.
Yeah, we got a puck knocked down with a high stick, so we're going to get a neutral zone draw. That shot from Rodriguez just sailed over the crossbar of Burks, and now it's going to come down all the way into the Vipers zone. So this is a nice break here for the Dragons. Here's Addison Betson off the draw. Her shot goes wide over into the far corner. It's going to be tracked down by the Vipers, thrown into the zone. And that's going to be an icing call against the Vipers, as touching up the puck was Betson. So just 24 seconds remaining on the 5-on-3 advantage for the Vipers. And again, they're going to be in their defensive zone. An offensive zone draw for the Dragons. It'll be Booth taking it up against Thompson. Face off to the right of Earhart. Booth tries to backhand it. He did. A couple stuff attempts there by Hansen, but Earhart was up to the challenge. And another shot goes between the legs. That was Booth. He was up high on that far side, threw it towards the net, and that hit between the legs of Earhart into the net, and Booth gives the Dragons the 1-0 lead, shorthanded even.
Yeah, and that's a heartbreaker for the Vipers. Again, it seems like the Dragons have all the momentum, and now even more so as they're able to capitalize on a shorthanded attempt when down 2 players.
Now here's Houston. Houston for the Vipers. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. And now both players have been released from the penalty box. We're back at even strength. And we're going to get choppy play here. It's like a lot of stopping and starting so far. We still have 7.5 minutes remaining, 7:34. 4-1 is your shot advantage in favor of the Dragons. Yeah, and it's kind of like offense has gone cold for the Vipers right now. You talked about them being the top team in the regular season. They were shut out yesterday by Rockford. And they still only have 1 shot so far today. You're going to look to see them pick that. Oh, we're going to have a penalty here behind the play as we have a Vipers player down. And we'll see if that's a roughing call.
Yeah, that's Will Dion who's down behind the net. Definitely felt that one just flattened back there, and now back to the power play go the Vipers.
You haven't seen the signal yet, but elbow. Elbow is the call. That's on 22. That is Jacob Tongat. We'll get the elbow call, so now the Vipers a chance to get right back on the power play. This will only be a 5-on-4, but again, give them an opportunity to get some pucks towards the net, maybe get the equalizer there and break their playoff scoring drought.
Yeah, and it looked like they had opportunities on the
Right.
5-on-3. They were sending it toward the net, but only one official shot on goal during that whole sequence despite a two-man advantage.
Houston fires between the circles. There wasn't any traffic, though, in the way of that shot, so that was tracked nicely by Maverick Burks, and he holds on for the face-off to his left. Draw taken by the Vipers. Slapper from the top of the near circle was denied, and then it was just thrown back on net, and Burks covers up again. So right off the draw there, the Vipers were able to get a couple shots. One was blocked. The second one was kind of pushed through. That was pushed through. I had 17. I don't see a 17, though. Oh, check wrong team. That's Thompson. Check that. Ethan Saputis. There's a shot deflected up in the air. Dragons come down with it, and they clear out the center. Now Houston. Behind the Vipers' net, Houston will have to track it down. He flipped. Oh, that one did hit the netting, so this will result in another defensive zone draw for the Vipers. And remember, Brandon, on that 5-on-3 shorthanded situation for the Dragons, they were able to get a couple defensive zone draws or offensive zone draws, and they were able to capitalize with a shorthanded goal. Here's Purdy. Loses the handle. Sengpil peels it away. He's got Reichel to the right in the middle. Shoots, and a big save made, and then he crashed into the net big time. He is down. And now he's getting back up there, but he had a glorious opportunity. And now he's back on his feet. That is Landon Michael.
Definitely felt that one bringing the goal off its bearings, and maybe a little upset with himself as well that he wasn't able to beat Burks on that opportunity. A lot of strong play so far from Maverick Burks.
That was a nice pass by Sengpil right to the middle. And Landon Michael was able to get that shot towards the net. Save made, but yeah, then you said he crashed right into the post. Took the net off the moorings. All right, so we have more penalties there. And now we get an icing call, so we got another penalty on the Dragons again. So 21 is in the box. I didn't see the call. That's Zayden Wall. That must have been right after the offensive zone play there, Brandon. But it's another 5-on-3 for the next 51 seconds for the Vipers.
Yeah, and I think it was just on running him into the own goal and a roughing call there. So
here's Booth again. Booth! He flips it high over the net. Another shorthanded opportunity there for the Dragons. They've had 2 shorthanded opportunities on 5-on-3s. That's impressive. 5-on-3 shorthanded, not man advantage. This one comes all the way down. That one's going to be knocked aside by Earhart. 1-0 Dragons. 5:39 to go here in the opening period. Vipers, however, with another 2-man advantage between the circles. Flip shot! And that one is saved by Maverick Burks, and then it's thrown back into the Vipers zone. That was a long, slow icing as that one just inched behind the goal line there, but eventually it was whistled down for icing.
Yeah, and how about the job of this Dragons power or penalty kill squad so far?
Yeah.
You mentioned the shorthanded goal. They had 2 shorthanded goals in 20 regular season games. They had one, as you mentioned, down 2 Down to 2 players.
Right off the draw, that one either ricocheted. Oh, the puck is loose! They hit the crossbar off the draw, and then the puck was loose in the crease. Here's Rodriguez. Far side. Shot on net. Save made by Burks. A lot of traffic, and they're going to say he's hold. Oh, wait, they're going to say the puck is in. So we got a goal. We got a goal for the Vipers. They get the equalizer. And that is 24. I don't have it 24. Yeah, I do. Sorry. That's Lucas Sengpeel.
Yeah, Burke's trying to plead his case, saying that it never got in and that the whistle had blown, but that's not the case. Trying to plead his case with the official.
So that'll be a power play goal. But just moments before that, off the draw, the Vipers fired it and it ricocheted off the crossbar and then went over to the far wall. It's been a good answer here by the Vipers, and we're all tied up at 1. .444 to go here in first period play. We're all tied at 1 after back-to-back two-man advantages for the Vipers on the power play. They allowed a shorthander in their first two-man advantage. In this second one, they allowed a shorthanded opportunity, but then they were eventually able to get the equalizer hit there off of a scramble in the net, getting the puck past Maverick Burks.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do if you're the Dragons is let this Vipers offense wake up. We, again, have mentioned that this was the top-seeded team coming into the postseason, now on the board for the first time in the playoffs. Is that the spark they needed?
8-5 is a shot advantage. Now tilted in favor of the Vipers, so that things have changed quickly after getting a couple two-man advantage opportunities. And if you're peeking right here, Brandon, you want to find a way to stay out of the box. It's great that you scored a shorthanded goal, but you don't want to be putting yourself in a position where you're on your heels the majority of the period.
Yeah, that's the thing. Good teams will find a way if you keep giving them opportunities, and that was the case for the Vipers. You killed off the 1 5-on-3, and then shortly after, give them another one.
Here's Cadle. Cadle trying to navigate around the official. Still has the puck, then it's knocked off his stick, thrown out to center. Houston will track it and throws it off the near wall. Picked up by Weiland. Then Fox overskates it, retreats. Back to Houston. Near wall pass, tipped by Lucius. And kept in. Had his stick knocked out with Saputis. Now Thompson lost the handle. The Dragons clear it over to the far wall. We're down to 3:17 in the opening period, tied at 1. Fox flips it on net. And Maverick Burks, they're going to say he covered it up, so we'll have a face-off to his left. Actually, yeah. Oh, no, they're having an issue. I don't know what to do. He put the puck down in the goal. I thought he was going to do some maintenance there. I don't know why he put the puck down in the goal.
May it just slipped out of the hand or something. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I thought he was like motioning that they had to do some maintenance around that post, but that's not the case. So either way, we're back in action. Vipers trying to keep it in along that far wall, unable to, and it skirts out the center. Knocked back in. Centering attempt, Fox is able to pick it up and throw it towards the far wall. And then a flip shot goes behind the net off the stick of Logan Hansen and the Dragons. Here's Thompson. Thompson for the Vipers will throw it in and chase. As the Vipers will head for some changes. Sengpeel pulls it back. Thrown back out to center Rodriguez for the Vipers. Backhands it in. There's some lumber lying on the ice there. Official picks it up. Or probably more accurately is there's some fiber composite. Here's Wynn. Wynn for the Vipers. Over to the far wall, kept in. Shot, pad save made off the shot by Hill. Saved by Red Earhart. And then another save. Then that puck is swept away. Then thrown down into Dragons territory, but it was deflected, so no icing call. Addison Betson gets there first for the Dragons, and then it's thrown out to center where Rodriguez will play it. Down to a minute and a half to go in the opening period. 1-1 is your score here in White Tier 2 playoff hockey. McCreary kind of lost the handle and picked up by Steininger. Steininger will throw it all the way down, but that's going to go for an icing call with a minute 11 to go in the opening period. It'll be an offensive zone draw for the Dragons. It'll be to the left of Red Earhart.
After it was basically all Dragons early on in this one, things have really evened out here of late.
Yeah, we talked about that's kind of what the Vipers needed. Like you said, getting that first one maybe loosened things up for them because they played much better since then. Obviously, getting back-to-back 5-on-3 advantages helps a little bit with that, but it wasn't as if the Dragons were on their heels during that whole time. They got a shorthanded goal out of the first one. Puck dumped down. Hey, another icing call. So we'll do it again. Back inside Vipers territory. This time it'll be to the right of Earhart. Shots on goal now 9-7 in favor of the Vipers. 51 seconds to go. Period 1.
And it was actually an icing call that gave that shorthanded goal opportunity to the Dragons.
Right. Sestaro. Centering attempt. Never gets on net. Thrown over to the far point, Thompson. Hill will backhand it outside the zone. Houston will play it for the Vipers. Flips it off the far wall out to the neutral zone. And down to 23 seconds. Cato will dump it in and head for a change. Actually, no, he'll stay at. Now he's waiting for his change, and now he'll head off. That one's pitchforked down by Sestaro. Centered between the circles. And then Lucius will flip it on net. Covering up to make the save is Maverick Burks with 4 seconds to go in the period.
And with time trickling down, good idea. Just toss that puck on net, see what can happen. Get yourself an offensive zone draw.
Yeah, never a bad play to put the puck on the net, that's for sure. Here's the draw taken by the Dragons. They'll throw it over to the near side, and time will wind down in the opening period. We're tied at 1. Goals scored by Gage Booth for Pekin. And then Lucas Sengpeel got the equalizer. We're tied at 1. We'll take an audio break. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Back here at the Darien Sportsplex as we get ready for second period action. Both teams will change sides now as Red Earhart will be to the left along with his Vipers. They'll be going left to right. And to your right, Maverick Burks with the Dragons going right to left. Second period face-off. Shots on goal in that first period, 10-7 in favor of the Vipers. Here's Lucius with a backhander. That one was saved. Thrown over to the near wall, Fox. Flipper, oh, that one deflected by Wynn. Goes into the near corner, never got on to Burke. Now Kelly for the Vipers. I feel like I'm going to drop this pen down, so I'm going to put it on the table. I'm playing with fire, Brandon.
Maybe a nice fan would toss it back up.
Yeah, you never know. Blake Vanderbloom throws that puck in behind the net. Vipers will dig it out and trying to throw it out to center. They will. Getting there first, however, was Cooper Betson. They have a couple Betsons for the Dragons, Brandon. We have Addison Betson, number 1, and then Cooper Betson, number 18.
Always great when it's a family affair.
That's right.
Get everyone involved.
Yeah, definitely hockey, too. It's usually you see a lot of course, that's probably true in most sports, too. If you get a soccer playing family, they're all at soccer. Hockey playing family, same thing there. Baseball. Pass between the circles, trying to get it to Sengpeel. He's knocked down from behind. Now the Dragons throw it out to center. Hansen skating after it. Getting there first is Rodriguez. Tries to backhand it up along the near wall and is eventually thrown out to center. There's Thompson. Thompson for the Vipers tries to take it wide, drop it back to Sengpeel. Kept in. Hill will get there first. Connor Hill. Thrown up ice along the near wall. And skating up is Logan Hansen. They're going to say that's an offsides call against the Dragons. So we'll have a neutral zone face-off.
Yeah, it was close. It looked like he just wasn't able to cross the zone in time. It just got over the blue line when he gathered that puck.
Booth will take the draw for the Dragons. He was going up against Aiden Wynn. Weiland dumps the puck inside the zone. Play along the far wall. Flipper goes to the far point, and then that one was deflected on net with Maverick Burks able to cover up for the faceoff. It would be a faceoff to his right, 11:52 to go in period 2.
Vipers are doing a really nice job of elevating their shots. A lot of those ones for Maverick Burks, he's having to track them in the air.
Yeah, that might have been a point of emphasis here as the Dragons go the other way. Shot flipped on net. That was steered aside. Another one doesn't get there as stepping in front to block the shot was Jordan Sestaro. And now out to center. Here's Domenico Johnson. And they're going to say they carried that one in off sides. So we'll have another stoppage of play. Yeah, feels a lot of stopping and starting in this game compared to that first game. Especially those first 2 periods in the first game kind of flew by. There was a lot of goals scored, but it wasn't a whole lot of stopping and starting. Here in this game, just the way it's kind of played out, we've had a lot of icings, a lot of offsides. As Saputis dumps the puck in for the Vipers.
Yeah, neither team has really been able to secure the offensive zone on either side, so it's a lot of back and forth, and when you're unable to hold the zone, that's where you get those icings.
Lucius will flip it back down low, forcing the Dragons to chase, as Purdy will gather it up. Fans on his clear attempt. And it's thrown over to the far wall by Addison Betson. Out to center. That one gets past Gavin Lucius. Lucius will have to track it down and head back up ice. Here's Lucius along the near wall. Top of the near circle. Flip shot, and again, another high shot. That one gloved down by Maverick Burks, but yeah, I think you're onto something there, Brandon, is the Vipers are looking to take that puck up high, test out the glove and the blocker side for Maverick Burks.
So far, for the most part, Burks has been up for the challenge.
Win on the draw. Dragons get it out the center. Michael brings it back in, however, for the Vipers. Could be a 3-on-2 as I'm going a little further past my dog leash here of my headset. Wraparound attempt. That one's denied. Maverick Burks doing a good job of covering up on that one by the stuff attempt by Landon Michael. Coming up on 10 minutes remaining in period 2. We're still tied at 1. First period goals for Gage Booth for the Dragons and Lucas Sengpeel for the Vipers, and that's where we're at, 1-1 with 9:51 to go, period 2. Michael dumps it in, dumps back out. Oh, well offsides was Sengpeel on that one. And we're going to have a neutral zone draw along the far wall. 14-8 now as your shots tally in favor of the Vipers. Thompson going up against Zayden Wall there. That one's thrown back into Vipers territory but is deflected, no icing. Wall will throw it between the circles. That's picked off by Rodriguez. Rodriguez will skate it in. Rodriguez. Then a backhanded passing attempt was denied. Gets back to Wayland. Tries to throw it on net, but Wall got in front of that one. Now Thompson carries it back in and dumps it in the far corner. Good pressure here by the Vipers. Stenninger keeps it in play. Weiland in the near corner. He's joined by Wynn. Wynn digs it out. Now Stenninger, cross ice pass between the circles. Rodriguez fires. That one goes wide. Back up. Oh, and a nice keep there by Rodriguez. Backhands it down low. But Betson will play that one. That is Cooper Betson trying to backhand it outside the zone, and it eventually gets out to center, but that was a lot of zone time for the Vipers in that last particular sequence.
Couple of nice looks there by the Vipers, who are maintaining this offensive pressure.
That was a close offsides call there, but the referee was right on it, so we'll have a neutral zone draw along the near wall with 8:25 to go. The Vipers definitely seem to be more on solid footing, if you will, after falling behind 1-0 and still coming off that 2-0 loss to Rockford yesterday. So, but it's still a 1-1 game, and this is anyone's hockey game right now. That's probably stating the obvious since it's 1-1, but we had a 2-1 game in that first period, and then it wasn't anyone's hockey game after a short while. Shot on net, save made off the shot from Aiden Wynn. Burks holds on. He'll have face-off to his right.
Yeah, and you mentioned the shot totals earlier. It's 15-8 in favor of the Vipers, so they're having the looks.
Yeah.
But so far, Maverick Burks not letting them through.
Yeah, you remember at one point it was a 4-1 advantage for the Dragons. Obviously, those 2 5-on-3s gave the Vipers a chance to kind of get some offensive traction, and then they've kind of picked it up since then. They have a 7 shots on goal advantage over the Dragons at this point. Sestaro tries to keep it in, unable to, and that's going to get all the way into the Viper zone. It's going to be tracked down by Connor Kelly. Kelly's pass was kept in. Purdy tries to dump it down low. And then it's eventually picked up by Jordan Sestaro. Sestaro throws it out to center. And that one's going to roll wide of net just for icing. So again, one of those slow-moving pucks for the icing, but it eventually gets down there. So we'll have an offensive zone draw now for the Dragons. This one will be to the right of Rhett Earhart. We haven't had call Earhart's name too much recently either, Brandon. As I call his name right now because he makes a save right off the draw.
But yeah, to your point, early on, he was being peppered with opportunities for the Dragons, one of them going in on that short-handed goal. But yeah, lately it's been mostly Vipers on the offensive.
Another shot off the draw. That one goes wide into the far corner. Centering attempt. Here's Purdy coming in from the near point. He throws it on net. Not a whole lot on it, but forcing Earhart to make a save and hold on as there was some encroaching black jerseys, so he thought better of it. Cover up, live to fight another day, face off to his right. Oh, that one, Booth whistled that one through the crease. Gage Booth, who has the lone goal for the Dragons at this point. Now play behind the net. Inside Dragons territory, 6.5 minutes to go. In period 2, we're all knotted up at 1. Glad you could join us on Central State's playoff hockey here from Darien, one of our 3 broadcast locations this weekend. We also have Romeoville and West Dundee in play and being televised in Prospect Division play. Here's Booth now for the Dragons. Fires a shot, and that one saved. Nice save made by Earhart there. That one, Booth had a whole lot on that one. And now it's flipped out to center. No deflection here. This will go down for icing. Now 6:02 to go.
Well, you called out Earhart not having to do a whole lot. Well, now he's starting to get some more looks as the Dragons starting to get back on the attack.
Yeah, we said it was 15-7 or 15-8 shot advantage, now 15-10. So as you mentioned, Brandon, the Dragons are kind of chipping away here, looking to get the go-ahead goal. Domenico Johnson spun around, had the puck taken away. Saputis looking to center. But Johnson was doing a good job of interrupting that opportunity to center and gets it out the hands. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a trip. This would be a delayed call against the Vipers. Yeah, it's center ice. And the legs taken out was Hansen. And so we have a penalty for the Vipers. And heading to the box is Leo Steininger. So power play time now for the Dragons. Face off to the right of Red Earhart. Dragons win the draw. Cooper Betson slaps it down low. Betson tries to keep it in, but it skirts past him. Oh, and then Wynn shot out of a cannon. Looking for a shorthanded opportunity. Rodriguez tries to backhand it in the zone. Doesn't get there. Is deflected wide. McCreary will dump it in for the Dragons, and they'll chase. 5:04 to go in period 2. Minute 26 on the power play for Pekin. Turnaround slapper does not get on net. And it's back out to center. Oh, nice stick handling move, shorthanded opportunity, and it's tucked in by Lucius. Lucius stick handled around a couple defenders and gets the first goal of the second period, a shorthanded goal. So of the 3 goals we've had today, 2 are shorthanded and 1's on the power play. So it's all about the special teams here, and that gives the Vipers the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, what are the odds of that? That all these shorthanded opportunities, one of them coming on a 5-on-3.
Right. Yeah, you can't relax just because you're on the power play. I guess that's the lesson learned here. You still have to defend, and you saw that earlier. Wynn was shot out of a cannon looking for a shorthanded opportunity. And that time Booth stick handled around a pair of defensemen and then got that puck past Maverick Burks. 55 seconds remaining on the power play for Pekin. 4:24 to go in period 2. And it looks like we'll have a center ice draw. 16-10 now, the shots in favor of the Vipers. Booth on the draw against Thompson. That's won by Pekin. And now into the Viper zone. It's thrown back out. This should be icing. Yep, it is. So an offensive zone draw now for Pekin. It'll be to the right of Red Earhart. And I think this is an important face-off win, face-off for both teams here. If Pekin and Booth can get this draw, get it back to Purdy. Oh, instead of getting it to Purdy, they went to the left wing, and he fires a shot just going wide. That was off the stick of Sullivan McCreary. Now a stuff attempt there at the near post. And holding on was Earhart for the faceoff. So a couple good sequences there for Pekin, but nothing to show for it, but at least they're getting some pucks on net.
Yeah, that was McCreary again with the wraparound and then just, as you said, trying to stuff it home, but nothing there. Earhart wouldn't allow it.
Here's Sangpeel. Sangpeel. Oh, that's a push from behind. That should have been a penalty. Could have been. Kelly with a shot, and it's tucked through! And that looks like that was Will Dion. I think the penalty had already expired, so it's an even strength goal, but Dion gets the goal, and it's a 3-1 lead now for the Vipers.
Yeah, that was right as the player was coming out of the box. So for all intents and purposes, it basically was like a shorthanded goal. All the effort was done shorthanded.
Yeah, so the Dragons had a couple cracks at it down to our left, but then the puck got into Dragons territory. And the Vipers have been very opportunistic. Shorthanded. 3-1 lead with 3:09 to go here in period number 2. So the run of scoreless hockey from the Vipers has come to a resounding end here as they've now pocketed 3 goals, 2 here in this second period to take a 3-1 advantage over the Dragons.
And that's one thing we talked about early on is you don't want to give good teams opportunities. The Vipers proved all regular season they are a good team. You give them extra chances, they'll make you pay.
That's what happened here so far. Here's Johnson, will throw it over to the near wall. Backhand attempt to get it outside the zone is successful. And that's going to be tracked down by the Vipers, and they'll bring it immediately back inside the zone. Now behind the net. Over to the near wall. Spinning around, eluding a defender there is Jacob Tonget. Wall had the puck taken away. And now Johnson throws it to the far wall. Seems like the hitting has picked up a little bit here too.
Yeah, starting to play a little bit more physical. Maybe the Dragons a little bit of anger on their end.
Whalen with the shot throws it behind the net. He's given a rough ride there by Cooper Betson. Weiland, he's run at by Youngette as well, so looks like Weiland is target practice right now. And they'll bring the puck in off sides. I think it was still within the bounds of play, but it was just Weiland just happened to be the recipient on back-to-back knocks into the board here.
Yeah, just try to get your licks where you can, and Weiland was the one that was there.
Here's Booth inside the zone. Stick handles trying to get around one defender, but was not successful. Now Hill will dump it back in for Pekin. That one puck knocked down with a high stick, but yep, they eventually call it because it went to Addison Betson. So puck will face-off will go all the way down into Pekin territory. It'll be to the right of Maverick Burks.
And now things have shifted in terms of the momentum from where we were when this game began. Now it seems like the Dragons are the ones who are reeling a little bit.
Right. And I think that might have to do, or some of the physicality that's picked up a little bit, some of that frustration might be coming out, but they've been good clean hits. Here's Wynn going wide, trying to backhand it towards the net, but never able to get there. As Addison Betson did a nice job playing that one. Rodriguez between the circles. He's knocked down, but manages to get the puck to Lucius. Nice effort there by Rodriguez. Down on both knees. He got the puck to Lucius between the circles to get a shot off. Now Wynn. Wynn will dump and head for a change. Saputis on the near wall. Near point, Steininger, flip shot. That one deflected just a little bit. Might have hit Purdy on the way to the net. But either way, Maverick Burke's able to cover it up for the faceoff. 3-1 lead here for the Vipers with 40 seconds remaining in period number 2. Shots on goal now 18-11 in favor of the host Vipers. Shouldn't say host, home team. Fox, top of the near circle. Sangpeel stopped it and then backhanded. Thompson with a shot. He whistles that wide. 30 seconds to go. Out to center. Fox will track it down inside his own zone circle. Back to center ice. No one in particular there, and that's going to roll down for another painfully slow icing call. Well, the face-off will be to the right of Red Earhart. 15 seconds now to go in period 2, with the Vipers holding a 3-1 lead.
And if you're Pekin, you just want to put some pressure on. Even if you don't score in these 15 seconds, win the face-off and get a little bit of momentum going into the final period.
Cooper Betson fires the shot. It gets deflected into the near corner. So that's exactly what they tried to do there, Brandon. They just weren't able to get it on net. And time will wind down here in period 2. A pair of goals for the Vipers. Gavin Lucius with a shorthanded goal. And then our first even strength goal came by Will Dion, but that was just as the penalty was expiring, so that could have been another shorthanded goal. And we stand, it's a 3-1 lead for the Vipers over the Dragons. We'll take a quick audio break. This is Central States Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Period 3 about to get underway here in Darien. A 3-1 lead for the Vipers after trailing 1-0. In period 1, they were able to get the equalizer, and they added 2 more in period 2, and that's where we stand. It's a 3-1 lead for the Vipers heading into period 3. Vipers looking for their first playoff win of their portion of the round robin bracket. Pekin got a 2-1 overtime win over the Hawks yesterday. They're looking to get their second victory, but they have a little work to do. They trail by 2. Vipers now going right to left, Pekin left to right. Same goaltenders, Maverick Burks to our left, and Red Earhart to our right for the Vipers. Vipers will bring it forward. Cadell dumps that puck inside the zone. Calvin Cadell. Now Houston will pinch in from the near point, throws it in front of the goal, but no white jerseys there to play it. That one thrown on net, and that one steered aside into the near corner. Puck down, no icing. And then out to the neutral zone. One of the goal scorers there for the Vipers, that was Will Dion. At that second period goal for the Vipers to give them the 3-1 lead. Rodriguez tries to keep it in, but Pekin gets it outside. Here's Wynn. Wynn will skate behind his own net. He's being tracked by Booth. Pekin tries to backhand it towards the net. Puck is still there. Hansen tucks it. And they're going to say he held on as Hansen tried to pluck that one away from Red Earhart. Well, face off to the left.
Yeah, nice job of Earhart just staying strong, maintaining the post.
He gave that look to Hansen, too. He's like, what do you think you're doing? Spun around, kept in by Purdy at the near point, but that one escapes. Here's Lucius. 2-on-1 here for the Vipers. Cross-ice pass, and that one rolls off the stick of Ethan Saputis. Rodriguez picks it up, flips it between the circles, but that one never gets through, and it's thrown back into Vipers territory. Steininger will play it, spins, avoids some pressure. The Vipers immediately back in transition. Kept in by Rodriguez at that near point. That's 2 keeps by him here. Well, that one flipped off the glass. Nothing he can do on that one. He'll track it back down. Rodriguez for the Vipers. Eludes a defender along the far wall. Has the puck poked away, however, after the second defender. And Fox will play it for the Vipers behind his own net. Here's Lucius, 1-on-2, gets around a defender. Lucius fires. Oh, he saw that whole right side wide open. But Maverick Burks able to make a glove save there. And Lucius could have had his second goal of the game.
Yeah, and a nice job, like you said, 1v2. Able to skate around and get that clean look.
We saw in his first goal he got around a pair of defenders. That one flipped on net, glove save made. And then the follow-up rebound attempt went behind the net. That whistle, we got a roughing call. And heading to the box is Sengpeel. Well, roughing on Sengpeel. He immediately went to the box. So power play time here for Pekin, looking to cut their deficit to 1. They trail 3-1 with 10:51 to go in the third period. Oh, here's Cadle. Calvin Cadle, shorthanded attempt. And covering up and making the save was Maverick Burks, but another shorthanded attempt in this game, this time for the Vipers, is Caden Cadle. This was blasted outside the zone there.
Yeah, Cadle just went between a pair of defenders there and it just used his speed to get that clean look, and a little frustrated with himself, banging the stick on the ice after the shot attempt, hit it right into the body of Burks.
But either way, he earned his team an offensive zone draw while you're shorthanded, so that's always where you want to be, is on the opposite end of where they can score on you. Hansen will flip it inside the zone. It's immediately thrown back out by the Vipers. Self-pass by Cadle. Boy, Cadle's been flying around out here in the third period. Now he'll head for a change. Actually, not just yet. Minute 15 to go on the power play for Pekin. Steininger will throw it back inside the zone. No icing. So the Dragons having a little difficulty here on their power play, and then that pass goes awry. Sestaro will play it. He loses the handle for a moment, able to get it back outside the zone. Johnson, Domenico Johnson, flip shot on net. Oh, and it trickles in! It's in the net! That's a goal. Yeah, the other official is saying a goal. That is a goal. I saw it slip by, and Domenico Johnson just looked like a harmless play, flipping it from that far board, but able to get the goal on the power play, and it's a 3-2 game now. And the Dragons got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, they needed that one, and now plenty of time, down by just one. It looked like, as you said, Earhart had it. There's been a couple of times, though, that it's been in the glove, and then it seems like it just pops out late. And that was the case there as well.
Yeah, it took a while there, but I could see it just slip behind him and go into the net. The far side official wasn't able to see it clearly, but the near side official, our near side, was able to come in and point out that that puck did get in the net. Otherwise, if this near side official doesn't see that, they might have whistled that play dead, and that could have been a big controversy. But they got the right call. And it's 3-2 now with 9 minutes remaining in period 3. Pekin looking to get the equalizer now. Shots now 22-15 in favor of the Vipers. Wynn gets it between the circles, back up high over to Saputis. Saputis gets it back, fires it from the far circle, top of the far circle, and that one is an easy glove save made by Maverick Burks.
Have a score update on the other two teams in this bracket, the Hawks and Rockford. The Hawks with a 5-0 lead in that one.
Wow.
So chance to really shake up this bracket and make things interesting going into the third game.
Yeah, if you get all four teams are 1-1. Of course, the Hawks, I think they get an extra point with the overtime loss, right?
They do, yeah. So they would be in first if all these scores hold.
That's crazy. Here's Thompson skating in. He'll take it over to the near corner. Nice job carrying that puck as Thompson tries to center. It gets deflected up high. Oh, nice keep in by Steininger. Steininger doing a good job of keeping that puck inside the zone. Now behind the net, two white jerseys converging. And Domenico Johnson will flip it to the far wall. Steininger will keep it in. Flip down low, Sengpil. Now over to the near wall. Hansen tries to pull it out the center and eventually slaps it that way. And he'll head for a change. And stoppage of play there. We'll have an offensive zone draw for Pekin with 7:43 to go. It'll be to the right of Red Earhart. Vipers gain possession. Here's Dion with one of the goals. Flips it. Getting a glove on that one was Burks. Addison Betson throws it to the near wall. That escapes Houston. And Houston eventually chips it back into Pekin territory. Not out. Kept in. That one goes wide off the shot by Sestero. This kind of feels like danger time here for Pekin if they're unable to get this puck outside the zone. Cato throws that puck down low. Kept in by Sestero, throws it on net. Maverick Burks will cover up and make a faceoff. Yeah, probably a stoppage of play and getting a faceoff and some fresh players on the ice. Probably a good thing here for Pekin because it just kind of felt like, oh, we're going to get a penalty on Pekin? No.
It looked like there was some extracurriculars after the whistle there, some pushing and shoving.
So they each get roughing calls, do they? And we got Weiland for the Vipers and Purdy for Pekin. And so offsetting minors, still 5-on-5 play. Johnson flips it over to the near corner. And Carrying the puck outside the zone is Zayden Wall. Wall shooting! Blocker save made by Earhart. Then Kelly will steer it into that near corner. Oh, Fox knocked that one down, almost trickled on net. But now Lucius cross-ice pass, missing Saputis. But Saputis follows through and carries it inside the zone. No icing, as Rodriguez will play it. For the Vipers, we're down to 5:48, still a 3-2 lead for the Vipers. Rodriguez throws it down below the goal line. Kept in by Lucius along the near wall. Flipped out to center. Thrown back in by Steininger. Steininger now will carry it between the circles, goes wide, shoots, scores! Steininger, Leo Steininger with the whistler, gets it past Maverick Burks. The second goal of the third period goes to the Vipers, and now they're back on top 4-2. They get their 2-goal advantage back.
And Steininger, just a nice job creating some space for himself and making that opportunity, then finishing.
Yeah, he moved right and then shot left. And got it past Maverick Burks. We're going to get an offsides call here against Pekin. Neutral zone draw, 26-16 now is the shot advantage for the Vipers. 5:09 to go in period 3. Vipers looking to get their first playoff victory in this bracket, even their record at 1-1. And if Pekin's unable to come back, they'll fall to 1-1. Hits the side of the net, covering up as Earhart for the faceoff.
There was almost some friendly fire there.
Yeah.
Pass that trickled a little too close for Earhart's liking.
4:44 to go. Face off to the right of Earhart. Hill gets it on net. That one's gloved up by Earhart. It was not Hill, that was Wall. Sorry, that was Wall. Zayden Wall with the shot. Here's Cadle. Flips it out to center. And that was brought back in off sides by Pekin.
If you're Pekin, you have the offensive pressure right now. You still have plenty of time, down by 2, but you'd like to get a goal in the next minute or so, maybe minute or 2. Really give yourself a good chance.
Cato dumps it in and chases. He's able to get to the puck first. Throws it behind the net, centering attempt between the circles. And it's steered over to the near wall. Hansen tried to play it. Houston keeps it in, throws it on net, blockered aside by Burks. Thrown off the glass and out to the neutral zone. Here comes Hansen. Hansen, cross-ice pass. Right on net. Oh, unable to get the shot through was Tongat.
Tried to backhand it, just couldn't get it clean.
Where is that one? Somehow, Earhart was able to make the save. I thought that one went through the skates of Houston. It might have, but Earhart was able to follow it all the way through and hold on for the faceoff to his right. Now it's 3:50 to go in period number 3. 4-2 lead for the Vipers as they bring it out to center. Pass too far out in front of Lucius. Steininger will keep it in. Leo Steininger had that last goal for the Vipers. The good individual effort and a strong wrister, getting it past Maverick Burks. Here's Booth. Booth for Pekin, taking it in the middle, going wide. Shooting glove save made by Earhart.
Yeah, whenever you see Booth coming with a little bit of speed, you know he's dangerous already with a goal today.
Yep. And you're starting to see Red Earhart pick up his play here. He's made some nice saves over this last few sequences. There's another one right off the draw, and he's covering up. He's making the right decisions, when to play it, when to freeze it. So it's not like Pekin isn't keeping Red Earhart busy here. They definitely are, but he's been up to the challenge here. Kept in by Addison Betson. Thrown to the far wall. That escapes Purdy. Out to the neutral zone where Betson will backhand it back to center ice, but brought back in offsides by the Vipers. Just over 3 minutes to go here in period 3. 3:01 to be exact. 4-2 lead for the Vipers as both teams will make some changes.
For the Dragons, they had about 5 shots in the last minute of game time. Earhart up for the task for all of it.
Another offsides call. So now we're going to end the game how we started the game with a lot of whistles. Wall will take the draw for Pekin. Domenico Johnson, who has 1 goal, flips that one high. Goes over to the near wall. Keep in by Cooper Betson. Brought back out by Thompson and the Vipers. That one got, I think it hit the referee along that near wall. And now going the other way is Wall. Cross-ice pass finds Tonga. We'll have to chase it down with Sestaro on his back. Eventually flipped out to center by Landon Michael. Booth missed the pass. Rodriguez picks up the loose change, and he'll backhand that puck inside the zone as they're coming up on 2 minutes remaining. Thompson spinning around, drops it back to Sestaro. Sestaro had it taken away by Tonga, who backhands it towards the net, just out of the reach there of Hansen. Hansen centers, but no black jerseys there yet. Shot on net, paddled aside, up high. Cooper Betson flips it between the circles. And Pekin is definitely trying to get back within 1 here. 1.5 minutes to go. Puck goes through the crease.
They have the extra attacker, no goalie.
Empty net to our left. There's Domenico Johnson. Dumps it in. On net. Not a bad play after we saw a puck go through before. That's how Domenico scored the first goal.
Yeah, just shoot it on net. If nothing else, you get that offensive zone draw as we have a timeout.
Timeout taken by the Dragons here as they trail 4-2. So they have that goal empty to our left. Pulled the goalie for the extra attacker. And now with the stoppage of play, they'll call a timeout and strategize. Priority 1 for the Dragons here, Brandon, is winning this offensive zone draw. And likewise, if you're the Vipers, winning the defensive zone draw.
Exactly. This faceoff is going to be huge with just 1:23 left. A 2-goal advantage if you're the Vipers, and you know that there's no goalie on the other end. You have that empty net, so if you can win that draw, try to send a puck down nice and really just apply the dagger here in this one.
Yeah, what the coaches are probably saying, though, if you're the Vipers, you got to be sure, because if you miss, it's an icing and then it's another offensive zone draw for Pekin. And that last flurry of shots by the Dragons pulled them within 5 in the shots on goal tally board. I know that's not the big board, but 27-22 now. Shots on goal advantage for the Vipers on the big board. It's 4-2 Vipers. With 1:23 to go, it'll be a face-off to the right of Red Earhart. Fox gives his goaltender a nice tap on the helmet. It'll be Aiden Wynn going against Zayden Wall. Zayden and Aiden in the circle here, Brandon. Cadle and the Vipers take possession. They'll slow the puck down behind the net. Good job there by Cadle, just killing some time on the clock. And the puck is dug out. And that one's going to be icing. That one's not even on net. It's just going to be icing.
Yeah, just clearing it down, maybe take a couple ticks off. But
yeah.
You liked what you saw, just holding it up against the boards there. Like you said, just waste as much time as possible. You have a 2-goal advantage now under a minute remaining.
Yeah, Cadle did a nice job there, killing some time off the clock. And wasn't really in any danger area, just being really tough along the backboards there. Here's Fox for the Vipers. We're down to 52 seconds remaining. Empty net to our left. Hill trying to keep the puck inside the zone. Swings it down low. Rodriguez and Booth going for it. Slips over to Cadle on the far wall. Cadle will skate it up. Just kind of flip it forward. Picked off by Johnson. Thrown on net. And Earhart will cover it up as it goes wide as Booth did the flyby there.
Yeah, Earhart, I think, underestimated Booth's speed a little bit, wanted to keep it in play and keep that clock ticking, and then saw Booth flying in and tried to cover it up and did so at the last moment.
Booth will take the draw against Wynn for the Vipers. Pekin looks to take possession. 5 players battle below the goal line. This is more advantageous. Oh, we're going to get a roughing call. A roughing call against Pekin here towards the end. And heading to the box will be Hill. So Connor Hill will get a roughing call. A cross check is the call.
Yeah, it looked like he was all over Justice Houston and lifted the stick up just into the back of Houston.
So that'll pretty much do it. Back in the net goes Maverick Burks in an offensive zone draw for the Vipers, who are 17 seconds away from evening up their playoff pool record here at 1 win, 1 loss. Puck flipped down. And they're going to say it was knocked down with a high stick, so we'll have a neutral zone draw. 12 seconds remaining on the game clock here in the third period. 4-2 lead for the Vipers. We'll bring it all the way down into Vipers territory. Five-on-4 hockey for the Vipers to close out this game. As Houston will take the puck behind the net, just kind of kill some time. Houston over to the near corner. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. And that'll do it. Your final score here in game 2 of our Bantam Bonanza of games here in the Campbell rink. It's the Vipers 4 and the Pekin Dragons 2. Your goal scorers for the Dragons, Domenico Johnson and Gage Booth. And for the Vipers, Leo Steininger, Lucas Sengpeel, Gavin Lucius, and Will Dion. Final thoughts here, Brandon?
Yeah, it was just kind of a flip of the switch. For the Vipers, they came out a little flat, and it was all Dragons early on. You had the couple 5-on-3s that really flipped it for the Vipers, give them a little bit of a window, some momentum, and they just cruised from there.
So that's our final score. Again, Vipers 4 and Dragons 2. So each team now is 1-1 in the tournament here, and they'll play later on today. And we'll get ready for Game 3 is coming up next. But we'll take a break here, and we'll leave the stream live. We'll just take an audio break, and we'll be back for Game 3 action here from the Campbell Rink in the Darien Sportsplex. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey. Eric Willowhite saying so long, along with my partner Brandon Januska and cameraman Chris Gonzalez. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in the next game.
Welcome into another presentation of Central State's Playoff Hockey powered by Stream Sports Midwest. I'm Brandon Januska along with my partner Eric Willowite. And on camera again, it's Chris Gonzalez as we get ready for another Bantam White Tier 2 matchup. This time it's the Cyclones against Quad City. The second-ranked team coming in against the sixth-ranked team. Quad City second. They're 15-4, 1-0. One overtime loss, and then 31 points total. Meanwhile, for the Cyclones, 9-10, 0-1, 19 points. That was good for sixth to get them here into the playoffs. And for the Quad City Ice Eagles, they had a big win over Mammoth last night, an 8-1 victory to pick up 2 points in their opening playoff matchup. Meanwhile, for the Cyclones, ended in a draw. They tied 1-1 against the Jaguars, that game being played on Thursday. So they did pick up a point in that one, trail the leading Quad City Ice Eagles by just a single point. Chance to make up that ground here in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be important for the Cyclones to take this game, but it's going to be no easy task. As you mentioned, this is the second-seeded Quad Cities team, so the Cyclones will have their work cut out for them, but it should be a good game nonetheless. But, yeah, an 8-goal explosion against Mammoth for Quad Cities. That was quite the start.
In terms of the regular season, these two teams split the season series. Quad City winning 6-2 way back in the second game of the regular season. 6-2 win on November 15th. But the Cyclones won their more recent matchup, January 24th, second to last regular season game for the Cyclones. That was a 3-2 affair that the Cyclones came out on top.
Yeah, that's so you have some recent success against the team that you're facing here in the playoffs. So, that obviously it's hard for momentum to carry over for like about a week later, but still, you do have something positive that you can recall.
Yeah, and definitely, especially when you're the 6th seed, playing the 2 seed, you can say, hey, we already beat these guys during the regular season, so you have that to go back on. You already know that you can come away with a win. And that's all you need, that confidence. Anything can happen, as we've seen in some of these other brackets already.
We know our starting goaltenders now for Quad Cities. They have a pair of goalies, but it's going to be Braden Terhune in net. And then there's only one goalie for the Cyclones. It's also a Braden, so we have back-to-back Bradens here. It's Braden Coleman for the Cyclones. Those are your two goalies.
Yeah, Terhune, B-R-A-Y-D-O-N. Coleman, B-R-A-Y-D-E-N. Braden and Braden.
Yes.
The two goaltenders, men between the pipes, will try to pick up a big win here. Game 2 of 3 in this round robin for each of these teams. Again, Quad City picked up the full 2 points with their 8-1 win over Mammoth last night. 1 point for the Cyclones after their tie, and it's quickly Quad City who skated into the offensive zone, but a little too quick offside right off the faceoff.
Yeah, that was Wyatt going in there, shot out of a cannon. He was ready to put that puck on net. Sprit.
Now Talon Pruitt and Brandon Glenn on the draw. And it's Glenn who initially came away with it before the Ice Eagles took it away. Playing in the middle of the ice right now, neither team gaining advantage. Now the Cyclones send it in deep, just 20 seconds into this first period, just underway, no score between these two teams in this Bantam White Tier 2 matchup. Tier 2 and Bracket 2. This one sent all the way down, no icing as the Cyclones will regroup and try to send it away. Quad City takes it away. Offensive zone trying to hold it in, unable to. The Cyclones come back the other way. Battle along the far side. Drew Johnson over there had it stripped and sent back out towards center. And now just touching it in was Quinn into the offensive zone before the Ice Eagles send it right back to center ice. Skating around with a Kaz Quinn who will gain the zone. Send it in deep before it's rattled right back around and out and offsides as it was pushed a little bit too far in by Titus Miller.
Have a loose net guard there for Palmer. He was able to gather it up and head back to the bench.
So far, neither team getting any sort of offensive pressure. It's been played between the blue lines in the early going. 12:45 still on the clock in this first period. No score. As the neutral zone battle continues. Now they gain the zone. The Cyclones do on the offensive end. Will Hannon over there sends it in deep for Kaz Quinn, who tries to center it. It hit up high and over toward the circle. Now Quad City goes the other way, trying to skate with some speed. Ethan McCoy, and it goes a little too far, down for an icing.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do a self pass there, but passed it all the way down to the back wall.
Definitely had some speed, and so keep an eye on that throughout. McCoy, one of those guys who can really burst through. We've seen that in the first two games we've called already today. Now speed can kill. Miller sends it around the boards behind the net. That's where Columbari collects. It's sent back around by Oswald. And out toward the neutral zone. Talking about that speed, McCoy trying to skate on as Burton will send it around the boards for the Cyclones. And out towards center ice, gathered there by Preston Oswald. Quad City regroups, sends it in on net. It's poked away by Coleman. And back out to the neutral zone.
Ooh. Yeah, the extra stick handling there by Niznik caused the Cyclones to be offsides as Bindra was just skating straight ahead. But the extra stick handling by Niznik caused Bindra to go offsides.
Just that little bit can disrupt the timing, and that's exactly what happened there. So neutral zone face-off at the near dot. Won by the Ice Eagles, but then the Cyclones able to get it and poke it ahead. Glenn in a battle along the boards with Legender. As this one goes behind the net to the far corner. Trying a centering pass, never got through. Second attempt by Drew Johnson. Went right to the Ice Eagles, who send it to center ice. Now skating on is Perry with some speed, but getting there first were the Cyclones. Able to tap it away was Dylan Kewen. 11 minutes left in the first period, no score. An opportunity for Drew Johnson. Went off the stick, and back the other way goes Quad Cities. So they just send it in deep.
And no score, no shots yet, Brandon.
A lot of play between the blue lines, as we've mentioned. Neutral zone play. That's where we are right now. Cyclones trying to get out of their end and get into the offensive zone. A possible 3-on-2 if they're quick. Coming in with it was Hannon, and taken out was Hannon. Delayed penalty. And skating off is Coleman, but before he gets there, Quad City touches the puck.
Yeah, I mean, the official was right in the corner as that was happening. It's like that one wasn't going to be missed.
That's Jonathan Raymond who will go off after taking down Hammond. 10:22 left in the first period, and we have a power play.
Holding is the call.
Cyclones are 2 minutes of the main advantage. See if this can set up some offense after, again, no shots on goal so far.
Right.
Through the first 3.5 minutes. Face off, won by Hannon. Rather, that was Glenn, 68, not 88. Brandon Glenn who won the face off, but able to send it back out. Our Quad Cities, no icing with the power play. 15 seconds into that power play, Cyclones will gain the zone. And immediately met with a check was Marcinetti.
That's a lot of name to fit on that jersey, but fits in there. I think they had to use smaller font for Marcinetti.
Christian Marcinetti. As the Cyclones win the draw, that was Glenn who took the face off. Hannon with it now. Tried a shot from the right circle. Never got through. Another attempt. Goes right through the crease and shoots out to the point. Held on the far end. A shot kicked wide. That was by Terhune, the goaltender.
Yeah, it's Titus Miller. He got a lot on that wrister from that far point.
This one will go all the way down. 1:09 remaining on the power play, 9:31 in the first. No score between these two sides. Offensive face-off for the Cyclones. Quinn on the draw opposite Ethan McCoy. As Quinn won it, but unable to keep it in was Marcinetti. Miller will pick it up in the neutral zone and try to regain their end, holding on to it, and now entering is Kaz Quinn. He had to hold up a minute to allow his teammates to clear, and now clearing the puck is Quad City. 50 seconds left on the man advantage with the Raymond penalty.
Wait, Miller is a tall, lanky defenseman over there. He's probably the tallest player we've seen on the ice in the first 3 games we've called.
As Miller with the puck enters the zone, loses his footing, but gets it deep into the corner. As it's rattled around by the Ice Eagles, they're able to get out. And now looking for a short-handed opportunity is Sprit. A chance denied as it rattles around. 15 seconds left on the power play. Along the near boards, Ice Eagles just clear it on down. This should kill the remaining time. 3 seconds left on the man advantage, and here comes Raymond back onto the ice. Back at even strength, 8:18 left in the first as we get a whistle.
We get an icing call here against Quad City, so we'll have an offensive zone draw for the Cyclones, but as you mentioned, penalty was killed. Looks like we have our first official shot on net, though, at, oh my God, we're almost 6 minutes into the period.
14-minute periods here in the Bantam White Tier 2. 8:18 left in the first. 1 shot between the two teams. No goals, scoreless game. Held in at the blue line initially by the Cyclones, and
it probably means we'll have like a 6-goal outburst in the second period or something.
All it takes is that one to wake it up, right? Open the floodgates.
And you get another penalty, this time on the Cyclones.
We do. That is Wolko, Caleb Wolko, going into the box for 2 minutes.
I think that was unsportsmanlike.
With 8:10 left in the first period. Face-off coming to the left of Braden Coleman. Draw won by the Cyclones. They have dominated the dot so far in the early going.
Another puck brought in offside, so again, another choppy start here.
And that's the biggest thing for just the one shot so far, is the fact that neither team has been able to really enter the zone with much in terms of momentum, as Quinn comes in with a little bit of speed. Pass attempt for Hannon was off the mark, and Quad City able to clear right back.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Brandon. It's not only entering the zone, but even when you do, keeping it in the zone, too.
Ice Eagles trying to do that here on the power play as the puck ends up underneath a seated forward for Quad City.
He's trying to center that one from his seat there. That was Larson Moe.
Moe had lost his footing, was on his rear end, and it ended up right underneath him. Cyclones able to clear it back out to center ice. A minute left on the power play. Man advantage for the Ice Eagles. No score. 7:05 and counting left in this first period. Battle behind the Cyclones net, and we get a whistle. Battle along the boards right behind the net.
We got a penalty?
So we await the official call, and it is against the Cyclones. That's Schiffbauer, Jonathan Jackson's Schiffbauer, who's going to the box.
So a roughing call. I saw a hit behind the net. I didn't necessarily think it was a penalty type situation, but
big chance for Quad City as they have 53 seconds of a 2-man advantage, 5-on-3. See if they can take advantage. 2 shots on goal so far, both of them by the Ice Eagles, as this one rattles around and will go most of the way down, having to chase it is Quad Cities. That was Oswald who gets it, sends it ahead. Milbert gets it into the zone. Backhanded attempt, knocked down by Coleman. Cyclones with it, will shoot it out to center ice and all the way down. That'll be icing, and he'll send it right back. 19 seconds on the 5-on-3. Another minute 10 or so. 5-on-4, barring no changes. 6:29 left in the first. No score. Offensive zone draw for the Ice Eagles. Won by Pruitt. Shot from the point. Kicked away by Coleman out toward the corner. Another shot, tough angle. And it's blocked away. Set back down, having to chase, as they have throughout much of this power play, is Quad City. One of the penalties has expired. Back onto the ice is Caleb Wolko. 5-on-4, Quad City with the man advantage. But the Cyclones in their offensive end, Glenn doing everything he can to keep it on that side before Quad City finally takes it away, and it's offsides. Glenn brought it, Wolcrow brought it across with a man still in the zone. 47 seconds on the man advantage. 5:49 left in the first period, scoreless game.
So even though Wolco brought that one in offsides, what he did do, though, is he interrupted an offensive rush by the Ice Eagles there, is trying to head up ice, I believe was Surma.
As Ethan McCoy was just a little early going up ice. Another offsides, another neutral zone faceoff. 5:42 left in the first period. 5 shots, all belonging to Quad City. No shots on goal yet for the Cyclones. The draw 1 by the Cyclones. Having to chase it down is Miller. He does so in the corner, shoots it out to a teammate in Hannon. And it trickles on back. Miller will chase it down in the corner, battle along the boards. And now able to clear it ahead to Hannon, who had to go off his stick. And right back to Quad City. And applying pressure center ice. And now coming into the zone, Kaz Quinn with the puck. Centering pass never got through. Miller keeps at the point initially. Now McCoy with some speed. Possible 2-on-1 for Quad City. The shot from McCoy off the shoulder of Coleman goes wide.
Oh, McCoy was shot out of a cannon on that one. Good shot, too.
Now Miller brings it back the other way. In front of the net. A loose puck and covered up by Terhune, and a lot of pushing and shoving going on. Some bodies falling to the ice.
Yeah, it's kind of started by Palmer, though, as he was kind of giving a little bit of the business to the goaltender, Braden Terhune, of the Ice Eagles there. It's one thing to jam at the puck while it's on the ice, but then you're making physical contact with the goalie. And I think that's why the Ice Eagles didn't particularly like that, but they drew a penalty in trying to protect their goalie.
It's Jonathan Raymond will head to the box second time. He's in the box already in the early going. 4:46 left in the first period. And a 2-minute man advantage once again for the Cyclones. They do have their first official shot on goal. It came in that last sequence. 5-1 in favor of Quad City. The Cyclones on the power play. Hannon from center ice. Shoots wide. And now clearing it out is Quad City, chasing it down. Marcianetti. 4:25 and counting. Marcianetti dumps it in. He'll ring around the boards. Hannon holds. Now Palmer, a shot that goes high and wide. Rattles around to the far end. Quinn has it taken away. Sent out to center ice. Foot race. Noah Johnson will chase down the puck. Just toss it toward the net. Sticked away by Coleman. And back come the Cyclones under 4 left in the first period. No score. 1:08 and counting on the power play for the Cyclones. Schiffbauer sent it ahead. Quad City tries to get it out. Not all the way as it was held in. And then a shot from Quinn is sticked wide. Back out to center ice. The puck goes. Battle in the neutral zone right in front of the Quad City bench. Before the Cyclones gain the zone, Kaz Quinn, a shot.
Yeah, good at hooking. We had a delayed penalty against Quad Cities. Hooking call it is. So now another two-man advantage, this time for the Cyclones for 41 seconds.
Quad City was unable to take advantage of their two-man power play. See if the Cyclones can break this deadlock. Scoreless game, 3:26 left in the first period.
So it'll be Preston Oswald off for the hooking penalty.
Still 41 seconds remaining on the Raymond penalty as well. As this one trickles in on net. Pushed away by Terhune, and then the rebound scores! Brandon Glenn. And the Cyclones get on the board first. They lead 1-0.
They scored that still within the time of the first penalty, so they'll be able to keep the second penalty and take this 1-0 lead. Special teams has been a big part of the games, especially these last two games, Brandon. We had power play and shorthanded goals in Game 2, and so far in Game 3, the first goal's a power play tally.
We've seen plenty of penalties already just in this game. A couple of 5-on-3 opportunities, one for either side.
We got a timeout called by Quad Cities, so Quad Cities coach not liking what he saw there. And he's demonstrative over at that Quad Cities bench to get his team to get their play in order here.
Yeah, not often you see a timeout used in the first period, but the way it's going and with the penalties early on, maybe just trying to settle down his team. Again, they are the higher seed. They're coming off a big 8-1 win where it was all offense against Mammoth last night. So just trying to wake up the team a little bit maybe here in the early going. 3:19 left in the first period. 1-0 Cyclones on top.
Still having conversation over there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Brandon. It's very rare do you see a timeout called this. So I can see, like, if it was like 3 goals in a row or something, and then if you're not switching out your goalie, maybe you're just like, hey, you got to rectify here. But, I mean, coach knows his team best, and if he doesn't like what he's seeing from his team, if they're not playing the style of play that he's accustomed to seeing from them, why not call it out early? So let's see if message was received. Message was definitely sent.
Yes, absolutely. Shots in favor of Quad City, 6-4, but it's 1-0 Cyclones, who are still on the man advantage for another minute 48 and counting. Battle on the red line on the far side. Cyclones come away with it. Skating with the puck is Titus Miller, who brings it in himself before he's knocked off of it. And now backing him up was Bindra. Couldn't get the shot off. Quad City trying to clear. Unable to do so far. Glenn with the puck.
A lot of drive-bys right now by both teams. They're just unable to gain any possession.
As a whiff from Miller, then able to keep it in initially before Quad City does clear it out into the neutral zone. Cyclones send it right back in and right back out it goes. Minute 5 on the power play still. 2:28 and counting in the period. 1-0 Cyclones. Cyclones will regroup and now try to enter the zone. They do so. Wilco knocked off the puck and sending it out to center ice are the Ice Eagles.
That was a good job defensively there by Sophia Columbari to keep Wilco from getting by her.
As Miller will gain the zone after a battle along the boards. Hot shot.
Miller, that's the third time we've seen him fire his wrister. He gets a ton of velocity on his wristers.
Keep an eye on that throughout this game. That one was high, but Miller unable to get it here. Now an opportunity for the speed of Ethan McCoy. Skates onto the puck. A shot attempt into the body and held by Braden Coleman. Cooper Burton was the lone defender back there, able to keep McCoy from a one-on-one opportunity.
Yeah, did a good job like pushing him to the outside and then allowing that to be an easier save made by Braden Coleman.
1:34 left in the first, 1-0 Cyclones. 9 seconds remain on the Oswald penalty. Offensive zone draw for the shorthanded Ice Eagles as time expires now on the penalty. Oswald enters the ice and immediately into the fray as Hannon had the puck right in front of the box. Cyclones did gain the zone. Battle along the far corner. Now Quad City comes away with it. A pass gets away, finds no one. It was intended for Mo, just wide of his stick. Back and forth we go, 1-0 Cyclones. And a battle skirts out into center ice and a big hit on Mo.
Yeah, it'll be a penalty too. Oh, we got a player down.
And Mo, is definitely in some pain out in center ice. That was a huge hit from Jackson Schiffbauer in center ice. Schiffbauer will head to the box, but the concern right now is for the health of Mo. Larson Mo took that shot. 1-0 Cyclones in front. 47 seconds remain in the first period. So the trainer will come out to check on Mo. Now to his feet. Always a good sign, and we'll head back to the bench to be tended to there.
Yeah, Mo went down hard there. I thought it was like on his side, like his shoulder. So he'll get tended to there. It was a good sign that he was able to get up on his own power, but yeah, definitely a hard fall there after the hit.
Yeah, hopefully nothing more than maybe just a stinger or so.
Yeah.
Hey, hopefully able to shake it off. We'll keep an eye, see if Mo returns to the ice at some point. We're in the first period, 47 seconds left in the period, and a man advantage now for Quad City, who trail by a goal. As this shot sticked away by Coleman.
All right, so there was another player who went to the box for the Cyclones, so I think that might have been a major penalty on Schiffbauer as well. So there's a player in there serving the minor right now.
As 25 seconds remain in the first period, 1-0 Cyclones.
Carmen Pope, I believe.
Pope serving the penalty, yes, yeah. That's 52 for the Cyclones. 15 seconds remain. So the power play will carry into the second period. See if Quad City can do anything in the 5 seconds that remain. Trailing by 1, it's sent out to center ice as time expires in the opening frame. Cyclones with a 1-0 advantage. Well, Quad City will have the power play, a minute 14 of it, when the second period begins. We'll step aside for a moment, be right back with you with second period and action. It's Central State's playoff hockey, powered by Stream Sports Midwest. Second period action begins here with the Cyclones, a 1-0 advantage over Quad City, but the Ice Eagles We'll begin this second period with 1:14 of a man advantage. So they'll try to find the equalizer. Draw one by the Cyclones. Miller battling along the near boards with Pruitt. And it's eventually Sherma who comes away with it. A shot is shouldered up and over the net. And Cyclones try to clear, held in at the point. A shot and score! Cody Legender from the point shot it on net and found the back with the equalizer. And we're tied at 1. Just 20 seconds into the second period, Legender, the defenseman from the point, shot it all the way in and able to beat Braden Coleman glove side. Now face-off won by Quad City. Teams back at even strength after the power play goal. So that one's kicked aside by Coleman. From the near corner, battling for it, the Cyclones have the puck. Taken away by Quad City toward the crease and shot away. Now a clean look goes wide. Another one, centering attempt, trying to block it, loose puck in front of the goal. And a whistle stopping play. Coleman doing everything he could to try and make that turn. Yeah, Coleman trying to do everything he could to cover up that puck and just able to keep it out. There were 3 Quad City Ice Eagles right in front poking at it before the Cyclones goaltender was finally able to cover and draw the whistle. Ethan McCoy on the draw now for the Ice Eagles, but the Cyclones win it. That was Brandon Glenn who won the face-off and sends it all the way down. And goes all the way for an icing. 12:52 left in period number 2, tied at 1 apiece. Quad City out shooting the Cyclones 10-5. And they'll have an offensive zone draw to the left of Braden Coleman. It's won by the Cyclones who try to clear, unable to get it all the way out. Now Cooper Burton, who tried to pass it along the boards, kept in by Quad City. Sent back in deep. It goes once again to Burton. Had it behind the net, gives to Brandon Glenn, who will send it toward the middle and held in once again, Preston Oswald. Now Miller able to enter the neutral zone with the puck on his stick. Before going back the other way, Ethan McCoy with some speed, a space, a shot off the side of the net. Back the other way, McCoy with the takeaway. On the backhand, had it knocked away from him. And back the other way comes Miller. Out into the neutral zone where Quad City will regroup. They've had all of the momentum so far in this second period. 11:50 and counting in this second frame. Tied at 1 apiece. As McCoy enters the zone and is knocked off the puck. Burton going back the other way. Burton, a shot, is knocked down and covered up by Braden Terhune. There was some extracurriculars going on the Cyclones end, the Cyclones defensive end. Well, McCoy was going the other way. No penalty. As we have a face-off to the right of Braden Terhune. Won by the Cyclones. Quick shot went wide. Unable to hold it in were the Cyclones as we get an offside. 11:26 left in the second period. 1 goal apiece. Cyclones and Ice Eagles. Again, Quad City with a win last night. 2 points in this round-robin tournament so far. The Cyclones tied the Jaguars, so they got a point for their efforts, on Thursday. in their playoff opener. Puck sent around the boards by Quad City, but not out, as it was held in initially, and then it did actually trickle over the blue line before being brought back in. Offside once again. It's Will Hannon who brought it over the blue line. It's now another face-off tied up, and Quad City comes away with the puck. Carson Perry entered the zone and had it knocked away. Early in this game, in the first period, it was a lot of action in the neutral zone, and that's what we're seeing again right now. Neither team really sustaining an effort or a presence in either offensive zone. For a moment, it was Quad City early in this period. They were able to get the power play goal to tie things up. And now a shot, scores! Well, there's Mason Surma. Don't need that sustained presence when you can get a clean look like that. Surma gives his team the lead. It's 2-1, Quad City on top. 10:43 left in period number 2. The last 2 goals have both gone the way of the Ice Eagles. Cyclones send it deep. Now back out to center ice. That one misses everybody and will go all the way down for an icing. 10:31 remaining in the second period. Quad City outshooting the Cyclones 12-7, outscoring them 2-1. Face-off won by the Ice Eagles. They'll skate it out of their own end. That was Sprit, who was knocked off the puck just long enough to force the offside. Surma was a little early entering the zone. Sprite got tangled up. So neutral zone draw. Won by the Cyclones, just tried to shoot it down. And it ends up into the bench of the Ice Eagles. Stops the clock, 10:15 left in the second. Another face-off win for the Cyclones. They send this one deep. Quad City trying to clear their end, held in though by Burton. And now Quad City does exit and a clean look all alone. The shot goes high and wide. That was Mason Surma looking for his second goal. Surma once again, he's behind the net and gets knocked off the puck for a moment. Held in by Legender. A big hit along the boards. Puck behind the goal, another big hit as physicality is intensifying here, and we have a shaken up Ice Eagle, so we finally got a whistle. And it looks like it'll be Titus Miller sent to the box. Looks like Riley Sprit is the shaken up Ice Eagle. He's helped to his feet. Couple of big hits in that sequence. The last one, Miller on Sprit, or rather, on Sprit, who is being helped to the Quad City bench. There was a major penalty called earlier in this one on Jackson Schiffbar. He's still in the box. As again, the physicality has intensified here in this one. Barton White, tier 2. 2-1 Quad City in front of the Cyclones. 9:34 remaining in the second. And a man advantage for Quad City as they'll try to extend their lead. And now going in to serve the penalty is Stag Palmer. That's a second major on a Cyclones player. So they're able to clear there and just send the puck down. 9:25 left in the second period as they went all the way down for an icing. Make it 9:22 where the clock stops. 2-1. Cyclones trail by a goal. Quad City trying to add to that lead with 1:49 of a man advantage. Face-off won by Quad City. Sent it toward the middle. And it never got through. Back out to the corner. Behind the back pass. Finds the stick of Moe. Good to see Moe, who was shaking up earlier, back out on the ice. Larson Moe. Now the Cyclones trying to make something happen shorthanded. Skating it all the way out was Brandon Glenn. He has the lone Cyclone goal so far today. The Eagles regain the zone. McCoy brings it behind the net. Has it poked away initially, regained it. And now it pokes out to the far boards, held by Mebar. Now out to center ice. Oswald will collect and try to dump it back in. Marcianetti has it, and a delayed penalty now for the Cyclones. So they try to do something. It finds the stick of Quad City. We get the whistle stopping play with 48 seconds left on the Cyclones penalty. Now we have Quad City heading to the box. That is Larson Moe. He'll take a seat for 2 minutes. 8:21 left in the second. Penalties galore in this one. So we'll have 48 seconds of even strength before we have 1:12 of a man advantage for the Cyclones. With some space, a shot goes high and wide. Sermo is looking for his second goal. He's had a couple of clean looks already. He's buried one. Sermo with it on his stick again. That shot deflects wide. Sermo doing everything he can now. Loses the puck. Is Niznik able to clear. 18 seconds left on the Cyclones penalty before they have a man advantage. 7:44 and counting in the second period. 2-1. Quad City in front. Niznik at center ice sends a cross ice pass. And it'll be dumped on in by the Cyclones. Battle behind the net. Ice Eagles clear it out to center ice where Glenn collects man advantage for the Cyclones, who trail by a goal. Trying to make something happen. Quinn was knocked off the puck. Quad City going back the other way. Skates it as far as center and then clears it down ice. Talon Pruitt before he went off for a change. Now Drew Johnson trying to gain the offensive zone and did so, but Quinn was offside. 30 seconds left on the Moe penalty. 6:51 remaining in the second period. 2-1, Quad City in front. Top seed on this half of the bracket, Quad City. They were the second seed overall in Tier 2. So a shot goes up and over the net by the Cyclones. Unable to hold it in. They'll have to regroup at center ice. Trying to just dump it in deep was Carmen Pope. Quad City wouldn't let him, so they send it across, and now gaining the zone is Hannon. Tried a centering pass, no one was there, but the Ice Eagles, they send it back out to center ice. Dumped back in deep by Marcianetti. Both teams at even strength, 6:10 and counting in the second period. This one goes all the way down for an icing, and the Cyclones will have an offensive zone draw. 14 shots for Quad City, 8 for the Cyclones. Quad City with a 2-1 advantage. 6:06 left in period 2. Draw to the right of Braden Terhune. Won by the Ice Eagles. Try to clear. Unable to do so. Held in at the point by Cooper Burton. Another clearing attempt, trying to knock it off the boards and out to center ice. They're able to do so. From center ice, physical battle along the boards is Wolko, who comes away with it, sends it across to the other side. Marcianetti dumps it in deep. Cyclones unable to hold it in. They'll have to come back out to center ice. That pass went in and was touched. Offside. 5:28 left in the second period. 2-1. Quad City holding on to that 1-goal advantage. It was the Cyclones who scored first. Brandon Glenn with a goal in the first period, but then 2 goals here in the second. Cody Legender and Maxon Surma, the goal scorers for Quad City. And now Quad City, another clean look. That one goes wide off the stick of Miebauer. Now behind the net, Cyclones come away with it. Trying to clear their end, unable to as it's sent back deep behind the net. Centering pass, no one home. Now Oswald just tosses it toward the net. It's kicked aside by Coleman. Held in once again by the Ice Eagles. Niznik trying to find a way to clear. Gets it out as far as the point. Oswald with a shot, goes wide. Centering pass, finding the stick of a teammate, but couldn't get it through. Plenty of bodies in the crease. And now the Cyclones able to clear. 4.5 remaining in the second period. Quad City by 1. That'll end the neutral zone. Entering the zone now, Kaz Quinn for the Cyclones. Looking over his options. Passes it over to Hannon. Has it knocked around. Quinn will gather in the corner. Whiffed on a pass attempt. It's held in at the point by Niznik. Niznik able to keep the zone. Diving pass over to Hannon, but then Quad City takes it away and clears it down. Niznik will regroup at center ice for the Cyclones. Pass into the zone. Brandon Glenn. Shot goes wide, rattles around the board. Quinn has it in the corner, taken away by Oswald. Held in by Glenn. Glenn gets around one defender. Shot attempt kicked aside. Back to Glenn. Brings it around the boards over to Dylan Kewen, who tries a pass that goes wide and rattles around. Now Quinn sends it right in front of the net, and a scuffle there in front, covered up by Braden Turham. As we have another whistle here on this one. 3:21 remaining in the second. There's a lot of pushing and shoving, trying to poke at the stick. Poke at the puck as Terhune was covering it up. And it will be Brandon Glenn who may have just been ejected from the game. He has. He was called for the penalty, voiced his frustration to the official, and he was just ejected from the game. So Brandon Glenn, the lone goal scorer so far for the Cyclones, will have to leave. His day is done. With 3:21 remaining in the second period, things are getting nasty out here. A lot of chippiness from both sides. 2-1 Quad City in front. We've already seen a pair of major penalties by the Cyclones and now an ejection on top of it. Frustration brewing for the Cyclones. Again, they scored first. It was Glenn who is now out of this game. who scored the lone goal. It's a discussion right now from the officials, talking things over, making sure everyone's on the same page. Talking to the scorekeeper. 2-1 Quad City, 3:21 left in the second. It'll be a power play for Quad City as they'll look to add on to their lead, outshooting the Cyclones 15-10. Both Quad City goals coming here in the second. The discussion still going on. One official now talking things over to the Cyclones bench. It looks like Titus Miller is in the box to serve the penalty for the Cyclones. Perry in the box for Quad City. So it looks like it'll be matching penalties. But the big thing, the ejection. Brandon Glenn's day is done. And correction, Miller was in the box still from his major penalty earlier in this one. It's actually Arian Bindra who will serve the penalty on behalf of Brandon Glenn. The team's settling down. Carson Perry still serving his major penalty. So power play now for Quad City after all was said and done. Quad City with a chance to extend their lead, but now back goes Quinn the other way, short-handed. He'll slow things down and just try to take as much time as he can. Gets it over toward Hannon before Quad City takes it back with some speed. Raymond, a shot from the circle, and it's blocked by Coleman. Loose puck is now covered up by Coleman. Nice job by Raymond just putting that puck on net. Had a rebound opportunity, but no one there to send it home. 2:51 left in the second period. 2-1 Quad City in front. Minute and a half of a man advantage for the Ice Eagles. Cyclones trying to clear after winning the draw. Battle along the boards now, squirts out into the middle of the ice. And a shot is blocked off the body. And then another one into the body of Coleman. He holds and draws the whistle. That last shot from Mason Surma, already with a goal on the day. Quad City out shooting the Cyclones 17-10. So the Ice Eagles shot knocked down by Coleman. Now able to clear it out towards center ice. Skating with it is Marcianetti before it's taken away. Here come the Ice Eagles. Pass attempt picked off by Quinn. Never able to clear. Raymond held it in, sent it to the corner. Surma gets it out to Raymond. A shot is blockered away. Behind the net, battle for it. Comes out toward Hannon. Trying to clear, unable to do so. Held in by Quad City. Pass goes back to Legender. Has a goal on the day, and the shot scores! Legender's shot was initially blocked. Coleman allowed a read down, and it's Mason Surma to clean it up. Surma with his second goal of the game, and it's 3-1 Quad City in front.
So what I missed, Brandon?
Oh, man, it's been quite something here. A lot of physicality. We've seen an ejection.
Yeah.
Brandon Glenn saw his day come to an end. We're still in the second period. Plenty of penalties already for both sides, including some major penalties already being served. And just now, power play goal for Mason Surma, his second goal of the game. 3 unanswered goals here in the second for Quad City. They're up 3-1.
And we get that timeout called by the Cyclones there. So we mentioned that. Remember when the Ice Eagles called their timeout after they went down 1-0, and it's like message was sent, was message received. Obviously, it's been received because they've scored 3 unanswered goals since that Ice Eagles early timeout. And now it's the Cyclones having to call a timeout there, get their team to regroup. It's kind of surprised to get an ejection, and it's still only a 1-goal game at that point, but kind of, frustrations were boiling over a little bit, and playoff hockey can get a little intense, but, the game's still within reach for the Cyclones, but you can't get any further beyond a 2-goal deficit right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. You need to be able to maintain your composure when you're in these situations so that you're not putting Quad City on the power play. 2 power play goals already.
Right.
And that's the difference in this one right now. Their first goal was a power play goal by Cody Legender. Mason Surma scored the last 2.
So many hockey games where it's like both teams have taken their timeouts before even the third period.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Yeah, it's rare just to have one timeout called before the third, and to have them both teams using them. It's the strategy here in this one. See if it works out. As we said, it worked out for Quad City. See if the Cyclones can rebound. Minute 38 left in the second period, trailing by 2. Quad City 3, Cyclones 1.
Still 18 seconds of power play time for the Ice Eagles.
And that should come off the board, actually, because the goal was scored.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So
There's still only 4. No, you're right. There's 5, yeah. I thought I only counted 4.
As Wolkrov thought he won the faceoff initially. He fell on the puck. And so we whistle. We'll have another faceoff from center ice. Yeah, they still show the power play up on the board, but both teams at full strength. Minute and a half remaining in the second period. 2-goal lead for Quad City as this puck goes all the way down. No icing. It was deflected down. And now the Cyclones coming ahead with a little bit of speed is Caleb Wolkrove. He'll enter the zone before he has the puck knocked away. Oswald with a good stick. Schiffbauer just tosses it down deep. As Perry's major penalty ends, he'll exit the box, go straight to the bench. So the face-off will come into the Cyclone zone. Offensive draw for Quad City to the left of Coleman, and it was won by the Cyclones. They were able to clear, get it all the way down. Goes all the way down. Icing with 1:01 left here in the second period. 3-1 Quad City in front.
Yeah, one thing, Brandon, I'm not sure, the Central States rules for the playoffs here with the game misconduct. If you're able to play in that follow-up game this afternoon, you may not be able to. So that could be a double whammy there for Brandon Glenn.
Has been a big part of the Cyclones when he's been available in this game. 50 seconds left in the first. The puck sent in to the offensive zone for Quad City. Cyclones trying to clear their own end, unable to do so on the first or second attempt. Held in by the Ice Eagles. In the corner, that's McCoy battling for it. And McCoy able to get it toward the crease, covered up by Coleman. He draws the whistle.
Drew the ire of the Cyclones defenseman there, too, as they took extra liberties there at Coleman.
Yeah, that was a nice job by Ethan McCoy just to center that on ice. And then, once Coleman covered it up, a couple extra whacks.
Yeah.
Get them in when you can before the whistle. Face-off won by the Ice Eagles. A shot. He scores! Jonathan Raymond, after the clean face-off win by Quad City, Raymond makes it a 4-1 Quad City lead.
Yeah, that was Quite the wrister there.
We talked about Raymond's wrister earlier in this one. He puts a lot of power behind it. Able to find the back of the net. Had a clean look on that one after the win on the draw. 23 seconds left in the second period.
It's going to be an uphill battle here for the Cyclones. Again, after that timeout, you wanted to be the team to get the next goal. Cut it at least to a 1-goal deficit. Now you're trailing 2 with only seconds remaining in period 2.
10 seconds and counting to be exact, as they send it in, trying to get something going here in the final ticks of the second period. A battle for the puck as time expires. It's 4-1, Quad City in front, outshooting the Cyclones 20-10. Some major penalties in that one, as Miller was in the box throughout a majority of the second half of that second period. Most of that second period saw a Cyclones player in the box because of a major penalty, an ejection on top of it. That's tough to bounce back from.
It is, but they're going to have no choice. Period 3 coming up. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
Ready for third period action. It's 4-1, Quad City on top of the Cyclones. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite and, of course, Chris Gonzalez on the camera here today. And it got feisty there in that second period. A lot of physicality from both sides, but some major penalties for the Cyclones. Miller still serving the rest of his major. He's in the box to start it. Both teams had even strength. So the Cyclones need to find a way to get something going. They scored the first goal. It was 1-0 Cyclones after the first period. As a shot attempt kicked aside. Legender with the chance. Coleman up to the task as a stick goes flying in the air. Back behind the net. That was Noah Johnson's stick. That ended up high in the air and into the glass. 4-1 Quad City in front. So this one trickles out to center ice. Cyclones again scored first. It was 1-0 after one, but Quad City with 4 unanswered, including a pair of power play goals in that second period. Now Quad City trying to put it in deep. Cyclones get onto the puck and try to clear, but before that we have a whistle.
Another penalty.
It is, and another one against the Cyclones as Liam Niznik will go to the box. So back to the power play goes Quad City. Again, 2 power play goals already in this one. One for Cody Legender, one for Mason Surma. Surma with 2 goals on the day. The other one, Jonathan Raymond, for the 4 tallies for Quad City. Brendan Glenn has the Cyclones goal. Glenn was ejected in that second period. His day is done. 12:45 and counting in this third. 4-1 Quad City, who have the man advantage. Held in at the point, Columbari. So shot is held by Braden Coleman. Early on, we weren't getting much offense from either side. There was a lot of battle in the neutral zone. Now it's kind of lopsided. Quad City, after all the penalties, the Cyclones seem to be shooting themselves in the foot as a loose puck to the side of Coleman, able to knock it away were the Cyclones.
Yeah, I think we were like 7 or 8 minutes into the first period, and we hadn't even had a shot on goal registered by either team.
Now we have 31 total shots, 21 for Quad City, 10 for the Cyclones, make it 22. Now as a shot was kicked aside by Coleman. Another attempt, that one goes right through the crease, nobody to send it home. 12 minutes left in this third period. There's a centering pass, ends up on the stick of a Cyclone before it's taken away, shot into the body. And held by Coleman. He draws the whistle. 57 seconds remain on the man advantage. 11:52 left in the third.
Yeah, Coleman definitely seeing a lot of traffic after that late through that first period. And it's continued here into the third.
Quad City won their game yesterday against Mammoth 8-1, so they already have 2 points in the standings. 1 point for the Cyclones after they tied the Jaguars on Thursday to open their playoff matchups. The pass goes through everyone toward the corner. Cyclones able to get it out to center ice. A pass attempt never got through. Raymond intercepted. It was intended for Hannon. And the Quad City Ice Eagles back on the attack. Hannon able to get it out into the neutral zone. And a pass in to the offensive end before it's back out to center ice. Schiffbauer from the far side skates with it. Brings it back behind the net. Before he's knocked off, and now the goal knocked off its bearings as well. So that'll draw the whistle. 11:01 left in the third, 4-1 Quad City. Face-off will come to the right of Braden Terhune.
Yeah, it's probably the kind of game that Ice Eagles were looking for now. You have a 3-goal lead, slow the game down a little bit in terms of any of the momentum from the Cyclones.
Puck cleared out to center ice. Cyclones try to send it back in. It's right back out now. The Ice Eagles on the attack. A shot goes wide. Rattles all the way around and back out. Now Wolkov sends it back. Over to Wolkov again. He sent it to Niznik. Now it's Miller. Miller centering pass, never got through. Back out to center ice where Miller collects. Miller, long shot goes wide. Held in by the Cyclones.
Nice job. That was a good keeper there. Marcianetti.
And now the other way comes McCoy. He's got great speed, possible 2-on-1 with Mo with him. Unable to have anything come of that chance, though. Nice defense by the Cyclones. Now trying to clear their end. They will. Wilco sent it ahead. Bindra sends it deep, and it's covered up by Terhune. 9:47 left in the third, 4-1 Quad City over the Cyclones. Take a look at the other matchup in this bracket. The Jaguars with a 4-3 lead over Mammoth. Again, the Jaguars have a point already in this round-robin bracket after their tie against the Cyclones on Thursday. Mammoth looking for their first points of this tournament. Carson Perry brings it in and puts a shot on net. Coleman covers.
Getting a lot of stoppage and starts here. Stops and starts as this third period progresses.
9:38 left in this final frame. 4-1 Quad City by 3. Meebauer tried to center it. Nothing there, and another big hit applied by a Cyclone. And that'll be a penalty. And once again, we see a Quad City player shaken up, slow to get up.
He's still down on the ice there. Looked like, I guess there's no penalty. I thought one of the referees had signaled for a roughing call, but I think they're talking it over here.
Penalties have been the kryptonite for the Cyclones so far today. A pair of power play goals for Quad City, who lead 4-1, 9:25 remaining in the third.
We'll take a quick audio break here. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
Back with you. 4-1. Quad City in front. 9:25 remaining in the third period. And good to see Noah Johnson able to get up and skate off under his own power after being shaken up by a big hit from Jackson Schiffbauer. No penalty on either team. No penalty on that hit, so both teams at even strength. Cyclones trail by 3 here in period number 3. Being outshot 24-10, outscored 4-1. Quad City tips it in. Here is Schiffbauer with the puck on his stick. Trying to exit the zone himself. Gets a little tangled up, and we have a delayed penalty.
Yeah, I kind of see what's going on there. It kind of looked like Sprit was trying to get back at Schiffbauer, and he's going to get whistled for the penalty here. Took two separate swipes at Schiffbauer, and the second one the official let the first one go. The second one he said, all right, settle down.
We've seen a couple of big hits from Jackson Schiffbauer. Again, he was penalized with a major penalty earlier in the game. Did not get penalized for that last one. So, yeah, to your point, Quad City just trying to do a little justice of their own maybe. Sprit ends up in the box.
Ice justice, yeah. I get it. You know, you want to protect your player too, send a message, but it's also 14 U's, and you know, you don't want anyone getting seriously hurt. And definitely Sprit wasn't doing anything dangerous there.
Right, as a shot on net, covered up by Terhune. Minute 40 left on the power play, 8:40 to go in the third period. It's 4-1, Quad City on top. Cyclones trying to take advantage of this power play opportunity. Pair of power play goals for Quad City already in this one, who lead by 3. Face-off won by the Ice Eagles. Able to clear it out. It'll go all the way down for icing. Takes a few ticks off the power play. Minute 32 on the sprint penalty.
Ref had already skated all the way down there to retrieve the puck. Coleman said, I'll take care of it for you.
As the faceoff won and sent out to center ice. Now Pope will send it in. Bring it in himself, rather, then send it down toward the corner. Ice Eagles try to clear, get it by Miller and down to center ice. This one will trickle all the way down, but it went off of Miller. No, it didn't. Did not deflect down, so that is an icing. And another offensive zone faceoff for the Cyclones on the man advantage. Need to find a way to shift the momentum back in their favor. They scored first in the first period. Had a 1-0 lead after the opening frame. It's been all Quad City ever since. Battle along the far boards. Volko trying to find an opening. Sends it across to Miller, and the pass just trickles off the heel of his stick and out to center ice.
I would have loved to see Miller with an opportunity, clear lane between the circles and the volume he gets on the shot. That one.
As there is Miller with a shot attempt, a hot one. That Terhune just fists up into the netting. Yeah, it was a prime opportunity for Miller. It just went off the heel.
Yeah.
And then into center ice. 39 seconds remain on the power play. 7:39 in the third. Face off. Won by the Cyclones. Push it toward the corner. Now trying to keep it in. And doing so, a shot.
Ooh.
It deflects wide. Schiffbauer is the one who sent it initially, as it's now covered up by Terhune. That one just went wide and then came out on the other side of the goal.
Yeah, it could have been a good opportunity there for the Cyclones to cut in their deficit, at least get it in half. Still a little under 7.5 minutes remaining, so there's still time, but not as much time as you'd like. You need to strike here soon, probably in the next couple minutes or so.
Hannon sends it behind the goal. Cyclones looking for a goal, trailing by 3. Wilco gets around the defender, sends it toward the net, and a loose puck goes back behind the goal. Kaz Quinn knocked off the puck as it goes out toward center ice. Miller collects. He'll try to regroup for the Cyclones and bring it back in. He does so himself. Looking for an opening, sends it on to Quinn, who shoots and scores.
There's that goal. That was some great individual stick work there by Titus Miller, bringing it all in. I thought he was going to take the shot, but then Quinn got himself loose there. So Miller passed it over to Quinn, and he buried that one high. It's 4-2.
Yeah, great look there, and great awareness there for Miller. I think everyone thought he was going to take the shot himself, and then saw Quinn, who was able to bury it. And now that cuts the lead to 2. 4-2 Quad City in front, out shooting the Cyclones 24-13. 6:45 and counting in this third period remains. Now Niznik with a shot. That goes wide. Both teams at even strength now as a loose puck in front of the goal, covered up by Terhune.
Good pass by Drew Johnson from that far corner into the crease. And then Niznik was right in there. He was a man on an island there as there was like 4 white jerseys surrounding them, but he was still able to get that tucked in on Terhune.
Niznik sends it out toward the corner. Johnson, backhand attempt, never got through. Held in, though, by Marcianetti. Shoots it back behind the net. Battle there, Niznik trying to get it, and Quad City able to come away with the puck. That was Johnson who sent it out to center ice. And right back in it goes. Schiffbauer sends it back into the Cyclones' offensive end. Schiffbauer battling and pushes it in a little bit deeper. And now it trickles back out to center. Nice job by Carson Perry. Made one man miss. before it was taken away. Now Perry sends it back in deep. 4-2, Quad City in front, 5:40 and counting left in the third.
Ooh.
And a wipeout in center ice by Drew Johnson. Appears to be okay as the puck sent back in. Quad City on the attack. Will actually back off as they went off for a change. Cyclones trying to regroup and come forward. And it's swatted away by Oswald. Back out to center. Now a possible 3-on-1 opportunity. A shot goes high and wide. Riley Sprint with a good look.
That was a great outlet pass to Surma to start that rush.
Now Hannon the other way. Shot attempt. Hit off a body. Now battle behind the net. Kaz Quinn in the area. It goes around. Hot shot. Goes wide. There was Miller. Hannon trying to keep it in. It goes further by Jan Marcianetti. Now Miller will track it down in front of Surma. Miller skating around. Brings it out of his own end. Now skating across. Trying to do it all himself. A shot. Never got through. Oswald got his stick in front.
If he could just get that shot on net. He's had a few that's gone wide. He's had some great stick handling there and then comes up a little bit short.
Hannon keeps, and then a shot from the point is gloved by Terhune. He'll stop play with 4:10 remaining in the third. 4-2 Quad City.
And now you're still within that range. Get another goal, cut it to 1. And obviously, if you're the Ice Eagles here, either look to get another insurance goal. 2-goal lead still pretty good, but you still have to remain sound defensively in your zone. Win some draws.
As this draw ends up poking back out toward the neutral zone where the Cyclones will poke it once. And now a battle right in front of the Quad City bench. Another big hit applied. That one applied by Liam Niznik.
Yeah, so he's going to go for roughing there. And I don't think it was as intentional as it wound up looking. I think they're both going for the puck, but he got his arms draped around the player and he tumbled into the boards there. That's always dangerous. You need to call that.
Yeah, that was Ethan McCoy who absorbed the hit right in front of his own bench.
Yeah.
So now Niznik in the box with just under 4 minutes remaining in the third. Quad City leads by 2. And now on the power play, so the Cyclones will need to find a way to kill this, maybe get a shorthanded opportunity. We've seen a couple today in some of the other games. Big chance for Quad City to kill some of this clock, maybe even extend their lead back to 3. 4-2, Quad City in front as McCoy, centering attempt. Goes through everyone and into the corner. Held in at the point by Legender. Now here's Miller going the other way for the Cyclones. Has the puck knocked off his stick initially, but he regroups in the corner, applies a big hit. He's probably one of the bigger bodies out there. Able to apply that physicality. 3 minutes remain in the third. A minute left on the power play. It's now Wolko in center ice. Battling there with Miebauer. Going back in was Quad City before it's knocked all the way down the other way. No icing, it was deflected. Gathered by Cody Legender, who wraps it around the boards, and the Cyclones gather the puck. Jackson Schiffbauer with it, sends it ahead. Back and forth it goes now. Is neither team able to really gain the zone on either side. McCoy has it skirt off his stick, right to one of his teammates. And now Perry does enter the zone. Just 9 seconds left on the power play. Quad City not able to get many shots off, but able to kill some of that clock, still maintaining their 2-goal lead as a pass looking for Perry. Whiffed on the shot attempt. Both teams now back at even strength. Less than 2 minutes remain in the third. 4-2 Quad City in front. That's lifted out to center ice by the Cyclones, who gather it. And it was knocked down by a high stick. 1:40 left in the third.
Gonna get a neutral zone draw here along that far wall.
Just 100 seconds left. Cyclones trail by 2. Looking over their options. That's Marcianetti who sent it forward and gets it right back. Now Marcianetti ahead for Quinn. Unfortunately, there was a player down on the other side. Drew Johnson had been knocked to the ice and was unable to clear the zone in time, so offside. 1:24 left in the third. 4-2 Quad City over the Cyclones.
We saw Cyclones get a late push there to close it within 2, but they just weren't able to capitalize on some of the momentum from that. And the Ice Eagles have done a good job of just kind of denying chances.
Titus Miller tries to bring it in himself. Now that it was knocked to center ice, they'll have to clear the zone and re-enter. They send it in deep. Just over a minute left in this third period, trailing by 2. Cyclones applying the pressure from the corner. Johnson looking over options. Centering pass. Knocked away. And it trickles all the way back out to the neutral zone.
Yeah, that's going to be offside there, back in.
With 45 seconds remaining in the third. Cyclones with the win would gain another 2 points. They'd be at the top of the standings with 4.
The Cyclones had pulled Coleman prior to this offsides.
And
now he's heading back to the bench.
For the extra attacker in a 2-goal game. 36 seconds and counting left in the third period. And able to knock it off the boards and out to the neutral zones. Headed toward the empty net. It won't get that far. Marcianetti gathers the puck. And it's taken away by the Ice Eagles. 20 seconds remain. Back out to center ice.
Offsides. Tried to get the empty net there, but there was a white jersey already in the zone, so that wouldn't count.
With 17 seconds left in the third. Trailing by 2, the Cyclones will need a Blackhawks-like miracle.
I was going to say, our good pal Aaron Schellen knows what can happen in 17 seconds.
That's right. He's, unfortunately for him, he's a Boston fan, so he was on the wrong end of that Blackhawks 2 and 17 as the puck goes down. 5 seconds remain. Quad City knows what's going to happen as the time trickles off, and they storm the ice, ready to celebrate. They pick up another 2 points. That gives them 4 in the standings. The Cyclones have 1 after their tie in their opening game against the Jaguars. Let's see if we can get a score. It looks like 8-4. Jaguars beat the Mammoths, so they have 3 points, but that means Quad City is still alone in first with 4 points at the top of the standings after a big 4-2 win here in this one.
Yeah, that was a pretty dominant. Again, I go back to that timeout that the Ice Eagles called after falling behind by 1 goal. A very demonstrative head coach for the Ice Eagles, trying to get them to reshape their game and play like he knows that they can play, and that's exactly what they did. They went with 4 unanswered goals there before the Cyclones were able to get a late tally there in the third period, but too little too late for the Cyclones, and a big win for the Ice Eagles as they go to 4 points here in the tournament.
That's right, and we'll have more hockey action for you, of course, coming up in just a few moments. Next up will be a Bantam White Tier 3 matchup between Peoria and Winter Club. That's coming your way shortly here, so don't go away. It'll be right here on this exact stream. Final score once again, it's Quad City 4, Cyclones 2. This is Central State's playoff hockey powered by
Stream Sports
Midwest. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for a Bantamweight Tier 3 matchup between Winter Club and the Peoria Mustangs. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite and, of course, Chris Gonzalez on the camera as we have our opening draw won by Winter Club. A quick shot goes right into the glove of Bennett Manders. Make that Sean Cloker. And Bennett Manders. So Manders is in goal for the Mustangs. Sean Cloker on the other end for Winter Club. So that was Manders with that save. So Winter Club coming out firing right from the get-go. Well, the Mustangs try to clear. They do send it right back out towards center ice. Chasing onto it there is Thornton. And from the corner, trying to center it. It's tapped around the boards. These two teams both playing in the white tier 3. It was the Mustangs who came out on top of that tier, 34 points. That's good for first place. 15-1, 1-3. 15 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie, 3 overtime losses. Get points for those as the shot is gloved and held by Bennett Manders. Meanwhile, Winter Club, they were 5th, 22 points on the regular season. 10-8-0-2 was their overall record. Those 2 overtime losses. Again, you still get points for those. Ending with 22 points, 5th in the standings. The puck sent out, chasing it down is Winter Club. Mustangs able to take it away. Centering shot. And it trickles off to the side. Minute 15 into this one. No score. Just getting underway here in Darien for this matchup between Peoria and Winter Club. Two teams met twice in the regular season, and they split the season series. A shot. Never got through. Peoria applying some pressure as it now squirts back out into the zone for Peoria. They're coming off a win last night, a 5-0 win over Bloomington to pick up 2 points. Winter Club, a 5-goal win as well. That was against the Vikings, 6-1 the final. That on Thursday. So these two teams at the top of the bracket right now in this round-robin tournament with 2 points each. So the winner of this one will have the upper hand and control their own fate when it comes down to the third and final game of this round robin to determine who plays in tomorrow's championship game. 2 minutes into this first period, no score. Mustangs still applying some pressure as now it's sent back out toward center ice. Joseph will chase it down on his own end and actually will watch it go down for an icing. In the regular season, it was Peoria who won the first matchup, 7-2. That was back on January 24th, and then they played again on the 24th, a pair of games, with Winter Club winning the second one by a final score of 4-2.
Thank you, Brandon. All right, we're back in action here at the Darien Sportsplex. No score, 11 and a half minutes to go. Shots on goal 2-1 so far in favor of the visitors. Winter Club. Winter Club with their lone goaltender, Peoria's lone goaltender is Bennett Manders to our right. And number 54, Sean Cloker in net for Winter Club. Those are your 2 goaltenders here for this Winter Club Peoria Junior Mustangs battle. As Brandon said, both teams coming out with victories in their opening round games. Play along the near boards. Puck's not really going anywhere. It's like a magnet on there. Now kept in at the near point. Good job by Farrell to keep that one in. Now puck over into the near corner. Centering attempt. And laying down, making the save there was Cloker. Already had his pads glued to the ice. And that puck is sent down for icing with 10:22 to go here in period number 1.
Yeah, it was Winter Club who had the initial attack right off the opening faceoff. But since then, it's been Peoria applying much of the pressure on the other end. Just 5 total shots, though. 3 for Peoria, 2 for Winter Club.
Well, we're already 5 shots in the first 4 minutes here, Brandon. We had no shots in the first 8 minutes in our last game that eventually turned out to be a 4-2 game. But it's always interesting to see how these games develop. Each game is its own entity, and nary one looks alike, right?
That's exactly right. You never know what's going to happen until you see it out there, and even then you might not know what just happened.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot of times. There's an offsides here against Winter Club. Like, first period, teams could trade goals, like a 3-2 score, and then they'll go into the second period, it'll be scoreless. You know, it's like there's no momentum or really trend that carries over to the next period It's all in the moment. Did you catch the name on the officials? He has a name on his jersey here.
Oh, I did not notice that.
Burrink, which I don't know if he's being funny or if that's his real name.
It fits if it is. Yeah.
It definitely fits. As it got colder, I had to don an extra layer, put on the jacket. Put on jacket number 2, I should say, as we get now an icing call against the junior Mustangs. So face-off will be to the right of Bennett Manders. Flip shot there. That one sails over the glove of Manders, shot by Meyer. Now Marshall trying to push that one ahead. He'll get there. Cross-ice pass, but that's picked off by Winter Club. Here's the keeper. Good job keeping that puck inside the zone by Rowan Juergens. But now Winter Club comes the other way. Top of the far circle. Skating in. Shot. Save made. And holding on. I think we're going to get a late penalty here, too. A hook. Yep. So Winter Club drawing a hook. And heading to the box. Number 19. That's Sebastian Thornton.
Yeah, that was just a great individual effort, though, by Brennan Cummings for Winter Club to create that penalty. And early on, I thought he should have shot it earlier. He got a little hooked up there, but ends up drawing the power play.
Morris with the shot. Another save made. Manders is looking really good in net so far. There's another pad save. We talked about, might have been in that second game, where the other team decided to start shooting high. They may want to start doing that with Manders because he's been covering a lot of the ground below the waist, pad level saves. They might want to start looking to go high.
Yeah, so far doing a nice job getting down in that save position.
Minute 19 remaining on the power play for Winter Club. No score, 7:45 to go in the opening period. And a glove save made and holding on is Bennett Manders.
Well, there you go. They tried to go high on that one.
That's right. Had the right idea there. Face off to the right of Manders. Looks like it'll be Keppel in the circle for the Mustangs and Teddy Masterson for Winter Club. Rung over to the far boards. That's going to be kept in, thrown towards the net, but never gets through as Joseph clears it ahead. Now Peoria inside the Winter Club zone. Still 53 seconds of shorthanded time for Peoria. Now it comes out to center along the near boards. Cross-ice pass. That was Mataszewski. Pardon me. Now Lidstrom picks it up, throws it between the circles, but it hops over to the far boards instead, and it's going to go out to center. Lidstrom will skate after it. No icing, so he'll have to play it. Little delay there in playing it. Now thrown over to the far boards. Up ice. Winter Club inside the zone. Behind the net. Centering attempt doesn't get through. And now taking a seat for Winter Club there was Ernest Meyer. Meyer will go skate after it along the near wall. Slapper! And that one's paddled aside by Manders. Between the circles, up high. Shot. Save made Manders. High, low. It doesn't matter what it is, Brandon. He's getting it. And a player taken down by Joseph on Meyer. He's without a stick right now. And we're going to get an interference call.
Yeah, and I don't think that was intentional initially. It looked like Joseph kind of turned around and didn't see him and then kind of fell on top of. Maybe it's the other way around.
Yeah, so he'll go off. So the Mustangs, who just killed off a penalty, will now be shorthanded again. 5:55 to go. It's an interference call against Joseph. Thrown over to the near wall, then flipped outside to center. Ooh, here's Parker. Parker coming in, shooting, and he sends that one just wide. Not sure if Cloaker got a piece of that one, but man, Parker had some wheels spinning there and was able to get that shot off. Just blew by his defender.
Yeah, prime opportunity right there, and great shot. Just goalie was up to the task.
Oh, Gatton will throw it back inside the Winter Club zone. And they're going to say short of center, so that'll go down as icing. Minute 23 remaining on the Winter Club power play. 5:18 to go in a scoreless first period so far at the Darien Sportsplex, the Campbell Rink. Ace off to the left of Manders. Cummings pushes it forward. Farrell had it. Now he regroups, throws it off the near wall and out. That one's going to skate down short of set. Oh, man. Wow, that's a generous one because the Winter Club defender kind of slowed down going for the puck just to make sure it crossed that line. And now the referee's talking to him about it too. Well, then why'd you call it an icing if you didn't think he played it right? So, in any event, icing is the call. But a crafty move there by Ethan Sunderman to let that one go short of center or go for the icing. Here's your more traditional icing.
There you go. No question about that one there. There was a question initially on whether or not it would be on net.
Right.
But looked it all the way down, did Cloaker.
Yeah, just veered right. So another face-off to the left of Bennett Manders. Cummings tried to push it forward off the draw. Behind the net. Centering attempt to get it to Cummings. Good job there. That was Parker Morris. Now Morris has it along the far wall, tries to throw it ahead. knocked down by Peoria. And they'll throw it back inside the zone. It's going to be played by Vaughn Lidstrom.
Yeah, it looked like Cummings had it hit his stick, but he wasn't ready for it, so he never put any force behind it to pull the trigger on that previous attempt in front of the net.
Now Cummings has run over near that far wall. And going the other way is Cade Marshall. Marshall fires from the top of that far circle, and that one is steered aside by Cloaker, back out to center. Overrun by Juergens. Morris centering attempt, gets it to Meyer. Meyer shoots, save made. Wraparound attempt never gets there from Meyer. Kept in at the far point, however. Now Cummins throws it down below, back over to the far wall it goes. Played by Keppel. Colton Keppel gets it out to the neutral zone. And we're down to 3:44 in a scoreless first period. Both teams back at full strength. Marshall sidesteps one defender, and then he'll retrieve the puck on that far side and dump it in. Near wall. Here's Marshall. Throws it on net. Pad save made by Cloaker. We haven't said his name too often, but he's activated there. Dumped in by Smith. Shot between the circles. Cloaker was kind of dancing around there, but the puck never got on him. Now played on net. Stuff score! Pass from behind the net. And getting the goal is Parker off the feed from Thornton. There's our first goal, Brandon.
Yeah, and just a nice individual effort there by Parker. Finally found a way to beat Cloaker on one.
And it's a 1-0 lead. Goal coming with 3:05 to go here in period number one. Shots 10-6 in favor of Winter Club, but where it counts in the big board, it's Peoria up 1-0. As Brandon mentioned, both these teams won their opening round game. Peoria defeated Bloomington 5-0 on Friday. On Thursday, Winter Club defeated the Vikings 6-1. That's where they stand coming into this game, both teams with 2 points. Puck thrown back into the Peoria zone, but the Winter Club had not cleared the zone, so they get whistled for the offsides. We'll have a center ice face-off.
And you mentioned both teams winning by 5 goals in their opening playoff matchup, a 6-1 and a 5-0 final. So these two offenses are definitely capable of putting up a lot of goals in a hurry.
That's why it's only a 1-0 game here with 2.5 minutes to go in the first. But hockey's gonna hockey, right?
Exactly. And, of course, now you have the two teams that won by the 5 goals playing each other. A big swing game here in terms of this round robin.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so now a neutral zone draw along the near wall, just outside the Winter Club zone. Marshall hacking away at it, and then Thornton will bring it inside the Winter Club zone as he plays along that far wall, dug out by the Mustang. Deck to Thornton, and it gets it through! This time the feed went to Thornton, and he tucked it in. So Thornton giveth, and Thornton scoreth.
Yeah,
it's 2-1.
Generosity pays off sometimes.
Yeah.
So, hey, you could take this one. I'll get mine a little later. Didn't wait long.
And that was a tough angle shot, but the pass was nice from that circle. Thornton got some time and space to the right, or I should say to the left of Sean Cloaker. And he tucked it just between the post and the goalie, and it's 2-0. Juergens tries to slide that one down low. Currently still inside Winter Club territory. Now it's taken out to center. Trying to go wide with it is William Denacolo. Skating forward, fanning on the first attempt, but getting through on the second attempt was Teddy Masterson. Put it on net, and Manders got that glove down to hold on for the faceoff. 2-0 lead for Peoria with 1:27 to go in the opening period.
And I love what William Denicolo did on that previous pass to himself. He put the puck in space where he was able to skate onto it and have a shooting opportunity, put him in a scoring chance.
Yeah, it does take some talent to do that. Here's a shot that whistles just wide. That was a heavy shot there by Bradley McCallion. If that one was on target, part of that right side of the net was open and inviting. But he was not able to get it on target. And we're going to have a neutral zone face-off along the far wall just outside Winter Club zone. 1:10 to go in the opening period. 2-0 lead for Peoria. Near wall play. Cowens tries to sweep it outside the zone. Unable to. And then a quick wrister there from Cummins goes wide. Now Cummins will play it in the near corner. He'll swing it around to the far corner. That'll be played by Parker Morris. Shot towards the net does not get through. And up ice goes Keppel. Keppel to the Kalian now. Kalian had his pocket picked. Winter Club will go the other way. Shot, glove save, and not giving up a rebound is Bennett Manders off that shot from Parker Morris.
Yeah, just a strong hold there by Manders. Winter Club was looking for a rebound opportunity to pounce on.
Yeah, nothing doing. Manders looked really strong in net here in this opening period. Both high-low. There's a lot of low shots, pad saves in the early going, and then we talked about maybe Winter Club changing things up and going high, and he's been equally adept at denying opportunities there so far as well. So he'll have a face-off to his right with 17 seconds remaining in the opening period.
Yeah, 13 saves for him already.
That puck goes all the way down. No icing there, so I was wondering what they were going to do. Ooh, that one put in front of the crease of Cloaker, but the horn sounds. So we'll head into the second period with the Peoria Junior Mustangs holding a 2-0 lead over Winter Club. This is Central States Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Two 2-0 is your score as we get ready to start second period play here between Winter Club and the Peoria Junior Mustangs here in this White Tier 3 bracket matchup. Both teams with opening round wins looking to move up to 4 points in their bracket. The Mustangs will go left to right here in the second in their blue and light blue, and Winter Club in their off-white with green and black will go right to left. Still the same goaltenders in net. It's Sean Cloker for Winter Club to our right and to our left. The only goalie on the roster for the Junior Mustangs, Bennett Manders, who's had himself a game. 13 shots on goal by the visitors' Winter Club, and he's denied all of them at this point. 7 shots on goal for the Mustangs. 2 have gotten by Sean Cloker. Oh! That was a big hit there by Cummins. There's no penalty on it. It was a turnaround and instant contact there. He was hit up high. I thought they might call something because he was hit up high, but they just called it incidental contact and played on, but we're going to have a center ice face-off nonetheless here. Draw taken by Peoria. They'll throw it into the zone. Thornton dumps and chases. Kept in at the far point. A half slapper there to throw it towards the net. Now Smith throws it on net. And covering up and holding on is Sean Cloker with 13:20 to go. Only 40 seconds into period 2. He'll hold on for a faceoff to his left. Marshall will take the draw against Meyer for Winter Club. Marshall takes possession and dumps it down low. Marshall comes out of that corner, throws it towards the net, steered aside. Puck is still loose. They're whacking away at it. Spin around attempt and a pad save made by Cloker. He kind of lost his net for a little bit there, but he was able to get back in position. Nice job by Cloker with some blue jerseys buzzing around the net, and he was able to get a pad save to kind of finish that rally by the Mustangs. Puck tipped over to the far wall. Thornton's going to keep it in. Thornton continuing to pursue, but then it's thrown out to center. There's a skate race there. Shoveled back between the circles, picked off by the Mustangs. Here's Keppel. Or he was the intended recipient, but getting in front of that one, doing a nice job was Rice. And now it's thrown back into the Winter Club zone where Lidstrom will have to play behind his own net. Keppel in pursuit. Shovel ahead, intended recipient there was Masterson, never gets there. Now back out to the neutral zone. Smith dumps it in. Behind the net they go. DiNicolo pushes it ahead, but it's brought back in by Peoria. Keppel and DiNicolo battling it. DiNicolo gets it out the center. Masterson with a cross-ice pass, getting it over to Matuszewski. That puck flipped on net. And Manders able to hold on for the faceoff. We're down to 11:22 to go in period 2. 2-0 lead for Peoria.
Yeah, we talked about how Bennett Manders was peppered with shots in the first period. That's the first official shot for Winter Club here in the second.
Yeah, goes to our theory that these periods are in and of themselves. Shot from the near point doesn't get through. Peoria goes the other way. Cowan stick handling. Throws it on net. A pad save made. The rebound was out there for a moment, but then Cloker fell on it as Juergens was waiting to pounce on that, but Cloker got there first.
Yeah, that was a prime opportunity. If Cloker doesn't pounce on that one, or if it trickles just a little bit further, Juergens was right there.
There's Peoria. Juergens will dump it down low behind the net. Trying to clear it on the near wall is Ethan Sunderman. That's going to go all the way down. No icing. Puck comes off the far wall. Winter Club's able to get there first. They'll throw it down low, steered aside by Manders. Sunderman throws it on net. Tip shot. Oh, what a save by Manders, even with the tip. On the Sunderman attempt from the near point, he was able to track that one all the way and hold on for the faceoff. No rebound given.
Yeah, close up the 5-hole, make your body as big as you can, and just absorb that one. That's exactly what he did there.
Yeah, that's another good point, Brandon. He's not only is he making the saves, but he's been positionally sound too. He's square to these shots. Shoulders are square. He's not losing his net. Between the circles, Winter Club trying to get something on net here, trying to cut into their 2-0 deficit. Shot from the far circle, that one knocked down, or from the far point, I should say. Oh, that one trickles through the crease. Back over to the far corner. Lidstrom tries to throw it towards the net. That goes off the skate of Thornton and goes behind the goal. Cummins tries to center. Meyer had the puck taken away, and it's brought back in off sides by Winter Club. With 9:37 remaining in the second period, 2-0 lead for Peoria.
Yeah, there were a couple of chances there for Winter Club. Just couldn't pull the trigger on the one. Not sure if it was Cummings who was over there or maybe Dennis Colo.
Peoria chips it off the near wall. It goes inside Winter Club zone. Kept in. Stick handling was McCalian, but he had the puck taken away momentarily. Peoria gets it back. Gilhouse in that near corner throws it behind the net to Keppel. Keppel centering attempt and a save made. Nice centering attempt by Keppel to get it to McCalian, but Johnny on the spot was Sean Cloker. That was a big-time save, as Winter Club can't afford to get down any more than they are with their 2-goal deficit. Here's Gilhouse at center. He'll carry it in on the near wall. Cross-ice pass trying to get it to McCalian, does not connect. Winter Club looks to push it to center. They will, and Joseph will track it down for the Mustangs. Back inside the zone goes Peoria. McCalian had it roll off his stick, and it goes back down into Peoria territory where Joseph battles. He gets there first, throws it off the far wall. Peoria carrying it in. Going wide, goes behind the net. And it was Parker, Lucas Parker, who has one of the 2 goals for Peoria. Out to center. Gadden backhands it on the net, then it goes behind the net over to the far corner. Winter Club looking to pull it off that far wall, and they'll carry it out to center. There's Meyer. Meyer rips a wrister. That one gets by Manders. That was probably the first time he really looked challenged on a shot, and that one went wide.
Yeah, not sure if he saw it initially off the stick. Maybe a late reaction to it.
And Meyer got some good velocity on that wrister, and then the puck rolls off the stick of Masterson. Otherwise, he would have been in alone on Manders. Now here comes Peoria the other way. This is a 1-on-2. Marshall's going to have to take it wide. Throws it behind the net. He's got Keppel there for support. Thrown up along the near wall, kept in by Smith. Now Marshall spins, throws it on net. Oh, that one almost squirted past Cloker. He had it for a moment, then it deflected a little bit. Finally, he was able to cover up for a faceoff to his left. 6:59 remaining in period 2, with 2-0 lead for Peoria. Shots are 14-10 in favor of Winter Club.
Yeah, that last shot lost a little bit of power as they hit a stick on the way in, but as you said, nearly trickled underneath.
Yeah, changed directions a little bit, and sometimes that can be all it takes to kind of pull a goalie off of their tracking. Here comes Winter Club the other way. Parker Morris stops. Kept in. Lidstrom will try to fire it on net. Save made by Manders, and then it's pushed behind the net. Here's Rice. Oh, it hops over Rice's stick. He's going to be beat by the puck. Here comes Thornton with a shot. Score! Thornton with his second tally of the game. First goal of the second period, and it's a 3-0 lead now for the Mustangs. Thornton was not going to be denied when that loose puck opportunity at center ice, and he was able to blow past his defender, sort of take him out legally, and then go in and score the goal on Sean Cloker.
Yeah, you described that perfectly. Just blew right by the defender, and great finish to cap it all off for Thornton.
So Sebastian Thornton now with a pair of goals. He had the second goal for Peoria in the first period, the first goal for the Mustangs here in the second period. And that gives the Mustangs, Junior Mustangs, a 3-0 lead. Sunderman will track it. Keppel in pursuit. Sunderman will throw it to the far wall. Kept in at the far point. Flipped towards the net. Does not get through. And it's shoveled outside of the zone by Joseph Maffioli. Out to the neutral zone. Sunderman is able to recover and will throw it towards the net. And making the play on the puck was Bennett Manders. Sunderman keeps it in. Oh, and then it just hopped over his stick at the last minute. You know, we met that goal for Peoria. There was a keep-in attempt by Rice over at that near point here, and it hopped over his stick, and that's kind of what led to that breakout for Thornton.
Yeah, a couple of times that it just takes a bad hop or hits hard off the stick, and Winter Club couldn't keep it in.
Here goes one-on-one opportunity. Not even sure if he got a shot off, but it was a good rush there by Winter Club as they can use a tally right now, trailing by 3.
Yeah, it looked like that was a good job. TJ Joseph riding the forward all the way in. Nice job by the defender to not allow him to pull the trigger.
There's a backhanded shot there by Lucas Parker that hits the side of the net, and then it's covered up by Cloker with just over 5 minutes to go here in this second period. 3-0 is your score. That last game we had was sort of a penalty fest. That game got very chippy. I think we've only had, one penalty so far in this game? Maybe
yeah,
two?
And that was relatively early.
Yeah, as we got a shot off the draw, and Cloker covers up. So, of course, the broadcasters jinx. As soon as I say that, we'll start having a parade to the box, ticker tape and all. Now Meyer will join the party. Marshall against Cummins for Winter Club in the dot. Cummins wins. Throws it off the near board. Smith keeps it in for Peoria. That'll go behind the net. Gilhouse will play it. Throw it to the far wall. Kept in at the far point. Marshall centering attempt. That's deflected out front. Here comes Cummins for Winter Club. It's a 1-on-2 so far. He'll have to take it wide, wait for support. Then he kind of did an area pass, but no one was going where he put the puck. Peoria looks to go the other way, and they do. A couple players take a tumble here as Marshall and Morris. Morris seems to be a little shaken up. Shot does not get through. That goes into the equipment of Woods. As Woods is trying to clear the crease there. Oh, that one was tipped. I think Marshall tipped that one down from Thornton. I'm going to give Marshall the goal there.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, partner. I think that one definitely made contact with Marshall. Looked like it changed direction late, and that's all it took to beat Cloker.
Not a bad idea. Throw the puck towards the net, and then if you have someone there for the tip, and that's exactly what Marshall did. It's now a 4-0 lead for Peoria as they've taken a stranglehold on this game, looking to go to 2-0 and up to 4 points here in their bracket in White Tier 3. Why they only have 3-0 on the board?
Yeah, it should be 4-0. I think maybe just a little late on changing it.
Oh, okay. Our mistake. So it was called off for a high stick. We got the word down from the box. So it's good to be this close to the box, too. So
yeah, get that clarification.
Totally missed that one. So it is 3-0. So sorry, Marshall. You had a nice goal there, but high stick was the call.
That does confirm, though, that Marshall did get his stick on it. Just had it above the waist.
Too high, yeah. So that's a good break there for Winter Club. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. They would do them wonders to get a late second period goal, at least cut their deficit to 2. But Peoria, again, they've had their foot on the gas pedal here for a while. Puck thrown over to the near wall. Sunderman's going to keep it in, just kind of throws it towards the net. Dug out by Meyer, shot! That one never gets through. Well, Meyer had a good look at that one, but just wasn't able to get it through. Now Sunderman will play it along the near wall. Cross-ice pass. And pushed up front to Masterson. Taken by Peoria. They're going to go the other way here with it. Parker, shot save. Lucas Parker with another shot looking for his second goal. Dug out by the Mustangs. Oh, they had Cowan wide open. He couldn't connect, and then he took a tumble. He saw all that open space, wound up on the ice after that.
Yeah, just whiffed on the one-time attempt.
Puck down low, Sunderman. Gets it past Cowan. Gets it past the near point, Joseph. Meyer given a heavy ride into the boards by Thornton. Well, Thornton doing it on both ends there. He's just knocking players down. All right, now that one is a little out of the way, and there's definitely going to get a call there. I think Thornton, couple plays there, okay, fine, good, but that last one there was just blatant. He was just kind of feeling himself out there, and this time he's going to get whistled for it.
Yeah, no question about that one.
Yeah.
Middle of the ice, away from the puck.
Yeah, and kind of no need to do that too. You know, it's like they're rolling here. They're up 3. He's playing well. He's got a pair of goals. Just again, he kind of got into like a mindset there where he's going to hit everyone in an opposing jersey, and that last one was just like again too over the line, and so a penalty here, and maybe a chance for the Winter Club to get a late period goal to cut their deficit to 2. Sunderman can't keep it inside the zone. He'll have to retreat.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, like you said, is that it's been all Mustangs so far. You don't want to give any sign of life to Winter Club.
Right. Mustangs dig it out. Marshall skates by 2 defenders, flips the shot on net, save, shorthanded opportunity for Peoria. Cloaker makes a nice save, and now Lidstrom carries the mail inside the Peoria zone. And now the puck out to center. Skating wide, shooting, glove save made. On the shot by Peoria. Let's see, that was Keppel with the shot.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when you're on the power play, but you're being outshot during that time, and that's the case right now for Winter Club.
Face off to the right of Cloaker, and that puck flipped forward. And they're going to say hit the netting, so they'll bring it back. Again, face off to the right is Sean Cloaker. Minute 6 to go the period. Minute 8 on the Winter Club power play. Kept in far point. Behind the net, centering attempt is free. Score! Wow, just like that. And it was Parker. Lucas Parker. His second goal, so Thornton has a pair, Parker has a pair.
Yeah, and again, when you're giving up the shots and you're the team on the power play, that's never a good sign. It was all Mustangs there on that drive.
It was. Still 55 seconds on the power play for Winter Club, but now they are down that 4-goal deficit. I didn't get the license plate of the Mustang who centered that puck off the wall there, but it was a crisp pass, a one-timer to Parker, and he did not miss.
Joseph's shot kicked aside there by Cloaker.
I don't know what happened there in all that excitement. I lost all my paperwork there, Brandon, but I'm back.
Can't blame it on the wind. We're indoors.
Yeah.
That wraps up period 2.
So period 2 goes the way of the Mustangs, as did period 1. And we'll head to period 3 with the Mustangs holding a 4-0 lead over Winter Club. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Ready for the third period faceoff. It's a 4-0 lead for the Peoria Junior Mustangs. 3 seconds remaining on the penalty. For Peoria, now we're back at full strength. Now Winter Club going left to right this period. Stick handling, had the puck swept away. Cummins tries to play it. And now going the other way is Thornton. Thornton shooting. Glove save made. And holding on as Cloaker. Oh, and now things getting a little frisky there. And we're going to get a penalty called, I believe. I thought I saw the ref's hand up. He's going to guide one of the Winter Club players over to the box. And that will be Parker Morris. I think Morris might have taken exception to like the late whack there by Thornton on the goaltender Cloaker, and then things got a little chippy there. Oh, and it looks like they're going to... So I think Morris is getting a major there and then having to serve the minor penalty.
Yeah, so it looked like maybe Colton Keppel applied a hit a little bit after the whistle, and the exception to that and the fact that there was another late hit on the some stick whacking on the goaltender as well.
So Polinsky will serve the minor for Morris. And then Morris will be in the box for a little bit longer. 13-17 to go in the third period. 4-0 lead for Peoria. And they'll have to kill off some of this penalty time here. Winter Club, I should say. Here's Juergens, will dump it down low. Up high to Thornton, he'll keep it in at that far point. Cross-ice pass over to Juergens. Between the circles, little flipper, and that gets deflected into the near corner. Over to the near corner again. Thornton digs it out for Juergens, dump down low. Thornton far point. Behind the net. 47 seconds on the power play for Peoria. Winter Club out to center. Pushing that puck forward, Connor Egan. Let the Mustangs gain control, they'll throw it to Juergens. Juergens, up ice, missing connections with Keppel. Over to the far wall. Pinching in momentarily was Peoria, but unable to keep it inside the zone. Ooh, that looked to be an elbow. Flying elbow there from Meyer. Nothing called against Juergens. Stick handling there. Puck is loose. Then eventually covered up by Cloker as this game continues to get a little chippier each time.
Yeah, frustration really starting to set in for Winter Club. The penalties racking up a little bit, and you can see the intensity out there on the ice as well.
Well, face-off will be to the right of Sean Cloker. Parker comes off the bench to take the draw for Peoria. Smith pinches in, throws it down low, and it's deflected on net towards Cloker. Parker throws it behind the net. Now, four-player battle. Dug out by Winter Club. Out to center. Smith will gather it up, throw it back towards the zone. Both teams back at full strength. 4-0 lead for Peoria with 10.5 minutes remaining. Here's Parker in his own zone. Backhands it up to the far wall. Now back out to center, Woods. Pass missing connection there with Gatton. And that'll be picked up by Joseph Maffioli, who throws it to center. Steered aside to the near wall, thrown in. Woods was just in ahead of the play off the forward push there from Cummins. Marshall on the draw against Masterson for Winter Club. And now, they're missing a play.
Yeah, only four out on the ice at the moment.
The four-man formation there. Cummins comes off to take the draw for Winter Club. Thrown over to the far wall. Back out to center. Lidstrom's going to have to track that down. Kept in by Thornton. Beal is there for support. Hosea Beal. Flipped off the near wall. Juergens will intercept. Cross ice pass. Then chipped back into the zone by TJ Joseph. And it'll go behind the net. Thornton battles to keep it in along that near wall. Now Juergens pinches in. Out to center. Here's Winter Club, could have a 2-on-1. Here's Cummins. Cummins, cross to Masterson. Flip shot, score! What a pretty goal by Masterson. Teddy Masterson with the goal off the feed from Cummins. And Winter Club is finally on the board.
And you said it, that sequence right there was just picture perfect, exactly how you want to draw it up. Cummings saw the pass opportunity. It was a 2-on-1, found Masterson, who just buried it.
He got a backhand roof shot. So a nice job there by Winter Club to get a goal. It's 4-1. Game's not definitely out of reach, but it is going to take some effort here from Winter Club to keep chipping away, but it starts with one, and they got one there.
That's the first goal allowed by Bennett Manders so far in the playoffs after a 5-0 win in their first game.
And Masterson definitely earned that one. That was not a cheapie, and that one isn't one that Manders should feel bad about. That was a high-profile goal from Masterson. That was at the skates of Cummings. He couldn't corral it initially. Then McCalian spins around, gets it out to center. Rice. Over to Sunderman. Puck carried forward there by Matashevsky. Shot goes high into the near corner, and Meyer turns around, throws it between the circles. And it goes over to the far wall where it's carried out to center. Back to Meyer on the near wall. Meyer.
Nice job there by Manders, able to fight it off. And now Winter Club on the attack. Another one into the body of Manders, and with some help from a teammate, he's able to cover it up. Manders peppered with a couple of shots in that sequence, but able to remain strong. Just the one goal conceded, as I said, in the last two games, and so far in this one. 4-1, Peoria in front. The Mustangs were the top seed in the regular season, trying to continue that strong play here in the playoffs they have thus far. It's now Peoria on the attack. Pass comes all the way out to the point, hit some sticks on the shot attempt, and never got through. 7:15 and counting left in the third period. 4-1, Mustangs on top. Shots are just about even. Winter Club actually out shooting the Mustangs 21-20. The Mustangs bring it back. Skating through, the shot into the body, held by Cloker. That was Lucas Parker, who already has 2 goals in the game. He was looking for the hat trick. Cloker remains strong. 6:52 left in the third period, 21 shots apiece, but it's 4-1, Mustangs on top. Face-off trickles out. The shot just a little wide of the open side. Winter Club able to clear. Bringing it across is Ernest Meyer. He lost control of the puck. And the Mustangs get it out to center ice. Face-off will come out into the neutral zone. 6:27 left in the third, 4-1. Mustangs on top. Keppel and Cummings. Scratch that'll now be Michael Ian on the face-off as Peoria wins it and sends it in deep to the near corner. Winter Club trying to clear, unable to do so. Mustangs take over the puck. And now Winter Club takes it back out into the neutral zone. Cummings on the near side has it knocked off his stick. Two goals apiece for Sebastian Thornton and Lucas Parker. Meanwhile, the lone Winter Club goal from Teddy Masterson earlier in this third period as the puck deflects up and into the netting. Stops the clock with 5:49 remaining in the third. 4-1. Mustangs by 3. Face-off will come to the left of Bennett Manders. He's had a strong game in goal. 20 saves. Make that 21 saves on 22 shots. Parker sends it ahead toward Keppel, who's battling for it and ends up with the puck. Centering pass. Ends up on the stick of Gatton. The shot goes wide and back behind the net. Gatton with it, sends it out toward the point, but it goes all the way across the blue line, and having to chase it down is Farrell. Parker now with it on his own end. He'll stop and change direction behind his own net as the Mustangs move ahead. Sending it into the zone. Parker and Gatton both going after it. Winter Club trying to clear their end. They will out into the neutral zone. Here's Teddy Masterson. He has the lone goal for Winter Club as it trickles in toward the net, kicked aside by Manders, and it goes all the way out to the neutral zone. 4:45 and counting in the third. 4-1. Mustangs on top. This Bantam White Tier 3 matchup. Battle. Coming away with it is Winter Club. The shot goes wide. That was Cummings who pulled the trigger. Able to keep it in is Lidstrom. The shot kicked aside. Now Cummings again, knocked down. Winter Club applying the pressure. This one shoots up high and ends up back behind the net. So we welcome Eric back. Score has not changed, still 4-1.
And now we're under the 4-minute mark. Shots tightened up a little bit there, though. Winter Club actually has a 2-shot advantage, 23-21, but on the big board, they still trail 4-1. Marshall steering it ahead to Thornton. Now Marshall gathers it up. He'll go into the line. Farrell on the near wall. Stick handles. Backhanded by Cummins. Dumped down low by Cummins. Farrell will have to chase. Giving support there is Emmett Woods. Now Meyer. Shot on net. Save made. No rebound given. And Woods with the wrister. Cummins was there waiting for a rebound, but none forthcoming. Good stop and save made by Bennett Manders, who's only allowed the one tally, and that was a spectacular goal by Teddy Masterson. Now, Leafs and Falcons action coming up next. That'll be our next game here in the Bantam playoffs. That'll be on our continuous stream. That'll actually be Game 5 on this stream. That'll be the last game on this current stream, and then we'll shut it down and we'll open it up for Game 6 through 10. So game 5 between the Leafs and Falcons will be the final game of our 5-pack, as it were, Brandon, for the morning, early afternoon portion of our programming here at Darien. Here's Woods, centering attempt to Meyer. Tried to backhand around and unable to get it past Manders.
Who lost his stick.
He did lose his stick. And he makes a save. He made 2 back-to-back saves without a stick. That's the kind of game that Bennett Manders is having. Who needs a stick if you're a goalie? You can just throw your body in front of it.
Yeah, he's essentially a brick wall back there. Again, just 1 goal allowed in the 2 playoff games so far. 25 saves already in this one here today.
Face off to his right, down to 2:13 to go. Stick handling on net, another pad save made. Did it slip under? No signal from the referee just yet. It's kind of like the officials looking to see who recovered the fumble.
Yeah, have to dig up to the bottom of the pile.
Penalty shot. So it's a penalty shot for Winter Club. That was what the signal is, and it's going to be Meyer to take it. I think it might have been a player.
Yeah, so maybe not covered up by Manders, but covered up by a player instead, as you said.
Yeah, in the crease. And because of that, that resulted in the penalty shot awarded to Winter Club and Meyer. So Meyer coming in on Manders. Meyer stick handling. Unable to get around as Manders makes the save. And he gets a final peek over to Meyer there. Just wasn't able to stick hand him around. We talked about how positionally sound Bennett Manders has been, and on that penalty shot attempt, he demonstrated that.
Yeah, did exactly what you want to do. Came out outside the crease to cut down any of those angles early in case he wanted to try to shoot that ahead of time, and just really gave no look, and that's just kind of the game that Manders has been playing all day.
He's been playing well, giving his team support on the back end to allow them to flourish offensively. Well, you figure with 10 games that we're going to broadcast, we're bound to see a lot of things, and a penalty shot was one of them, I guess, so we can check that off our bingo card for Saturday.
That's right.
Or mark it off our bingo card, I guess.
You know, that's something we should have done before this all started, is create our own bingo cards for this.
Penalty shot there. I don't think we would have had 2 timeouts before the third period, though. Still don't think that's out. And Meyer's taken down from behind. That's going to be that man Thornton. And he'll head to the box. Meyer got up like he was going to charge at Thornton. Then he better not. Cooler heads prevail there. It'll be a face-off to the left of Bennett Manders. 4-1 lead still here for Peoria. Here's Lidstrom, flipped on the net. That one bounced through. Oh, that was laying down for a while, and another save made by Manders. As Meyer tries to stuff that through. Boy, Myers is fighting hard to get a tally there. He's just been denied on all ends. Minute 16. Skating is McCallion. He loses the handle. And now a forward pass tipped in front by Cummins. Cummins gets it back. No one to center it to, though. And then he gets it towards the net. Eventually got it to Matashevsky, but he wasn't able to put a whole lot on it. Covering it up to his right was Manders. And now we're under a minute, 58 seconds to go. Minute 25 on the power play for Winter Club.
As we have a timeout.
A late timeout taken here. And we'll take a quick audio break. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Well, hopefully Winter Club drew up a 3-goal play there. Under 58 seconds remaining.
Yeah, how many of those do you think you have in the playbook?
I imagine not many. You can have one for 1 goal. That's at least as best you can do, and then maybe rinse and repeat, right?
There you go.
Problem is you'll have a center ice face-off after that, and you have to regain possession. So that's a long timeout. Referee might want to break up that timeout. All right. I'm going to say I get credit for the referee spinning around and telling them, hey, we got 58 seconds to go. Let's get this underway. Face off to the right of Bennett Manders.
Yeah, like you said, down by 3 goals. You need to score quick. All starts with the face-off.
Yeah, it does. Cummins on the draw. Cummins spinning around, loses the handle. Matashevsky tries to whack at it, and then Meyer. Meyer to the far point. Sunderman, that one goes wide. Lidstrom pinching in. Keppel tries to dig it off the board. Lidstrom, centering attempt, doesn't get through. Knocked to Sunderstrom.
6 attackers.
Sunderman, I should say. Oh, through the crease. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, you're right. Goalie has been pulled. That one deflected by Lidstrom. And Manders able to get a glove on that one. Lidstrom leaving it for Cummins. Cummins drops it down low to Meyer. Meyer over to, gets it back to Matashevsky. Behind the net to Cummins. They're running out of time here. Fanning on it. I think they're running out of gas, too. We're down to 4 seconds remaining. Here's Matashevsky. Flip shot goes wide, and that'll do it. Your final score here in the blue Bantam White Tier 3 matchup between the Peoria Junior Mustangs and the Winter Club goes 4-1 in favor of Peoria, and they'll move to 2-0 and 4 points. And Winter Club sits at 1-1 with 2 points. Final score again, 4-1 in favor of Peoria. We'll take a brief break, and then when we'll be back, we'll have Leafs Falcons hockey. That's our next game here in Game 5 of 5 in the first half of our coverage here from Darien. Stay with us.
Welcome back as we get ready for our first Bantam Blue Tier game, Blue Tier 1, as the Falcons and Leafs get ready to go head-to-head. Hello, everyone. I'm Brandon Januska, along with Eric Willoway, who's doing double duty now.
That's right.
Color commentary, and he'll be manning the camera for this one. Falcons and Leafs. It's the 4th seed and the 3 seed in the blue tier, which is a little bit different from the white tiers. The white tiers, it's 2 4-man groupings in that round-robin style tournament. In the blue tier, there's not separate brackets. It's 6 teams, the top 6 teams from the regular season who are all in it. They all play 3 games, and the top 2 that come out of those 6 after this round-robin will be playing tomorrow in the championship game. So a little bit different in terms of the formatting for this tier, but the same concept. You play 3 games. Whoever has the most points at the end of today will be playing tomorrow in the championship game. And both these teams are well on their way to hopefully achieving that, both with wins yesterday. And for the Falcons, a particularly meaningful win, an 8-3 victory over the top-seeded Glenview. That was yesterday. And for the Leafs, they won 4-1 over the 6th seed, the Ice Dogs, last night. So both these teams coming into this game with 2 points, with 2 games remaining, including this one, trying to get to the top, be one of the top 2 teams, and give themselves a chance to play in the Bantam Blue Tier 1 championship game, which will take place tomorrow.
Yeah, you always like to see how the matchup is going to go when you have 2 teams that won their first-round games. We saw that in the last game there, and it turned out to be a lopsided affair in favor of Peoria. But, again, you just never know. And, that was a big win for the Falcons yesterday to get to this next stage.
Again, they beat the top-seeded Glenview 8-3. It wasn't just a 1-goal game. They won by 5 over the top-ranked team in the Blue Tier 1 as we are underway with this one, our first Blue Tier game of the day. As the Leafs come out of their own zone and move ahead. That's Caden Lambert who pushed it forward before it was taken away by the Falcons, and it's out at center ice where they just try to dump it in. The Leafs do. Taken right back out by the Falcons, and they dump it the other way.
Yeah, I think he was short of center there, so we'll have our first icing. Here we go.
There we go. We got to keep a tally on this, how many icings we have. Some of them we've had a lot, especially early on in games.
I don't think I want to know. Oh, wait, now they're waving it off. They're giving a center ice face-off, so okay.
So, yeah, it will be from center ice, so they'll say that he was at least on the red line when he sent that one down.
I don't know. I thought the original call was correct. I thought he was short of center, but anyway, that's nitpicking.
Leafs come forward with it, just try to dump it ahead. Chasing it down is Krellman of the Falcons. So he'll try to come back the other way, sending it forward into center ice through the neutral zone, and on the attack now are the Falcons. Shot attempt, never got through the defender. Here's Krellman. And it taken away, and back go the Leafs. Lucas DeFranca brought it out of the zone. Goes ahead for Kiel. Back to the Falcons. For these 2 teams in the regular season, again, this is the 3rd and 4th ranked teams in the Blue Tier 1. The Falcons were 12-6, 0-2. 2 overtime losses, 26 points. That was good for 4th. Meanwhile, 14-5, 1-0 for 29 points were the Leafs, the 3rd best team in the regular season. As stoppage of play with 12:27 left in the first period. No score, Leafs and Falcons.
Yeah, that puck went into the Falcons bench there, so we'll have a face-off inside the Falcons zone.
To the left, their starting goaltender, Nicholas Milbert. There's a shot in on Milbert. He kicks it aside. Another attempt. This one goes high and wide, back behind the Falcons' net. Milbert starting in goal for the Falcons. On the other side, it's Hudson Krull, one of 2 goalies on the rosters for the Leafs. This one goes out into the neutral zone. Chasing it down is Leonard. Has some pressure on him. That applied by Milbert, Benjamin Milbert. Not to be mistaken with Nicholas Milbert in goal.
We'll get our offsides.
Some of these common calls that we've had so far throughout the day. Icing, offsides, of course. Two of the popular ones.
Yes.
Neutral zone face-off, won by the Falcons. They send it in toward the corner. Chasing it down is Popkovich. Falcons keep it in. Trying to get it out. Goes over to Schubert in the corner, who just passes it ahead. Leafs still trying to clear. They do get it out to the neutral zone. Sent right back in by the Falcons. 11:20 and counting left in the first. No score. Falcons center it. A shot. Never got through. Listic was the one who fired. Listic chases it down, wipes out, and sends it around the boards. Now the Leafs coming forward. Schubert sent it ahead. Schubert gets it back just across the red line. And the Falcons take it from there, bring it across. Kersner. And taken away. Leafs back out to center. Schubert sent it there. So far it's been Falcons dump it in. Leafs send it back to the neutral zone as this one will go all the way in. Ooh. Just wide of the net. Actually hit off the side of the Falcons' goal. Now battle in the neutral zone. Who wants it? And it's the Falcons who initially came away with it and then it's poked away. Now the Leafs have it as we get a whistle.
Penalty interference.
That's on Ryder Waters of the Leafs. So we have our first power play of this matchup. The Falcons with the man advantage. Scoreless game, 10-11 to play in the first. Face-off won by the Leafs. Falcons keep it in, however. Bosov sends it across. One-timer goes wide. That was Poppelmeyer. Battle along the far boards. Here's Poppelmeyer again, looking, shooting, and it goes wide.
He had a good look there, just wasn't able to get it on target.
Wraparound attempt. Nothing doing. Go back the other way. Back out to Poppelmeyer. He tips it and now comes back with it. Gets around a couple of men. Another shot in on the body and knocked down by Kroll. Poppelmeyer's been busy at the point. This one hits off the heel of his stick, though, so they'll have to clear the zone and unable to do so. Gilbert wasn't across the blue line quite yet, and it's offsides. 1:09 remaining on the power play. 9:20 left in the first. No score. Leafs and Falcons.
Yeah, Poppelmeyer had several chances there on that particular first half of the power play.
Falcons win the draw. Send it in, and it goes right back out. So now Owen Jabin tries to send it back ahead. Chasing this one down, Jonathan Bosov. Centering pass. The shot, kick save, and still loose in front of the goal. Nobody can get it, and now eventually Bosov skates away with it for the Falcons. Tries to recenter himself. Pass attempt goes wide.
Oh, wow. He's wide open on that left post.
That was Ryan Greenspan who had the pass, and Bosov's shot just went wide. As you said, wide open net. 30 seconds remain on the man advantage for the Falcons. Just one shot on goal during this power play. 8:30 and counting left in the first. No score. Each team with just one shot so far in this first period. Gilbert sends a pass into a Leafs player, and they go back the other way. 5 seconds counting down on the power play. Waters ready to exit the box. And back to full strength are the Leafs. They successfully kill off the first power play of the day. The clock ticks under 8 minutes left in the first. No score, Falcons and Leafs. Leafs send it out towards center ice. Collected by Brandon Krellman. Now moving forward, Gilbert enters the zone, has it taken away immediately. Ethan Siegmiller. Falcons have seemingly had the majority of the offensive pressure so far. I know they're coming off a power play.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing there, Brandon, is that most of the play has been buried to our right there. Kind of keeping Hudson Kroll very active there, even though there's not a ton of shots on goal. It's only 1-1, but he's had to be on his toes and be aware.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure has been there, but a lot of great work by the Leafs defenders not letting the puck get through.
Right.
Face off to the left of Kroll. Won by the Falcons out to the point. A floating shot knocked down and then sticked away by Kroll. That was from Krellman, and now the Leafs coming back the other way. Polensky had it taken away. The shot goes wide, back behind the net. Collected by the Leafs, they'll hold and regroup. Under 7 to play in the first period, no score. Zaporozhian sends it forward to Schubert, who skates through the neutral zone and enters the offensive end. Leafs trying to sustain some offensive pressure. Falcons clear it back out to center, though. Zaporozhian sends it back into the zone. Schubert holds. Now a shot comes in on goal. Milbert, a little late reaction, but kicks it aside. Falcons clear it back down the other way. Skating onto it is Zaporozhian. He skates behind his own net. Pressure put on. That was by Logan Ryan. Zaporozhian just stayed behind his goal, so his team could change and regroup. Schubert nearly had it taken away again. Good pressure being put on. That's Miles Listick. So now Schubert clears and sends it all the way down before going off for a change. It goes all the way down for an icing.
He was ready to get off, so he just iced it.
Yeah, unlike in the NHL, if you ice the puck, you can still make a change. That's
right.
Not the case in the National Hockey League.
Nope, you'd be back out there.
So the faceoff will come to the left of Hudson Kroll. No score, 5:48 left in the first. Won by the Falcons. Listick, backhanded shot, never got through. Ended up behind the net. Now skating with it are the Falcons, trying to center it, unable to get it through. Again, the Leafs just huddled up in front of the goal and in the shooting lanes, not letting any shots get through.
Kirshner had that shot attempt there. Just didn't have a whole lot on it after the centering attempt.
The Leafs able to hold the zone. Brecken Leonard sent it forward. Falcons collect in front of their own goal and send it back out into the neutral zone, where it lands on the stick of Caden Lambert. Under 5 to play in the first. Still scoreless between the Falcons and Leafs. Hanauer has it taken away. And then it floats off the stick of Superfun. Round the boards it goes. Jabin tries to send it back toward the corner. Leafs try to clear. Goes back into the corner. Jabin sent it deep.
All right, we got to talk about that name. Carter Superfine.
Superfine. That's a great last name. Skating in with it was Caden Lambert before it was poke-checked away. Tried to center it, though, from the corner. Never got through. We talk about great hockey names. That's just a great name in general.
It is.
Clock ticks down toward 4 minutes left in the first. Still scoreless, just 4 total shots on goal. 3 of them for the Falcons, just 1 for the Leafs. The Falcons come forward. In the neutral zone, they turn it over. Puck staying in between the blue lines right now. Francis comes away with it. Will try to gain the zone, unable to. As the Falcons take it right back. So we get a whistle. The puck was sent through the neutral zone and down for an icing.
Well, definitely get my steps in on this camera work here. Right to left, right to left, left to right.
Rather not an icing. Faceoff will come back to center ice.
Of course.
3:29 left in the first. No score. Faceoff won by the Falcons. Yeah, where else would we expect the puck to go in this game but center ice?
Sure.
This one's sent around the boards behind the Leafs net. Collected there by the Leafs, sent back around and out into the neutral zone. Grellman collects. Skates away from one defender. Gets it back into the neutral territory. And now comes to Liam Hagel. Sends it forward. Onto a Leaf stick. And the Leafs try to skate out of their own zone, unable to do so. Basov, shot goes through the crease and wide. And it's sent right back out by the Leafs. 2:40 and counting left in the first, no score. So that puck fell short of icing. Falcons will play it forward. Jonathan Basov sent it across ice. And it's taken away by the Leafs. Patel with some speed enters the zone. Gets around one defender. Tough angle. Centering pass. And the shot never got through. And now loose puck on the side in front of the net and goes back behind. Looked like Milbert lost track of where that puck was. Ended up on his back. Luckily, a defender of his for the Falcons brought it behind the net. Leafs still on the attack. Basov skates it around behind his own net, and the Falcons able to clear. 1:45 to go in the first.
Here's that extra stick handling by Gilbert. No need to do that. Did the crisscross, causing Greenspan to go offside.
And yeah, we talked about it in some of the other games. Just that one extra move can disrupt the timing.
And you saw it right in front of you, too. You had your player right there. You know what was going to happen when you did that.
So the face-off back in the neutral zone, won by the Falcons. They send it around the boards. In the near corner. Big hit put on there by Benjamin Milbert. Leafs come away with it. Sending it forward, trying to get out of their end. Siegmiller will. Sends it across. Cross-ice pass, Elijah Balacating, who chased it down, but the Falcons take it away. Holding the point initially were the Leafs before it's cleared out to center. 1:05 to go in the first. We're still scoreless, Falcons and Leafs. Shot goes high and wide. Under a minute to play in the opening frame. Falcons with Gilbert. Gilbert with a clean look. The shot, he scores! Michael Gilbert had a clean look, only curled a beat. And he finds the back of the net to break the tie. It's 1-0, Falcons on top.
Yeah, that was a pretty goal there.
It's been mostly Falcons on the attack throughout this period, but neither team has really gotten the shots on goal. That's just the 6th shot total between the two teams. 4th one for the Falcons, and it finally finds the back of the net.
What a late period goal, and there's a break. There could have been 2 Falcons players that could have scored on that. One tied up the other defender.
And now another opportunity for the Falcons. It's a 2-on-0 if they're quick. Good skating, though, by the Leafs defenseman as the shot goes wide. They close that space quickly. 20 seconds left in the first. 1-0 Falcons on top. Hagel collects, tries to clear the zone, can't do it. Leafs held it in initially, then it trickles out. They have to regroup. 8 seconds left. Falcons willing to just hold it and kill the clock. They send it back behind their own net as time expires on the opening period. 1-0 Falcons on top after the late goal, Michael Gilbert, to break the deadlock here in the opening frame. Period 2 coming your way next. We've got a good one here as you're listening to Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. So we begin period 2, 1-0 Falcons on top of the Leafs. It was a late goal, Michael Gilbert, in the opening period. Falcons have maintained offensive pressure as they're on the attack once again to begin this second period. Outshot the Leafs 4-2, so not a whole lot of shots on goal for either side. But again, the Falcons have definitely maintained more offensive time.
Yeah, it was definitely more tilted towards the Falcons' favor in that first period.
As a takeaway from the Leafs, this could be an opportunity for them. Skating onto it, Ryder Waters tried to center, unable to do so. Falcons defense regrouped quickly. Now a battle in the near corner. Falcons able to take it away, send it just into open ice on the other end. Leafs keep it in. Centering pass and covered up in the crease for Nicholas Milbert. 1-0 Falcons, 12:59, just a minute one into this second period.
A little feistiness shown there from the Leafs on that first shift. Looking to get the equalizer.
As the Leafs on the attack. Pass just goes back behind the Falcons' net. Carlson sent it around. Falcons try to clear, they do so. Carlson will try to chase it down as it stops short of an icing. 12.5 to go in the second period. 1-0 Falcons. Falcons try a shot, and it never got through. They'll just regroup at center ice. That's Brandon Krellman. And they sent it forward offside.
Looked pretty close, but official calls it anyway.
They deemed Greenspan was a little early entering the zone. Neutral zone face-off. Logan Ryan to take it for the Falcons. As he's tied up, Falcons do come away with it. It was Micah Polenska, who took the draw for the Leafs. There's a battle in front of the benches at center ice. Falcons come away. Trying to gain the zone. They do initially and now push it further. Benjamin Milbert. And a delayed penalty. Centering attempt. Leafs touch it, and that'll draw the whistle. Milbert was held as he tried to spin early on upon entering the zone. And the Falcons, already leading by 1, will have a man advantage for the next 2 minutes.
Hooking is the official call. Yeah, look, could have been a hold, could have been a hook. Either way, it's a penalty.
It's Brecken Leonard who sits in the box for the next 2 minutes. Face off to the right of Kroll. Won by the Leafs. Out to center ice. That's where the Falcons take over. Just try to send it back in. Leafs come ahead. Now on their own end, the Falcons will try to regroup. 5-on-4 action for another minute 45. 11.5 to go in the second period. 1-0 Falcons lead. Michael Gilbert with the game's lone goal. Came late in the first. The Falcon player lost his stick. It's the Leafs who are coming ahead. A shot goes wide off the side of the net from Brandon Krelton. Make that from Kirill Prokovic. And the Falcons send it back in deep on the attack. Minute 10 and counting on the Leonard penalty. Poppelmeyer's shot never got through. And then it trickles off the stick of Owen Jabin and out to center ice. Falcons have to regroup, and they do, re-entering the zone. Oh. Centering pass gets off a Superfine. He had a clean look. He had to extend just a little too far. Couldn't collect. As that one sent in on net, kicked away. Poppelmeyer is the one who shot it from the point. Poppelmeyer has it again. Looks, shoots, and it's fisted wide.
One thing I think the Falcons should pick up on is Kroll leaving up some rebounds there. Might want to tighten that up a little bit. Some of the shots, obviously, depending upon where they hit, easier said than done. But the one shot prior to that, I thought that one was one he could have absorbed or at least steered in his favor.
As the Leafs come ahead, 10 seconds left on the penalty. The Leafs trying to do something shorthanded, at least kill the rest of the time. They will as time expires on the penalty. Leonard heads back out onto the ice.
And Prokopovich just in the play, ahead of the play, offsides.
We'll have another neutral zone face-off. 1-0 Falcons after the Leafs successfully killed that penalty. Falcons out shooting the Leafs 7-4. Face-off won by the Falcons. Having to chase it down, though, is Krellman. Getting there first are the Leafs. Opportunity, perhaps. Centering pass. And it's covered up by Milbert. May have been looking for Ethan Siegmiller. It was just outside the crease. Never got to him. Face-off to the right of Milbert. Leafs hold it in. Initially, Falcons then send it out. And now the Falcons on the attack. Loose puck in front of the net. Taken away by the Leafs. 2-on-2. Coming across with speed is Siegmiller. The shot kicked aside. Leafs hold it in for now. Siegmiller centers and actually a shot that's kicked away by Milbert. Leafs applying some pressure. They have 3 men in the same area in the corner as this one just trickles out into the crease. It's covered up by Nicholas Milbert. He'll draw the whistle with 8:47 to go in period number 2. 1-0. Falcons still in front.
And we're going to get a slashing call here on the Leafs. Coming in ahead of the play there, behind the play, Elijah Bulicating. I'm going to say he did a slash there towards the end on the goalie. So it'll be a power play for the Falcons, already with that 1-0 lead and a chance to extend it.
Leafs have already killed off one Falcon power play in this period. They'll try to do it again, keep it just a one-goal game. And actually, during that previous Falcon power play, the Leafs had a couple of short-handed looks. Weren't able to convert, of course, as it's 1-0 Falcons as they send it all the way down. That'll go for an icing. Schubert just sent it across. 8:39 left in period number 2. 1-0 Falcons on top. Shots even at 7 apiece. Minute 52 on the power play. Falcons trying to set themselves up offensively. And there it is. Superfine with a clean look. Gets it around Kroll. And that doubles the Falcons' lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, just getting that one tucked in on that side. Getting it past Kroll. And it's a 2-0 lead here for the Falcons.
With 8:30 remaining in period number 2. Again, they took their time. They weren't rushing on that one. Took their time to set things up on the power play, knowing they had the advantage. Superfine found an opening and just got it around Kroll. So both teams now back at even strength after the power play goal. 2-0 Falcons on top. 8:15 and counting in period number 2. Falcons go back to collect the puck and send it back ahead once again. It's collected by Zaporozhian. Under 8 to play in period 2. Falcons hold the zone initially, now back out to center ice. Skating ahead is Waters. He has help, that's Lambert. Waters and Lambert both around it. Lambert had it taken away. Carlson can't hold the zone. Leafs have to retreat.
Good communication there by the Leafs. You heard Wyatt coming from his defensive partner, so Carlson waited before he put that one in the zone.
Falcons able to come back the other way now. Listic has it a little far for his stick. Leafs take it back. Passing it around, trying to pass their way out of their end, and they do. Bodied off the puck was Vishal Patel. Leafs recollect. Carlson coming up the near side. Enters the zone still with the puck. Ends up back behind the net. Centers it, but no one home. It'll go all the way down, sent down by the Falcons, and that'll be an icing. 6:51 left in period 2. 2-0 Falcons lead.
I haven't had too many of the icing variety. We've had some of the offsides more so, I would say.
Yeah, just some of the timing not quite right when it comes to entering the zone. Of course, we pointed out the one where just that extra stick handle sometimes is the difference. There is a face-off to the right of Milbert. Won by the Leafs. Spinning around and the shot. Fisted aside. That shot coming from Polenska. Falcons able to clear their end. 6:40 and counting in period 2. 2-0 Falcons lead it. Shots even at 8 apiece. Falcons, that's Basov who sent it forward. Now a pass attempt. Couldn't pull the trigger, Greenspan. Trickles into the corner, battling there. Liam Hagel for the Falcons. Had it taken away, though, by the Leafs. Still holding their end. Here's a clean look. That's fisted aside. That was Gilbert. Michael Gilbert with the first of the 2 Falcons goals. Carter Superfine with the other. Falcons from center ice. They enter the zone. Sent ahead for Jonathan Basov. Battling in the corner with Henry Francis. And the Leafs come away with it. Basov was just bodied off the puck, but now he gets a look. Can't pull the trigger. He got tangled up with Lucas DeFranca.
He was wide open, too.
And now a shot attempt never got through. Leafs exit the zone. 2-0 Falcons, under 5.5 to play in period 2. Strong collision. And the bigger man won, that being Prokopkovich, who now shoots one, never got through. Bossoff able to get a stick on it. Got in the shooting lane, battle in the far corner. Shot on net, just covered up there by Nicholas Milbert. Kirill Prokopkovich. Big size advantage over some of these Falcons players. He showed it off entering the zone, eventually won over the puck.
And the Leafs definitely have some size on their side.
So the Leafs will retreat to collect the puck. They do. And bring it through the neutral zone. Entering the offensive end is Balakutting. Sent around the boards. The shot attempt went wide. Now battle to keep it in. Falcons able to clear. And now back the other way comes Benjamin Milbert. Clean look. The shot into the body, rebound. It's still loose in front. Eventually covered up by Hudson Kroll. Benjamin Milbert got around the defender. Found himself one-on-one, just the goalie to beat. But Kroll stands tall.
A little bit of a rebound there, but he was eventually able to cover it up. But a good rush there by the Falcons.
Falcons lead 2-0, 4:30 remaining in the second period. Face off. Initially looked to be won by the Falcons, but taking it away and skating ahead was Siegmiller for the Leafs. And now a race to the puck here. It'll be Logan Ryan to get there first in the corner. In the offensive zone for the Falcons before it trickles back out to center ice. Krellman will dump it back in. Giving it to the Leafs. And offside as it came out of the zone and then right back in. 4:02 left in period 2. And a 2-goal Falcon lead. Mentioned it earlier for anyone just joining us. The Falcons and Leafs both won their game yesterday to open the playoffs. As here's a possible look for Siegmiller. It came off his stick initially. A shot knocked down out in front. Rebound attempt. Carlson with the shot. And now the Falcons just trying to clear. Whiffing on one is Listick. Held in by Siegmiller. Now back out to center ice. Again, both teams won their game yesterday. For the Falcons, it was a big 8-3 victory over the top-ranked Glenview. Meanwhile, the Leafs with a 4-1 win over the Ice Dogs.
Balakutting, I think, was just in ahead of the play. He was working to get back on side, but the puck was brought in before he could exit the zone. So we'll have a neutral zone draw.
He'll come from the far dot. 3:31 left in the second period. Falcons by 2, 10 shots apiece. Draw one by the Falcons. They just ring it off the boards and into the neutral zone where the Leafs collect. Francis just dumps one in on goal. Kicked aside by Milbert. Keeps the puck alive, and the Falcons will exit their zone on the other end. Collected by Vishal Patel, who skates around with it. Can't clear the zone. Held in by the Falcons. And now here's Kirstner. A shot covered up by Kroll. Into the body, he held on, no rebound. 3:03 left in the second, 2-0. Falcons lead it.
Got shots even up at 11 apiece. So again, this hasn't been like a high velocity, high octane game so far. It's only a 2-0 lead for the Falcons, but shots have been pretty even.
That number doesn't tell the whole story, though. The Leafs have had a lot of times where they've gotten bodies in the shooting lanes of the Falcons, and the puck just never gets through. Under 3 minutes left in period 2. Falcons with a 2-goal advantage as the battle behind the Leafs net. Toward the near side along the boards, and it finally trickles out over to Michael Gilbert. Gilbert trying to keep it in, taken away by the Leafs, and Caden Lambert who sent it ahead. And now back the other way comes Brandon Krellman for the Falcons. He'll dump it in and chase it down. Leafs able to send it back out into the neutral zone. So deflection goes up into the Leafs bench, and that'll stop the clock with 2:14 left in the second. Falcons outshot the Leafs 4-2 in the first. It's all even up now. 11 shots apiece total. Face-off won by the Leafs. Battle for the puck along the boards near their own bench. And it eventually comes to Hagel and the Falcons. They'll skate in along the near boards. Good look, but a shot never got through. Hit a body. That was Carlson. Under 2 to play in period 2. Leafs trying to skate forward. Waters lost sight of where it went. It deflected off of him. And Hagel was the one who actually came away with it. Now Carlson re-enters the zone. And the puck got a little too far off his stick. Falcons back into the neutral zone. Minute and a half left in the second. 2-0 Falcons lead. Hagel sends a pass through the neutral zone. It'll just trickle over to Zaporozhian. He battles from his own corner. Sending it over to the blue line. Held in by Krellman. Sends it back into the corner. Trying it back out the other way. Hagel is there. Centering pass attempt. Never got through. Now a wraparound attempt.
No goal.
No goal.
Huh. Good attempt, though. But Kroll able to meet it at that side of the post.
That was Miles Listick with the shot. Tried to get it around. The goal may have came off its bearings as well. Clock stops. 1:02 left in the second period. 2-0 Falcons lead. They had a goal late in the first period to open the scoring. Doubled their lead here in the second. A shot hits a body. That shot from Poppelmeyer. Battle in the corner, ends up behind the Leafs net. Kroll going from side to side to keep track of it. Now the Leafs have possession. They'll skate their way out of their own end. All the way through the neutral zone, and that's where the puck came loose.
I don't know why he has his palms up. He clearly had players already in the zone. He brought it in offsides. It's like it was offsides.
That was Prokopovich who tried to enter the zone.
Well, it was DeFranca who carried it in after Prokopovich lost the puck, and he had already gone into the zone, and then DeFranca came in and carried it in offsides.
That led to that neutral zone face-off. 25 to go in period number 2. Falcons with a 2-goal lead. So they wait, send it out to the neutral zone. Superfine has a goal in this period, sends it forward. Ringing around the boards behind the Leafs net, 10 to play here in this second period. Battle from the corner, now 4 on the clock. Leafs will just send it into center ice as time expires. 2-0, Falcons lead it. Goals from Michael Gilbert in the first and Carter Superfine to double the lead here in the second. We head to period 3, 2-0 Falcons over the Leafs in this Bantam Blue Tier 1 matchup. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Ready for period 3 as a tie-up on the face-off to begin the frame. 2-0 Falcons in front. Entering this final period. Leafs applied some pressure, outshot the Falcons 9-8 in that second period, but it was the Falcons who came away with the lone goal to double their lead, 2-0. Now the Leafs with a good look, trying to get it to the backhand. Was Siegmiller unable to do so, and it ends up back behind the net. Now carrying it forward is Carlson. He had it taken away. Falcons exit the zone and just dump it in deep. Gilbert, that'll go as a shot on net. So he put it right in on Kroll, who kicked it aside. Now Patel with the puck. Looking over his options, taking his time, and gets around Basov. Patel also getting around Greenspan out into the neutral zone. Now it passed to himself. He's doing it all. Exits his zone, digs it in deep into the Falcons' end, and now we have a whistle and a penalty upcoming. And the Falcons are headed back to the power play.
Patel goes to the box.
Cross check by Patel, so 2 minutes. And the Falcons have their third power play opportunity. They already lead by 2. They are 0 for 2 on the power play so far. Their 2 goals both coming at even strength. Goals so far today by Michael Gilbert and Carter Superfine. 2-0 Falcons lead. As an opportunity here, it's up and over through the crease. Couldn't get it home. Was Listick.
He had Kroll down and out, but it was a tough angle shot for Listick.
Just went right through the crease, up and over the body of Kroll. Back out into the neutral zone. Falcons will enter the zone on the attack. The shot into the body and held by Hudson Kroll. Hagel with the shot. Minute 21 on the Vishal Patel penalty. 2-0 Falcons lead. 12:05 left in the third period. Again, in the blue tier 1, 6 teams playing in the playoffs, and the top 2 will play tomorrow. No separate brackets, as skating on are the Leafs, and the shot backhand attempt by Lambert goes wide behind the net. Falcons come away with the puck. Listick sends it forward, collected by the Leafs. We will try to turn it back the other way. Pass forward. Lambert unable to exit the zone. Jabin able to keep it for Basov, who skates forward toward the corner, evades a hit. Now skating in on net. The backhand is kicked aside. Back behind the goal. A shot goes off the side of the net. That was Listick, who sends it around to the other side. It'll go all the way back out to the point. A slap shot attempt, and it trickles aside. Basov couldn't get the trigger on it. And now Listick. Puck to Javin. Slap shot, never got through. Hit a leg in front. Listick's shot guns up behind the goal. Listick again from the near corner. Sends it out to Javin near the point. Back into the corner, Listick. Penalty expires. Patel comes out of the box. Both teams at even strength. As Listick came in to punch that puck out as it was being pinned up against the boards. Leafs, though, come back out the other way. Here's Patel, fresh out of the box. He's got fresh legs. After sitting for the last 2 minutes, but he had it poked away from him in the neutral zone, so the Leafs never able to enter. They'll regroup and try it again. Here's Lambert. who had it poked away from him. Leonard sends it forward for the Leafs, and Waters eventually does send it all the way in on goal, kicked aside by Milbert. Falcons just flip it back into neutral ice. Chasing it down, Owen Jabin behind his own net. Pressure put on by Kale. Sent back into the neutral zone. 9:40 and counting left in the third. 2-0 Falcons lead. Prokopovich sends it ahead, but a little far for DeFranca. Now Leonard sends it back out. We had a whistle offside. Neutral zone face-off from the near dot. Ryan wins it for the Falcons. They dump it in back behind the Leafs net. Centering pass, and it goes right through. Logan Ryan was the intended target. Milbert made the pass. Now Milbert with a backhand attempt. Tried to pass it out to the point. It was intercepted, but now Creelman able to hold it in. Creelman again. Centering pass, and it goes through once again, looking for Ryan. Good shift here from the Falcons, but the Leafs eventually do turn them away. Skating all the way down, that'll go for an icing, and both teams will change out. 8:41 left in the third, 2-0 Falcons lead. Falcons out shooting the Leafs 14-11. Leafs without a shot on goal here in this third period. Falcons have 2 in this frame, as that one goes just wide of the net. It was redirected. Now the Leafs back the other way. Siegmiller kind of ran into his own player as he was trying to enter the zone and pushed him into the zone ahead of himself and the puck, so offsides, and we're back into the neutral zone. 8:26 left in the third. Falcons with the puck. Send ahead, Leafs take over. They just dump it across to the other side. Owen Jabin will collect, take his time, and knock it off the boards forward for Kirshner. Kirshner had it knocked off his stick. Battle right along the red line at center ice. Now it's sent in deep into the Leafs end. Taken away, Listic skating in off the side of the net. Gets it over to Kirshner. Kirshner's shot trickles in back behind the net again. Held in from the point. Sent in deep to the far corner. Falcons by 2, 7:35 and counting left in the third. Here come the Leafs. One-on-one opportunity, skating onto it. Ballocating got there first, but then the Falcons able to take it away. They have possession and dump it back out through the neutral zone. This will come all the way down, but short of an icing into the corner. Falcons go off for a change, as the Leafs will try to come ahead. It's taken away by Basov. Skates toward the far corner. A shot goes right into the glove of Hudson Kroll. He holds and draws the whistle with 6:59 to go in period 3. Falcons 2, Leafs nothing.
I think Falcons getting everything they want here in this game. They have the lead. They're just keeping the Leafs at bay here. Bay Leafs, see what I did there?
I love it.
Yeah.
As the Falcons have been maintaining the steady offensive pressure. Always susceptible to the counterattack when you're pushed in too far. We have seen a couple of good looks for the Leafs. Unable to convert thus far, though. Nothing has gotten by Nicholas Milbert between the pipes for the Falcons. Schubert battling for it out at center ice. It comes ahead to Basov, who puts it into the Leaf zone. And now Leafs just trying to clear back out. Greenspan wouldn't let them, and then Bosov continued to hold it in. Now they eventually do dump it out through the neutral zone. It'll go all the way down, and it will not go for an icing. Icing waved off. Fell just short. The Falcons could have played it.
Exactly.
Right call there. 2-0 Falcons lead. Leafs have it. Skating out with it, Henry Francis sent it forward for Patel. It's picked off. Here comes Gilbert. Gilbert gets around one man into the corner. Centering attempt goes through. No one home. And now dumped back out into the neutral zone. And if you're the Leafs right now, they seem to be playing more defense than offense despite trailing by 2. They're just doing everything they can to try and hold off this Falcons rush. As Prokopowicz sends it forward, held in by Jabin. No. Thought he held it initially. It did clear the blue line, and it's offside. 5:17 left in the third. 2-0 Falcons on top.
Clock's probably not going as fast as the Falcons want, but it's still ticking down.
Leafs are still without a shot. A shot on goal in this third period. Trailing by 2. Falcons with the puck. Bringing it behind their own net and then sent forward. That was Owen Jabin. Now a turnover. Ryan with it. Into the near corner. He had it knocked off his stick initially, but able to center it. The shot from Milbert. And entangled. It goes in.
I think that's Milbert. I think Milbert gets it on the second effort there.
The initial shot from Milbert was saved by Kroll, but a rebound attempt, and it was Milbert who finishes it off, and it's 3-0 Falcons on top with 4:51 left in the third. One goal in each of the 3 periods now for the Falcons. It's Michael Gilbert in the first, Carter Superfine in the second. Now Benjamin Milbert here in the third. Meanwhile, Nicholas Milbert still hasn't faced a shot in this third period. He's made 11 saves on the 11 shots he's seen so far today. Just over 4.5 remaining in this third period. The Falcons once again on the rush. Loose puck in the crease, and it trickles in. That's Logan Ryan. Loose puck just out in front of the net, and Ryan was the one who eventually slammed it home. That's something we talked about earlier on, Eric, was the rebounds that were being created by Kroll and those opportunities. Well, now the Falcons are starting to finish them off.
They sure are, getting themselves a 4-0 lead now.
Face-off won by the Falcons as they're starting to run away with it here. They have 6 shots in this third period. 2 goals, no shots on goal for the Leafs in the third. 4-0 Falcons lead. So we have a whistle with 4:08 left in this final period.
Puck sent into the Falcons bench on the far side there.
So the face-off from the neutral zone, won by the Falcons. It's another thing they've done well today. They have dominated at the dot. Listick, along with DeFranca, battling for the puck. And it's eventually Leonard who came away with it. Sent right back in, though. As Carlson collects in his own end. Sends it back out. Leafs trying to forge forward on the attack. Falcons not letting them in. Leafs never got through the neutral zone. Now DeFranca able to get it in deep toward the corner, but not deep enough as the Falcons send it right back out. Here's Listick. Slows down and stops, and now a shot just fisted away by Kroll. That shot by Hunter Kersner.
Offsides.
As Kersner was still in the zone for the Falcons. 4-0. Falcons on top, trying to pick up another big 2 points here in the Bantam Blue Tier 1 standings. Give themselves an opportunity to play tomorrow in the championship game. Just over 3 minutes left in this one, 4-0 lead. Falcons bring it ahead. Here's Jabin. He'll just send it in deep. Go back to the point. It's from the other point. It's a shot attempt from Poppelmayer. Never got through. Back out into the neutral zone. Francis able to keep it from re-entering the zone. And now Jabin will pass it across. Greenspan sacrificing his body to enter the offensive zone. Puck sent in deep, 2:15 to play. Gilbert knocked off the puck. And now Patel and the Leafs come ahead. Sent over to Siegmiller. Looking over his options, not a whole lot of room, and has it taken away. It's set back out. Could be a big opportunity here for Ryan Greenspan. He slows up to wait for a little bit of help, as Zaporozhian was able to catch up with him and actually strip him of the puck. Now here comes Patel and the Leafs. Minute 44 and counting left in the third. 4-0 Falcons. Patel.
Oh,
and a big
that's a
collision
if there ever was one.
Back behind the Falcons' goal.
Yeah, and he's pointing me. Yes, you. You just cross-checked a player into the boards. Give me the me stuff.
That was Elijah Balakating who absorbed that hit. And being sent to the box is Owen Jabin.
Yeah, Owen Jabin with the cross-check penalty there.
That penalty will take up the remainder of regulation. 2-minute penalty, a minute 32 left in the third. 4-0 Falcons lead. See if this gives the Leafs a chance to get on the board.
Oh, we got offsetting penalties here.
And there you go. Allocating will go into the box as well. So instead of a man advantage, as you said, offsetting penalties, they'll have to re-drop the puck, as Balakaden wasn't quite in the penalty box quite yet. He was still on the ice.
Yeah. Well, the officials need to be in sync there. Where's your other official? He's over putting people in the box, and the other ref's dropping the puck.
Minute 30 to go here in the third period. 4-0 Falcons lead as they ice the puck. So it'll come back into the offensive end to the right of Nicholas Milbert. Milbert trying to pick up the shutout. If there were to be a tie at the end of this round robin, one of the tiebreakers is goal differential, so keeping them off the board could be big if it ended up coming down to that tiebreaker.
And another icing call. We're going to take about 5 minutes to play this last minute 19.
Just chip away 5 seconds at a time. 4-0 Falcons, minute 19 to go here in the third.
What are we doing?
And it'll be a timeout.
Why are we calling a timeout with 4-0 lead? The Leafs are calling a timeout. All right.
Try to find a way, get on the board. And the top two teams out of the 6 will play tomorrow in the championship game. That game for the Blue Tier 1 will be the last game here in Darien tomorrow. A 2:10 scheduled start time. Again, that all depends. That time flexible depending on the 3 games that happen before it.
Well, you mentioned the goal differential being something that's important, so maybe that's what they're talking over at the Leafs bench, is at least try and get a goal out of this.
Try to get something, yeah. Head-to-head is the first tiebreaker, but I know if there is a three-way tie or if the head-to-head isn't in effect, then it does come down to goal differential. There's other tiebreakers after that as well. Face off to the right of Nicholas Milbert. He's trying to pitch a shutout. Minute 15 away from doing it. 4-0 Falcons.
Net empty to our right. Ooh.
Going for the sixth attacker as Siegmiller with the puck. Leafs trying to do something. Patel sending it forward. Siegmiller will chase it down. That might have been one of the discussions that was had during that timeout. The decision to go with the empty net. Just try to get on the board somehow. Help that goal differential. Zaporozhian sends it across ice. Skating in with it is Prokopovich. Shot on goal, kicked aside by Milbert. 30 seconds left in the third. 4-0 Falcons. Sent out back toward the empty net, but it won't get all the way down. Carlson collects. Leafs have to slow down. Avoid an offsides. Patel with 14 seconds left sends it forward. Here come the Leafs. Maybe a final push as the shot into the glove. Initially dropping it was Milbert to try to keep that clock running before he had to cover it up with 6 to go here in the third.
Yeah, why not? One final whistle in this game.
This faceoff will come to the left of Milbert. Goals in this one by Benjamin Milbert, Logan Ryan, Carter Superfine, and Michael Gilbert. So faceoff was won by the Falcons, but then a shot from the point as time expired. It was Carlson and kicked aside for one last save by Nicholas Milbert, who does complete the shutout. 14 shots on goal. He turned all of them aside. Meanwhile, the Falcons with 4 goals on their 19 shots. They're now 2-0 in this round robin. 4 points total. The Leafs fall to 1-1. They have 2 points in the standings so far. Each team with 1 game to play here today before we know who's going to that championship game tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a good game by the Falcons, a 4-0 victory, and getting their second win of the tournament. With, as you said, Brandon, 1 more to go, so should be an interesting game. What do we got coming on tap?
Next up, we have another Bantam White Tier 1 matchup. It's Wilmette against the Chargers. That'll be coming your way shortly right here on... Actually, we'll be making a new stream for this next one, I believe.
We'll be on the same place, just on stream number 2. It's labeled games 6 through 10. So we're going to shut down this live stream and kick on stream 6 through 10 for Darien. That's coming up next, and that'll be your first game on the docket here in about 20 minutes.
There you go. So be sure to find that stream, game 6 through 10, here for Darien. That'll take you the rest of the way here today with these final 5 games on our docket. Wilmette against the Chargers coming up next after the Falcons defeat the Leafs by a final score of 4-0. This is Central